Hello! How's everyone doing? How you going? What's up? Oh my gosh, people are talking. I know that Tiberius is a red dragon, but I looked up that image is Orion's character in like Draconian Knights. Was where I got that because it just had like the right pose compared to any pictures of Tiberius. Uh, so it is not Tiberius. You are correct. You are correct. It's like his, I don't know, descendant or some shit. What up? What up? I'm looking forward to the cliffhanger as well. Vampires have been introduced, which I had heard. Okay, so it's interesting that this is coming in so soon. I had heard of a vampire arc in CR. That's actually probably the only arc that I was even aware of, like the core theme was that at some point in Critical Role, I didn't even know what campaign, there's like a vampire hunting arc. Which I'm very excited for. I think that vampires are very cool villains, especially with everything that we set up at the top of that episode and all of the ways that Amon and Craghammer and like the surrounding cities and areas have been categorized. I think that vampires are a sublime villain for that environment. I think I said something that I didn't get to hit on as much last time is I wish, and this is something that is really hard. It's really debatable, and it really comes down to your preference as a DM, a player, a fan. Someone asked me if I liked how they were revealed, and I think I said at the time that I would have preferred for Matt to take it a little bit slower. And I realized afterwards, thinking about it, I was like, oh, Matt probably was planning on taking it slower. Vax kind of forced his hand a little bit. Like, he was not planning on revealing them at that dinner. So, in something I've said many times, I think that Matt has very sublime, dramatic timing. So, like, while on the surface, like, when I look at it from, like, a pure, like, pacing perspective, I don't love their dark side reveal there. But, to be fair, if I was scripting this out like a book, I just wouldn't have had Vax go and do that, right? So, I think with Vax doing that, I think it's pretty debatable whether or not they should have revealed at that time. I think it's very interesting, and I think it gives Matt a lot to play with in terms of, like, having Vax. So I'll be very curious to see how this goes, especially given that, like, Matt could have never foreseen Liam doing that. So what he has planned and how he's gonna skew things is going to be very interesting. But yeah, I think, I was thinking through, like, okay, how would I have delivered those vampires? And I think it's about how Matt had planned it. Like, I would have, like, drip fed, how nice they were, like, what a great face they're putting up, et cetera, et cetera. And then I would have, gone and like eventually, done the big reveal. But because Vax forced the issue, I think this could be very interesting. Assuming they're vampires when they are really just hungry cannibals, dude, I guess. Although it seems like he's enthralled. That was my, like, tick of, like, oh, they're vampires, is like the instant charm with the whiz save. I was like, oh, okay. I wish vamps were all we had to worry about this. Oh boy, we'll see. Have they revealed their evil ways yet? At the very end. At the very end, I mean, I guess they haven't, but they fucking enthrall, like, force, hold person or dominate a humanoid something, Vax. And then they're like, oh, you're going to be delicious. It's like, okay. They're probably vampires or spawn of some kind. Percy had already told us that they were evil. Yeah, I agree, Rebecca. That's why I really like what Matt was doing, and I would have continued down that line, specifically because the players know that they're evil, and the characters know that they're evil, but they can't, like, they have to keep up the face. Like, I think that that's a really intriguing way to introduce a villain, especially if you constantly assert how dope they are. Like like as a DM, yeah, because they're so hot. Yeah, if they're just constantly like, they're fucking hot, they're so hot, they're so nice, they're so cool. Like, just repeatedly go on about how amazing they are, when the entire time both the players and the characters know that they are this very evil force, and occasionally slip in verifiable lies. So, like, the story about Percy, like the whole Derolos, going to their farmstead or whatever, that is almost a verifiable lie, but it's like, we actually don't know. I mean, they didn't specify when. They had a whole gaggle of kids. Percy could have just been young and forgot, and maybe his parents and sisters just didn't talk about it all that much. Like, there's all this plausible deniability there. And the fun thing is, I can see going down this arc, Percy can almost start to maybe feel a little bit insane. Like, did he make this all up? Is this like all like traumatic memories that are just fabricated because of this really terrible disease that his family did go through? Like, obviously, Taliesin knows that that's not the case because he created the backstory, but Percy doesn't know that. And so I love this idea of presenting the Briarwoods as these just amazing people, like just super duper nice. And then you have the big reveal at some point. And I think you have the big reveal once people start to doubt Percy. Like, or Percy starts to doubt himself. Like, you really just keep hitting it home, but then you don't even have a reveal with the Briarwoods. You have a reveal where they specifically, like, a specific lie is like very clearly revealed, or something, is very clearly off, that then vindicates Percy, and that's a huge moment. And maybe that, like, piece of information that they find cascades down and, like, proves that, like, a shitload of other stuff they said was also lies. Like, whole house of cards comes crumbling down. I think that that's a really good way to go about revealing, like, a political intrigue villain, especially if they're a normal person, having, like, that sort of buildup. But, again, with all of this, Vax pushed the button. I think that, I think that Matt chose a very solid and very reasonable path forward of revealing them right then and now, especially in the context of this being a stream and that being the end of the stream. Oh my God. Huge end to a stream. Very climactic, very cool. So I think that Matt went a good way with it, but I could kind of see where he was going with it, and I wonder what that would have been like, but we'll never know. They're so hot. What if your friend is gaslighting you that there are vampires in this arc, or what if we're trying to throw you up? Dude, so I actually don't even remember where I heard that there was a vampire arc. I want to say it was like a YouTube video about DMing styles. I want to say it wasn't even like a friend that told me that. But I don't remember. This could also be a totally fabricated memory that there's a vampire arc in any way. I could be totally misremembering. It's very possible. Uh, I remember one stream I said Percy has a good character arc, and this is kind of where it begins for me. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. I'm down. A modify memory idea? Totally. Dude, that could be a great. Oh, that could be a great, like, where that's the actual reveal. Like, the players keep investigating them, they keep finding nothing, you know, and that might even be what happens right now with Matt. I'm not sure. And then one of the players, like Vax is kind of doing, like isolates themselves, and as a DM, you narrate to all of the players how you are modifying this character's memory. Maybe they'll do that with Vax. That would be so much fun. And then that character, that player has to then play that character with the modified memory of like, oh yeah, they're still cool, they're still chill. There's so much you can do here with both a political intrigue villain and a backstory villain and vampires. Like there's so much meta dissonance to play on here, because you can just constantly be showing the players shit that the characters have no idea about, and like just like forcing them into that dissonance. It is not controversially. It seems contradictory that like building that dissonance between the characters and the players can be a good thing, especially when I am constantly talking about investment within the scene. But it's a great motivator for players to start marrying their player knowledge with their character knowledge. Like, you see that all the time, especially in, like, less good uses of meta knowledge, like when Vax, like, Hunter's Marked the thing. She was going out of her way to try and marry up what she knew with what her character knew. And so if you just continue to build and build and build this dissonance, it can be a huge motivator to shove your players into action and risk. Exactly like what happened with Vax here. Like, if they would have only had rumors, or if they would have just heard about this shit from an NPC, I don't think there's any shot that Liam and Vax, you know, charge into that room like that. But because there's this kind of meta knowledge, and because it comes from Percy, he's willing to be a little bit more risky, a little bit more dramatic, heroic, all that. So yeah, I think it could be. I'm excited. I'm excited for the arc. Taliesin and Matt are colluding to fool the rest of the players. Look, that does happen, and I have pretty distinct. I don't like it when one player and the DM collude, at least for a significant amount of time. Or if it's ever in a way that will change what players might have done. Like, I think that can really flop, like, really easily. I've had it before, you know, where I've been in games where, you know, players, like, text the DM that they're, like, stealing shit from other players. That shit always goes bad, in my experience. Maybe some tables it's great, that sort of that sort of thing, but if a player is keeping back a character secret, like they've been doing with their backstories, you know, but those aren't necessarily secrets, it's just that they aren't having the right time. And it's not like Percy, like, none of them are holding back something where once they tell it, all of the players will feel like, oh, damn, we should have done something else at some point, right? These are all just deepening of their characters. If they, you know, let's say that, like, out of session or something, Percy texts Matt and is like, I plant a bunch of dynamite in the basement of Grayskull, and then while they're at the party, he detonates it. Like, I don't think, even if there's like an interesting plot explanation and whatever, I think the players will be so caught off guard by that it'll be bad, no matter how cool it is in the moment. So I really discourage keeping that sort of big secret from other players. Like this sort of thing. If they were colluding to fool the other players right now, that's dangerous. It's dangerous territory. I don't think that's what's happening. I know that you're probably joking. But but yeah. Let's see. Percy's backstory was a short story Taliesin wrote up as a possible screenplay, but never happened. Ooh, that's kind of fun. That's really neat. Mega, I think you were going to start off this stream on guessing in what happens in this arc. Yes. Oh, I was. I totally was. Let's think. Let's think. Let me think. Okay. It's interesting that they've already revealed these people. Some part of me says these are not the Briarwoods. These are some sub villain, some lieutenant of the Briarwoods, or potentially that the Briarwoods were never the real villain. Like the Briarwoods were always serving some like kind of higher cabal thing. They've dropped Wildmount a lot. And I know that Wildmount is a thing. I've seen Explorer's Guide to Wildmount. Let me think. Would play a fantasy flight. Wait, what? What up, Tinny Nat? Before I go on with my explanation, I'm going to read your comment. Was popping in, gee, this may be a bit off topic, but do you think the Critical Role class would play a fantasy flight sim? I don't know, maybe. I don't know them well enough. They might. Higher Cabal, aka Key, might always go. Well, no. So I think my read of this, I think it complicates it a little bit too much. So I'm not gonna go there. I think these are the Briarwoods. These are legitimately the people from Percy's childhood. But I think that they are lieutenants of someone higher. So it's going to be like a mid-arc, like climax or something, where they're at Whitestone. Like they've tracked the Briarwoods. Maybe the Briarwoods escape, or maybe they hunt them through Amon, and then they're hunting them back to Whitestone. And then there's a large battle in Whitestone. I think that Percy will. Yeah. Because this is why all of Asim's dudes have been not coming back. They've just been defecting, which is random for spies. That's random as hell. But it's because they're getting enthralled. They're getting charmed by the vampires. So they still retain their autonomy, but they feel like they want to leave, etc. So I think that they're going to travel to Whitestone, and they're going to find out how to break the charm somehow. And there's going to be like a certain amount of people it gets broken on, maybe like some like old head, like the people that were originally loyal to the Derolos, but then they got charmed or whatever. I think charm's going to get broken on them. And then there's going to be, I think, like a kind of a cool, like, big side-on-side combat that the party is going to have to make their way through. They're going to make their way into the throne room. Very cinematic, very symbolic of Percy confronting them in his family's ancestral throne room. And they're going to have the confrontation with the actual Briarwoods there, the vampires, I think. But then there's going to be some reveal. There's going to be at some point, maybe it's already been revealed at this point, but maybe the information hasn't hit home, or there's something going on where during the final fight, big climax, big hoo-ha-ha, maybe something's supposed to happen when the Briarwoods die, but it doesn't. And it's like, oh, why isn't it happening? And they discover, either through an NPC or some environmental clues, that there's someone else in Wildmount pulling the strings. because the Briarwoods have also said specifically that their like estate, their homestead, was like on the edge of Wildmount. So it makes sense that they're kind of the outer scouts of maybe some inner politician or polity or faction or whatever. So I think that is going to transfer our campaign and the party from wherever they are. I actually don't know like the country or region that they're in. From that region into Wildmount. And it's going to be like kind of a strangers in a strange land sort of plot line, but I have the weird niche prediction that like Ashari are going to be like for some reason more common there. Like the water Ashari will be in Wildmount, and they're like weirdly integrated into society as compared to the other Ashari. I don't know why that just feels right to me. And so everyone else will be in a strangers in a strange land sort of plot line, but Keyleth will be like weirdly comfortable. How does he do it? Always. And so then we're gonna start pulling on another thread. Maybe it is the Keyleth Ashari thread to help direct us towards the overall villain. And that will be the actual end of that arc, of the blue arc, is what I'm calling it, because we're at blue thumbnails in the playlist. The end of the blue arc will be them rooting this evil or this faction or this cult or whatever out of the Wildmount government. I think it's been taking over the Wildmount government. And when they get there, they discover like this real hostility towards the Amon Craghammer region that they had no idea about. And like, they're putting on all this face, but once they get there, they're going to encounter like the cold shoulder constantly. And it's all because of this entity within the Wildmount government. So they're going to root that out. That's the end of the blue arc. With some help from someone else's backstory. Maybe we're going to pull on the Scanlan backstory. I don't really remember his. But I think we're going to pull on someone's. Maybe the twins. Maybe Grog. But someone else's backstory is going to help us out in Wildmount. And is going to give us the connection or connections we need to successfully root this entity out. And then once it's exposed, once the whole lie is exposed, it'll all fall down. Wildmount government will be healthy and happy again. Big public display. And then we transition into the next arc from there. That's my prediction. Really, 1,000-foot thing. I'm not predicting a lot of details, but that's my bet. First half of the arc is getting to Whitestone. Maybe some spying, some some espionage, maybe some battles, then a final battle at Whitestone, and then we go to Wildmount, espionage, information gathering, investigating, and then confrontation. I think the Wildmount confrontation will happen in like a big public square, because we need this to be public in order to like change hearts and minds, make sure that people aren't mad anymore. Tal'Dorei, yeah. So Tal'Dorei thinks that Wildmount's cool with them, but they're gonna get there and Wildmount is not gonna be cool with them. That's my theory. Interesting theory. Thank you. We will see. It will probably be very inaccurate. I have no doubt. Yeah, that's where I think this is going. And with that, we will transfer in, because I think I gave most of my kind of I think I gave most of my after action. Also, I turned the timer down to 4 minutes 30 seconds rather than 50 seconds. And I think that 30 seconds doesn't seem like a lot, but I think we were running into the 5 pretty infrequently. Like, I think it helped. The 5 was already doing a lot to help cap off the really long tangents, but I think the 4:30 will just be a little bit more effective. I don't think I want to go shorter than this. I don't know. We'll see. But I think this will be good. Caught up to live just in time. Let's go, Ed. Welcome. And now that Ed's here, let's start. The first time code is 531, an absent player announcement, and the reaction. Oh, due to traffic. Okay, because I was like, oh no, I have Scanlon ones on here. But if he's coming due to traffic, we're all good. 543. Okay, and then 719. 719. 719. The gnome is at the door. Video is muted. Oh shoot. Video is muted. Video is muted. If you could turn up the volume. Yeah. All right. Well, you got it. Tal'Dorei and Wildmount are both continents. I see. So this bridge that they're building is supposed to span continents? Or like a continental divide? I mean, is it like an Asia... Europe sort of continent, or like what are we talking here? Is it like them building over like the Gibraltar Strait or something? Is that kind of what we're talking about here? Because it definitely seemed like there was like a lot of tightness between the two. Remember I left the map in Discord. Oh shit, I never looked at it because I was afraid of spoilers, and then after you guys assured me that there were no spoilers, I completely forgot about it. Let's see. React suggestions. Oh gosh, how long ago? Was that in general, or was that in React suggestions? Oh my goodness. There it is. Okay, critical role. No span a strait, or from like Alaska to Russia. Oh, I see. Rebecca has the right analogy. Alaska to Russia. Gotcha. Okay. That makes a lot more sense. I want to look at it now, though. Now that I know that it's chill. Let's see. Okay, so Tal'Dorei, and then Wildmount. Let's see. So where's Vasselheim? Vadalheim? Okay, that's all Tal'Dorei. There's Whitestone, so right on up there. Is Craghammer... Where the heck is Craghammer? What the heck? Where's Amon? Oh, there's Westrune. So that was where... Westrune is where we're franchising. Vasselheim is on the far left continent. I see. Othanzia? Is that what we're talking about? Vasselheim on here somewhere? Or down here? Shamal, Glintshore? Vasselheim is on Isilra. I see Vezra. I see Shorecombe. Vasselheim. I see. And these are all of the wooded areas. Okay, gotcha. So that's why. And there's Amon. I'm seeing now. So interesting. So we skipped over the Shorecombe business. Okay. That all makes sense. Amon, middle, west coast of middle. Craghammer just north of Amon. Just north of Amon. Oh, so that, okay. So Craghammer's sort of on the way to Whitestone, like as the crow flies. Like if they went from Craghammer to Whitestone, straight over the Umbra Hills, that'd be all right. But there's this kind of highway business that leads through Westrune. Interesting. Okay. And then they're building the bridge like right there. Got it. Giant ass bridge. And Wildmount is very developed. I kind of pictured Wildmount a lot more wild. I'll be frank. I did not picture it with so many villages and towns and shit. So yeah, very interesting. I think yeah, my prediction is that this Guardian is they're gonna go to Whitestone mid arc, and then they're gonna fly over to Guardian or Port de Mali or Palma Flora, like kind of this region, because I think that all of this mountain range right here, the Sirios Mountains, this is going to be a big cultural divide in Wildmount, right? I mean, just naturally, but I also think within the context of the story, this is going to be a big cultural divide. Potentially even governmental divide. Oh yeah, you even see Wuyin Gates. So, I mean, they literally, this is such a divide that they have had to build defensive measures between the two sides of these mountains. So I don't think that the Wildmount is like united by any aspect. So I think they're gonna go either to Guardian or these areas, or to Soa maybe. And this is gonna be the area of the second half of the campaign, potentially bouncing between a couple of these. To actually, and I even see Silt Basin Pass. Now, a pass is not typically denoted between like water and a mountain, which makes me think that this was a named thing within the show, and therefore they are going to take the road from Guardian to Port de Mali, or maybe to Soa. It'll be interesting though. I'm also wondering, because I mean the now that they have Grayskull, right? And this is a risk that you take whenever you give your players a home base. Well, you've given them a home base, and it makes it harder, unless that home base moves somehow. It makes it harder to kind of just, pick up and explore your world. Unless you build some sort of teleportation like Tiberius is doing with Allura. So yeah, this is interesting. This is interesting. Credits are in the bottom left corner, but 'tis the most comprehensive I know outside of the books which I haven't read. Oh, let's give some credits. Cartography by West Haberlin, made for referencing maps created by Devin Rue, Andrew Law, and Don Farland. Exandria and Critical Role created by Matthew Mercer and Critical Role Inc. Very nice. As a critter, this map is really good to stay in care for someone on Exandria. No real spoilers or anything. Yeah, this map is technically unofficial, but it's the one people cite all the time because it's badass. It is a badass map. It's so interesting. Like, it almost, and I don't want this to sound derogatory, it looks like a video game map where Tal'Dorei and Wildmount are so developed, and then Isilra and Marquette are so just desolate. And I don't know if there's a lore reason, like I don't know if we find out about that in like Cataclysm or something. But I have a feeling that it's because they just haven't gotten a lot of stage time. I have a feeling it's because like the party doesn't explore there, so there's kind of no reason to fill them in, which I full-heartedly support. Like, most of your maps as a DM should look like Isilra. Like, have the important geography, these are plains, this is forest, this is marsh. Hooray, we've done it. Have that, and then if your players want to go there, add in some interesting things as they go, which is much more what this shit looks like, right? So I love it. It looks very naturalistic. Like, it looks like a map you would develop if you lived in the world. Like, you write and you draw about things that are relevant, that you like care about. So yeah, very, very cool. Very interesting. Did the Briarwoods say where they lived in Wildmount at dinner? They said that they lived on the edge. So they said their homestead is on the edge between Tal'Dorei and Wildmount. I don't know. It's kind of hard to know exactly what that means, but I'm guessing that it has to do with like the Stone Cage Cliffs, kind of this area. Because I would bet you that since there's no, bridge or anything, that there's maybe a ferry that goes between here. maybe. Although, kind of, why would there be? There's not really anyone that lives there. So, yeah, it makes way more sense that they would go from, like, Stillben to Bassaft. Yeah, this all makes a lot more sense, especially because, yeah, there's really nothing up here. Which is the perfect hideaway for vampires, I might add. Way up north, where the environment is very extreme. There's not a lot of people. Kind of interesting. Yeah. Rebecca Johnson, I don't believe so. Yeah, I don't think they specified, but they just said it was their homestead was on the edge. But that also could have been a fucking lie. You know, can't trust anything that has come out of their mouth so far. I don't remember either. Yeah. I think this was before what we knew about the rest of the world. Timer. Yeah. I think John's more saying I need to wrap this shit up, which is fair. It's 6 o'clock already and we haven't even started. But that's cool. Man, it's really hard because, you know, when I do my map analysis stuff, I have to look into, especially when we're talking about like a continent map, I have to look in to see if things are interesting or if they're just placeholders. Like some of those cities are certainly interesting. The plot happens there. There are things going on, but some of those are just villages. They're just they're just safe places to stop and rest and resupply. So those would be black nodes. Not bad, just, you know, not plot interesting. So I think, but I can't do that analysis for this map because then I would have to look into all the places and almost surely uncover spoilers. So that's sad. What are you gonna do? Yeah, we gotta fit it all in one night. You're right. All right, let's get started. Bring in the gnome.
Bring in the gnome!
Do you desire a gnome, sire?
I would like the gnome brought before me.
Bring the king a gnome, make sure he is of foul mouth in many a song.
Oh, fetching the gnome!
No one saw this cupcake.
I assure you, sire, this gnome has many songs, a very tiny instrument. And
God, I feel so dirty sitting on this pillow. Ah, it's so comfy.
I like it.
Does somebody have an extra pencil?
Yeah.
All I have is this broken one.
Somebody have a
from Brooks.
Sharpie.
in solidarity.
I appreciate that you brought it back.
It can't, nothing's changed.
No, it's a reminder. Yay!
Yay! Yeah, buddy! You made it.
Look, your thing's all open.
Oh my gosh.
It's like we're ready to go.
And your
Okay,
dice
I'd like
right
to
there.
plug a few things.
Yeah.
No, I
However, we do have a present for you.
We
What?
do.
We do.
We do.
Because there have been periods of time when you've complained about not having a proper stein or mug to match the rest of the group, we figure
Got a Google one.
Google one works fine.
It's fine.
But thanks to some of our wondrous, illustrious campmates, we were with the Burning Man. They gifted this unto us to gift unto you, as we felt it was fitting and size appropriate.
Proportionally accurate.
It makes me look cute.
Oh, it's perfect. It does. It makes him look so
you have to hold
small.
it two
How do you
hands.
even
Like
drink
Stanley
out
has
of
hold
it?
it.
You have to measure that out in a regular.
I know. I have to like block. If I block out everyone else so I can only see Scanlan, he does look kind of like a gnome.
cup first and then pour it in.
You could pour 2 whole drinks in there and it would just be
it would
like
look like nothing.
a half an inch of liquid.
Yeah, you gotta get it prepped first.
amazing!
So thanks, post-nuclear family.
Well done.
Inside
Burning
out, you're
Man.
It's
awesome.
amazing.
Wow,
my
it's like a
goodness.
hotel ice thing.
Yeah, it's an
Bucket.
ice. It's technically an ice
bucket.
bucket.
Oh
yeah,
man,
but
I
it
want
looks
to
like a
fill
giant
it up
stein.
right now.
No, what's up?
It's like
you,
hiding
guys.
your face.
Alrighty.
Okay, so that was that. Very nice. Repeats vital armor information? What does that mean? I have trust in the time codes, but I don't know what this time code means. Okay, so Matt hasn't finished his recap.
Had
but
formal
repeats-
attire on, weapons left at the door, unarmored, dressed for the occasion.
No,
Right. Yup. Okay. No armor on, dressed for the occasion. Uh-huh. That gift single-handedly changed the course of Critical Role. Oh boy. I can't wait to see Sam on some future episodes. Is that true? No armor. I mean, not a problem for Grog. One of the fun things, and this is actually something great to talk about as a DM. You know, there are certain things like that you should / can do for balance that I have always said would be lame and you shouldn't do. Like taking away a wizard's spellbook. That's all. I feel like I've never seen a thing where it wasn't lame unless they offer it up. So I have asked for like a powerful item or an item worth a certain amount of gold, and a wizard has offered up their spellbook, but that's you know, a little different. But the this aspect of no armor, I think, is a really cool and fun way to to present a challenge to potentially, you know, high-level PCs, de-arm them, take away their nice AC bonuses, while still making unarmored people, like barbarians, monks, etc., feel very cool. Especially like this is a heyday for a monk. You know, you've been completely disarmed and de-armored. The monk is still just rocking and rolling. So doing selective things like these, where the environment favors certain classes, is another really great way to make a specific player or character feel special or powerful. Especially if you do have like a monk. Putting the party in a unarmed or unarmored situation can be really, really fun and fulfilling for the monk player. And it allows you to maybe offer some enemies that aren't normally that scary if they have, you know, all their armor on, but maybe they're a little bit more scary now. So like maybe they have, you know, like a less, you know, a smaller to hit bonus, but they have some interesting features. All of that are levers you can pull, can and should pull as a DM. And I want to reiterate that I'm not talking about just taking away their armor, right? They chose to de-arm themselves. They chose to go to this ball where they would be weaker. So that is always something good to keep in mind, and that I really like to do, is bake in those challenges into the environment, make them opt in. And maybe that's a good way to summarize a lot of my advice, especially over the past like 10 or so Critical Role episodes, is make things opt in. Joining a guild, going on quest lines. Like, you can motivate them all you want. That's fine, but always make it opt in. And I think that goes the same for de-armoring themselves, which they did with glee, mind you. They didn't even think about it. And now it's maybe clear that maybe they just didn't think through the consequences. As a DM, I might make the consequences a bit more clear, but also it's fine. They had like a whole montage about dressing Grog. You know, like I think it's okay. But yeah, I think that this sort of environmental stuff is really, really great for putting players in unexpected challenges. That bit lasts to this day. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Reset the OAC. Oh, yes. Reset the OAC, and I will reset the timer.
Is that true? Unarmored?
Yeah, you guys were all dressed in formal
We
attire.
are not armored.
We don't even have any weapons.
No,
Do I have to like subtract things from?
No.
Our
We're
AC.
The recap
Let
makes
me
it
get
so
to
much better.
Just lay it out.
And I will also add, as I, we have to listen to this more, but or not have to, gosh. But it also does give some extra utility to things like a Blade Lock or a Eldritch Knight, who can summon their weapons so they can theoretically look disarmed without actually being disarmed. very cool opportunity for them. So it's all levers to pull as a DM. That I love that Matt's
weapons
doing.
are at the door. They're not on you at the moment.
They're at the door.
Yeah.
So we
They're at the door. That's great. I love that Matt's doing that. Put them all in a central location. Maybe not the door, maybe a side room, kind of a coat check situation. And that could have been trapped or specially guarded by the enemies. And so it's there's an obstacle between you and powering up. Love it.
left them at the door.
Yeah, it's like part of the checking process.
Okay, let's so we can like go get them.
Question.
I will say for something mechanical like that you, whether or not you expect it to go off, I would have narrated that as Matt because it is so significant. Also gives people some opportunity to maybe hide some stuff on their person, which is, a risk socially, but could be interesting.
Minor on me, right? Since
Yeah, because you went in invisible and you were kind of under the approval of the Secret Assume.
just increase my chances by 2%. Thank you.
There you go. That's right.
And Percy, your weapons are still on you because you had an illusion on you, right?
Correct. His the list is on him. His pepperbox.
Okay.
Bad news would be a bit difficult for you to bring in here inconspicuously.
Right.
Even
Diplomacy would work out well, though.
Yeah, I think
right.
so. So, during the feast, conversations were had, questions were.
Okay. Interesting. All right, 1302. Matt ends his thing, and we will up the playback speed. Kind of forgot I hadn't already, and we'll be off. Episode 25.
And that is where.
So they could just be
Yeah, it's nothing to worry about. They're kind of hot.
right. I mean, they're hot, right? So at least there's that.
Yeah, we can confirm that without question they were hot.
You guys are just now leaving the feast hall
Right.
at this period of time.
Where are we entering to?
I am full.
So a large foyer area that it's like this main foyer of the palace.
I'd never heard him call it that, Rebecca. Is that new? I think that's the first time he's ever called it that, or if he had before, I never noticed, but that's such a great name for it with the names on the cylinders. That's so sick. God, Percy comes up with some good-ass names. I don't know if Matt came up with it, Percy came up with it, but those are some good names for his fucking weapon.
That splits off into two smaller kind of meeting chambers, and then the chamber to the right is what leads into the main the grand hall. And that's where you guys are feasting. So you're making your way into this kind of
Hassan, the
Asum? Secret Asum, yes.
Secret Hassan, is he around? Do we see him anywhere?
Ooh.
Tell me this, DM. When my invisibility spell is broken,
Yeah.
am I alerted? Do I know that? Do I feel? Do I sense it?
Oh, it is a
The spell itself would kind of dissipate as it is a concentration spell.
Great question. Not a clear answer within the PHB. I would, and whenever there's a situation like this where there's not a clear answer in the PHB, I either fall back on past precedent. So is there a similar mechanic that I've ruled a similar way, or, is there like a very clear, like one way or another that has been established in my world by me? Like if they ever seen like if an NPC has ever been like notified that a spell ends, I immediately say yes. Like if I've just narrated that before. But if there's no past precedent, I just opt for whichever's more fun in the moment, whichever gives the player more options or is more interesting. So in this case, it's kind of actually boring if they have no idea that Vax is. I mean, they wouldn't have even, I don't think they even would have really known that he went in there. Like, it's questionable depending on their line of sight if they even would know that he's in there. And so for the purposes of like dramatic timing, pacing, like keeping things interesting and not, putting the players in like an awkward situation that even though it might be realistic is not that fun, I would generally opt for however I can spin this, which I think, Matt's coming around to concentration, which like, it doesn't even say that you're aware of concentration. Like he can continue concentrating on it all he wants, even whether or not it's up, right? There's actually absolutely no guidance or ruling on that raw. But I think that's a really fun way to spin it, and something interesting that Matt is doing that is kind of a risk. And when I talk about past precedent, I do have to keep this in mind. When you establish, because it is concentration, and therefore are alerted or whatever. If you trigger a non-concentration spell now that, doesn't explicitly notify you and it is dispelled somehow, you have no idea because of this past precedent that Matt has said. Now, at Matt's table, that's not a big deal. He's willing to change the rules. We definitely know that. But that's the sort of thing I think through at my table is I want everything to feel consistent, feel grounded, feel like it doesn't, depend on the situation. And if it does depend on the situation, that should be a plot point in and of itself at my table. If someone is breaking a past precedent rule, that is a plot point that they're even allowed to break that, right? So these are a lot of the things that I try to think through. And so for me at my table, if I want Scanlan to do this, which I do, I want him to be notified. I might say something as vague as for invisibility, you are notified, because that restricts it down to just what I want out of this situation. It doesn't make me beholden in other situations. Or I might want to make a world building call. I might want to be whenever your magic is dispelled, bar none, you are able to detect it. Might depend on the world, the tones I'm going for, what have you. But I think this is an interesting flashpoint of this isn't in the rule book. Matt has to make a decision here.
Well, it'd be just spell's gone.
And I think that he is doing the more interesting thing, which is what I would always recommend. It just then comes down to, okay, how are you going to justify it?
Okay.
However, before we get to you guys,
Oh.
we have more immediate business to
Oh.
Let's play, Matt. Let's play.
So,
Oh my god. Oh my god.
your muscles locked in place, sweat beginning to bead down the front of your forehead, the realization of the immediate danger you put yourself in, washing over you. You can see across the way, kind of in the dark candlelit area of the room by the canopy bed, is Lady Delilah Briarwood, hand still out, kind of smiling at you. Immediately to your left shoulder is Lord Silas Briarwood, who has leaned in and is actually pulling you away from the door now. You're skidding across the ground as he shifts you. Your legs unable to actually move. As he pulls you forward.
I will also reiterate, or not reiterate, but acknowledge here. If you're in between sessions, you should not expect your players to remember the important things. This kind of hits on what I was talking about yesterday with them not remembering to scalp things or, what the characters remember versus the players. So you should reiterate everything important in the scene. And I want to really hit and really stress right now, I have no idea what the room looks like except that the Briarwoods are in it and there's a bed. And honestly, I would say that the bed is superfluous. I think that Matt described the two important things plus something else. You didn't describe all the shit he described yesterday, and maybe they'll come in, but he will introduce them as they come in. I think this is obvious, or not, maybe not obviously, but I think that this is demonstrably a better pace and a better way to intro the segment and the session is not by getting caught up in a big description of layouts and just to talk about the action. What up, Terrace? Matt says, now you see. Oh, he did say now you see. Oh, but it was now you see, not you see now. Is it? Wait.
The Lord, skidding immediately to your left shoulder is Lord Silas Briarwood, Lady Delilah Briarwood. You can see across the way, kind of in the dark candlelit.
He said you can see, not you see now.
Area of the room by the canopy bed is Lady Delilah Briarwood, hand still out, kind of smiling at you. Immediately to your left shoulder is Lord Silas Briarwood, who has leaned in and is actually pulling you away from the door now. You're skidding across the ground as he shifts you. Your legs unable to actually move. As he pulls you forward, the Lord kind of whispers in your ear.
You are a curious one. I'm not quite gifted with the silver tongue. Foolhardiness has not become of a guest of the Briarwoods.
For a moment, there's this kind of pause, this tension, this silence, and Delilah, Lady Briarwood, kind of puts her hand out further and says, "Yet, my love, we are not here to make enemies, nor raise suspicion. We are merely protecting ourselves from intrusion. Isn't that right?" As she looks at you and looks immediately to your right, where you can feel just the general presence of Lord Briarwood. I need you to go ahead and make another wisdom saving throw.
First roll. Not an unimportant one. Not at all. First roll of the night.
Yeah, Terrace. We're 16 minutes in, 15 minutes
Kill
in.
me.
No.
18.
It's an 18.
What
You're
was
so
that?
demure.
How
I was
much?
gonna say
I'm frozen.
18.
You feel your muscles relax, and the sweat that is still brimming across your face, you feel for the first time in these moments that seem to just stretch on for.
Okay, someone rang the doorbell. 1 second. I gotta go get that. I'm just gonna. I'm pretty sure Paige was expecting a package. Just need to let them in the airlock. All right.
However, you have control of your body, though you do feel the hand of Lord Briarwood right on your shoulder. Who, as he, now at this point, as you become conscious of the fact that you are in control of your physical form, his voice comes very heavily, the bass kind of kicking into your left ear.
Indeed. We do require allies. I would have you prove friendship.
And as he kind of takes and moves his shoulder away, you find yourself kind of torso moving towards him. You lock eyes with him, and he has this kind of knowing grin, his lids taut slightly with this kind of condescending sense of knowing. Yes. I need you to go ahead and make another wisdom saving throw.
Enthrall. So this is what's happening to all of Assum's spies. This is what happened to all of the people at the Durolos employed that ended up turning on them. It was all this shit. The airlock is mega broadcasting from a space station. Nah, man. Our it's our building. Our building's got an airlock.
Technically a charm effect, and you being a half-elf, you do, I believe, get an advantage on those.
Oh yeah, wait, see, half-elf, you have advantage on those. Advantage against being charmed.
That is a 21.
21. You feel there's an extension of just the sheer force, some unnatural force of charisma that attempts to penetrate beyond the usual slippery mind that, Vax holds to such a high esteem.
It's difficult to use. I'll help you next time.
However, you manage to resist it and feel wash over you as this light tingling vanishes and the effect is left you unaffected by whatever he was attempting to try.
Ooh.
There's a brief moment as he kind of looks you over.
What do you need?
Yes. That's so smart.
Then, be a good boy.
Looks over. I need you to make a deception check.
Deception.
Come on, roll.
Okay, I'm using luck.
Okay. Now, you made you used a couple
Yeah,
luck
I
points
used
left.
one.
Yeah, so
I
making
did a
sure.
lot last game, but we were over multiple days.
Yeah,
I
so,
used one.
so you're one after
this
this.
day. This is I'm about to use my
This is your second. You'll have one more after this.
Okay, this is deception?
Deception, yes.
Where did you go there? Ooh, that's not as great. That's 15.
15, okay. Kind of gives you a look.
Very well. Apparently the help was not very helpful.
At which point you hear this a fast knock at the door, and you hear a voice go, "Are you all right? Is everyone all right?" behind the door. At which point, Lady Briarwood just kind of does this with her finger, and the door swings open on its own. The guard that ran after your belt is standing there holding the groggy, just slightly coming to second guard that you knocked out. And as he kind of pulls him towards the door, he looks over and sees this, and he drops him and goes for his weapon, and Lord Briarwood puts his hand up and goes,
Do not worry. We're just having a conversation. Close the door. And get him up.
"Yes, not to worry, sir." And he closes the door, and you hear the scuffling behind the wood of him kind of adjusting and waking up the guard who you had clobbered in the side of the head, getting the consciousness. So they're kind of just looking you over. Lord Briarwood's kind of just walking back and forth, keeping a very keen eye. He kind of walks between you and the door as you stand there, almost like he's waiting for a reaction of some kind, for you to initiate something.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. What can I do to help? I'm pretty meager a servant, but anything you need. Whatever you need. Gosh, you guys are good looking. This isn't that, is it?
You hear a throaty chuckle from Lady Briarwood.
I mean, they are really hot.
No, but
Oh.
what do you think, my love? Lord Briarwood comes up from behind, his hands on back of your shoulder, and says,
Like we said, you haven't the gift of the silver tongue. But I applaud your effort.
Well, my mom and dad said I'm a real good speaker. They paid for like a tutor to teach me how to talk, and it's worked out really well for me in my life. So if you need like an ambassador or like a butler who talks, I could do that for you.
Lady Briarwood at this point is kind of steps a couple steps closer, still about 15 feet from you,
Yeah.
and
Is-
he's right behind
right
you,
behind me.
between you and the door.
Yeah.
She steps forward and kind of looks over at her husband again. And goes, "So, what do you think? Can we trust him?" And Lord Briarwood kind of leans forward, and you can feel like his chin kind of peeking in your peripheral vision.
I'm afraid not. It seems.
Well, here's the thing you need to know about Uriel. And I take a step back.
Into him?
No, or away.
He's between
away.
you and the door.
Well,
Okay.
does he hold me if I turn? Well, I just said that.
All
Right?
right.
Here's the thing about Uriel.
As you go to move away,
Pivot.
his arms, they're on your shoulder,
Yeah.
just kind of tighten and flex and hold you in place.
Oh, you don't want to know? Okay, I'll just save that for later.
Roll for coin.
Go ahead.
Roll for what, Matt?
Since okay, since I don't know what you're going to say, I'm gonna say persuasion.
It is player. Oh, yeah. They were giggling. They were giggling. That's fair.
They don't know if it's a deception or not.
Is the power out of the DM's hands?
Let me tell you something.
Oh, I'm gonna use my last luck of the day.
The last one?
Last luck of
Last
the
luck
day.
of the day.
Oh my god.
Walk away.
Okay, this is persuasion.
Yes.
That's 17.
That's a big guy.
You could give me a. Oh shit. Never mind.
You want an inspiration?
Huh? No.
What are you asking
I
for?
want shit.
What are you begging from the DM, huh?
Yeah. Well, that's why I said never mind.
Is it begging or is it praying at
No,
that point?
I'll,
Yeah, that's
I'll,
right.
I'll give inspiration.
Hardly
You got
one
it,
without the other.
So,
Yeah.
as you say that, kind of looking at them with this coy look of information about Uriel, they both kind of chuckle in unison. Shall we? And she gives a nod and goes, I think we shall.
Can I roll for initiative?
We're now rolling for
Oh, what's up?
Fuck! Yell! Did it go?
Okay.
Does he have an earring?
Yes.
So, here you are,
We're in range.
right there. Lord Briarwood is behind you.
Yeah.
Lady Briarwood is over here by the edge of the bed. These are the two windows. This is the layout of the room here. You can see that all right there. As far as you are aware,
Okay. This is definitely beating a dead horse. This is definitely bad manners and poor communication, but I feel very vindicated that we did not need to get all that description in that room last time. Because he would end up making a fucking map. So this is all the important shit. We didn't need to talk about it. Oh, man. Anyways, that's stuff. He's already... I know. And it is not... Again, it's bad manners. I should not do it. I'm sorry. But you're so right. Otherwise, we wouldn't know that they were purple. Do not do this at your tables. It's bad. I don't like it about myself. But this is my stream, and I'm talking to myself in my house, so I feel like I can do it. Oh my god! But I do love Matt's paper maps. I mean, I know that I talked about it at one point that he has like an art degree, and his maps look fantastic.
you can see that all right there. As far as you are aware,
I wish I could draw something that looked so effortless, but is so good. Like, if I tried to draw something that simple, it would look so shit.
out of the room here. You can see that all right there.
Oh.
As far as you are aware, there are two guards outside the door currently. So,
My initiative can only be described as fecal.
oh no.
It wasn't a
Oh
one.
no.
That's it. But one adjacent is what it is.
What?
No more luck left.
All right.
Oh,
That was
yeah.
close.
I think we're out of there, man.
All right. So, for this,
Idea.
Nice carpet.
Really ties the room together.
Delilah kind of steps forward, and you can see there's a slight flash of kind of bluish purple arcane energy in her eyes, and her fingers coalesce around. As she does, she draws her fingers up, and you feel this sudden cold pressure around your body. I caught my spells, so I know what I'm doing here.
Oh no.
What's
Check
awesome?
my one, took one.
Pulling up his spells.
All right.
He's
There
gonna
it
have time
is.
to memorize all the way he's gonna fuck with you. There's that many ways.
That's the one. All right. So,
Also, I will give a slight note, especially with Sam being being aware of it because of the lack of invisibility. I would have had everyone roll initiative. Especially because there was like a solid segment of time there, especially when it was like, oh, he's waiting for you to do something or whatever. I would have had all of them roll initiative and start letting the others kind of get in there, because if Sam has an earring, Liam has an earring, like maybe there's something there that could have happened. Like, I like the isolation of Vax, but isolation has to be used sparingly and with a delicate touch, because it can be really interesting because it puts the players in a situation that they're not normally in, right? Like normally Tiberius doesn't have to worry too much because he has giant meat shields in front of him constantly. But if he's in a room alone with someone and he misses like his pillars or something, there's a decent shot that a sufficiently leveled rogue takes him out in one shot. Or a rogue stat block on the monster side. So, I mean, this isolation can be interesting because it presents unique challenges, but you want to make sure that when you're going after the isolation, when you are challenging them in this way, you don't, number one, make it boring for the rest of the players, which I know that there's a lot of tension right now. There's a lot of drama, so it's not as boring as it could otherwise be. But I think it would be almost more interesting if you allow the if you say, okay, other players, like, you know, you're 3 turns away walking, 2 turns dashing, or something like that. You know, put a timer on when they're going to arrive so that they can start thinking through what they want to do. Maybe they can take some actions in the meantime. They can work on marrying their meta knowledge. So if Scanlan, you know, talks through the earring or whatever, and Liam tells him what's going on, someone can cause a huge commotion in the outside that will damage their reputation, but potentially save Vax. I mean, there's a lot of things that can be even more interesting about this very deadly encounter, because this encounter feels stupid deadly to the point where it feels like Matt's going to have to pull his punch if Vax is going to survive. And if he's not going to pull his punches and Vax is going to survive, I think you need to have party interference. And the thing is, party interference works here. So you just need to give them the opportunity. Have them roll initiative, you know, give them some what do you call it? Some paths so that they don't have to interrupt you.
So, I need you to go ahead and make a Constitution saving throw, Vax. 19, all right.
I guess they also might not be vampires. They might just be like really high, you know, magic users. And maybe they're like blood magic users. Could be.
So, as she does this, you feel all the flesh in kind of your torso and around your neck part of your body all of a sudden begin to dry and crack, as if the life force itself is beginning to wither and be drawn out. It's like the equivalent of a plant drying out and dying very fast, but it's your flesh instead. You go ahead and take.
Sounds like light.
You take 21 points of necrotic damage.
Yeah, that's light.
And she's gonna go ahead and just gonna step this way, kind of like after that she backs up and kind of grabs the edge of the post on the side of the bed and kind of just looks at you with this grin. At that point, as you tense from the pain.
I'm sorry, she what now, Bats? She caresses the bedpost and just looks at you. Is that, ladies in the chat, can you chime in? Is that how you would seduce someone if you were a vampire? I don't know if Matt knows what's going on here.
Silas immediately kind of whips to one side, and
that was a joke. Don't actually chime in. That was I was just being funny.
With an unarmed claw attack, like giant fists, can come to you on the side of your torso. That is
unless you want to. I don't know. I just realized, I was like, oh, that felt weird. That felt like pressuring. Never mind.
Going to be a 21 to hit.
That is.
All right. For this, you take 8 points of bludgeoning damage as this fist just socks you on the inside of your chest area, kind of hitting the sternum, and you feel like a slight pain crack sound as it hits and impacts against the leather. As you pull forward with unnatural speed, the hands are back on your shoulder, and you hear this little voice say,
Bon appetit.
that is going to be a 25 to hit. All right. Okay.
Uncanny dodge. Always got uncanny dodge.
Okay. You take 6 points of piercing damage as suddenly you feel 2 extremely sharp, warm prongs jut in the side of your throat.
Oh, they are!
There
that
it
same cold
is.
sensation you felt across your torso all of a sudden begins to pull from the neck, and you feel as if the very warm blood around your throat begins to drain from it.
Yeah.
You take an additional 12 points of necrotic damage, and your maximum hit points are currently reduced by 12.
Oh, they're sucking life out of you.
Okay.
Oh shit! If they get you down to nothing, you become a vampire.
It's your turn.
So he's holding me, right?
Yeah.
He currently has you. Actually, this will be part of his unarmed attack. No, he's not had you grapple currently. No,
Doesn't have
he
me
did
grapple.
damage. No, he's kind of over the shoulders.
Okay. That's a bonus action.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to use cunning action, rogue's cunning action, to disengage, which means nobody can swipe at me if I run.
Correct.
Beautiful.
There's a window. Last week you said there was a window to the courtyard.
There are 2 windows on each side of the room right there.
Okay.
Aha.
I'm running straight at the window, and as I run, I just, past them. Don't go anywhere near her, and I'm using dash.
As your action.
Yeah, and I'm just leaping out the window and saying, Jenga.
As you run past, you can see there's this moment where it's almost like they're just letting it happen. There's no momentary aggression or frustration to this as you dart and out the window, falling from the 2nd story. Go ahead and make an acrobatics check.
Oh, God.
Good.
Yeah.
That is a 30.
That's a
32.
That's it.
Okay.
Great use of an acrobatics check. I will. This is debatable. I always say that, like, my rule of thumb is always you make a dex save for things that happen to you. You make checks for things that you do. And so normally falling would be considered a dex save because most of the time you are falling against your will, or at least you're hitting the ground against your will. But for a maneuver like this, I actually think that this is a fantastic ask of acrobatics. Because this is like a specific maneuver of, like, you know, jumping through the window, probably, you know, rolling. Like, Vax is anticipating and trying to control the fall. So I think it is completely reasonable and probably accurate and correct to use acrobatics here. I want to point that out. It might seem very obvious, but I see so often checks used where saving throws should be, and even more specifically, I see acrobatics used constantly when, like, athletics or sleight of hand or, like, a lot of other things should be used. Acrobatics is one of those catch-all skills in my experience. But I think that this is one of the ultimate examples of a great acrobatics check and play. I bet Liam went back, watched the stream to mark down everything Matt said and analyzed for a week. Bro, I would have. If I'd been Liam, oh man, I would have been thinking about that. Because I do love that Liam said, last week you said there were windows, right? And it's like, oh, Liam, they're right there on the they're right there on the map, which I totally agree, Robin. Makes me think that he's been thinking about this. This has been roaming around in his head all week.
Do I even stop running?
You hit the ground with a tumble, and you get up and you continue to move forward.
Parkour!
Parkour! So at this point,
I might still give him some damage, honestly, but the roll and the acrobatics check are going to wildly mitigate it. Maybe taking it to half, maybe even taking it to a quarter. I do still like the idea of giving him a little bit of damage just to represent the risk of what he just did. But I love the acrobatics check, especially being that high, negating most, if not all of it.
You push into the courtyard now. You can see there's the cobblestone kind of road that surrounds the outskirts of the palace. There are a few bits of light, and you can see there's the carriage they came in. Horse is still attached, and the younger man who kind of led them inside, who was riding the coach, is like kind of almost napping on the front, who's now looking over spooked at the sound of shattering glass as it clatters and around you.
Nice.
So that ends your turn. Everyone else, you hear Jenga whispered through. Those of you who have the earrings on.
He's in trouble.
Game time!
Let's go.
Wait, what's going on?
And now we hear shattering glass, don't we?
Do we hear
Not
it?
from this part of the palace. You're too far away from it.
I start running towards the door to grab weapons, and
too.
I'm saying into my ear, "Where are you? What's going on?"
I'm by the bartender saying, I ordered a large, please. Can I have a slightly larger one, please? Oh shit!
I turn it into, I'm gonna go eagle, and I start scouting the halls, looking for him.
Okay.
And I'm running with them towards the door.
I don't know what. Am I able to talk further? I don't know how much this is combat rounds.
That's about as much as you got out from this combat round.
Yeah. Okay.
So it was a very, very quick series of. It took all your effort to even get out of that situation.
She and I are booking it for the door.
Yeah, we're booking.
And see, again, like, especially while Vax is in initiative, but everyone else isn't, like, even if they're not going to be on a map, like, say you haven't drawn a map for the hallways, the intro places, whatever, still having them go into initiative just so you can control, like, okay, you get, like, your one action, your one thing you want to do. And so they're not, like, stepping over each other trying to, you don't want it to be the loudest person that talks goes first. That's not really what you want in this sort of situation. So I think putting them all in initiative, or even just putting them all in some turn order. So just saying, like, okay, we're not even going to have you roll initiative, but you guys get, one action per round of Vax's initiative. Like, do your one thing and we'll go down the list. I think that can also work. Also, Akila's shape changes. Very nice.
For the weapons.
You guys go for it. You run towards the front, and the weapons are being held in this kind of storage area off to the side that is used for storing weaponry and armor for people who arrive and shouldn't be wearing them in very social events. So you guys head that way. You're getting a big drink.
Yep.
I'm heading to wherever I saw the Briarwoods taking off whenever they were leaving. Like, down
Actually,
that
did you
hall.
turn into an eagle?
I
Can you
did.
carry me?
No,
Damn it,
I
never
don't think
mind.
so.
For her,
We're
yeah.
big. can take the gnomes.
It's fine. I gotta go get my gun anyway.
So you burst through the hall and head up the way. As you do, you can see some of the other servants kind of glance around suddenly. As you kind of whoosh up the stairs.
I poop on one of them as I go over.
Okay.
Why would you poop on a
As you're
servant?
gliding up the staircase leading to the second floor, there are two servants. One kind of darts out of the way. The other is kind of looking.
Well, it's one of the Brightwood servants, right? Or
No,
is it one
these are
of-
servants.
these are
Oh no, I want to save it for if I fly over one of
I
the
did
Brightwood
it.
ones.
No, it's already done.
The shit's been loose.
Never mind, it's fine.
We'll let it go. So as you
time.
coast up,
Oh, I was just waiting for it. I was putting my finger on the trigger, just waiting for this, but I think we've brushed past it.
releasing your
That's true.
your avian payload. On the stairs, you can see, looking kind of jarred and confused, a human woman, brown hair, freckles, kind of mousy looking servant, kind of looks up and reaches up as you kind of spatter the side of her shoulder.
Oh,
That's so sad.
That's me saying sorry.
I see what's going on.
Will never be clean.
You're flying. I cast fly myself. I follow suit behind her. And as I'm passing by the person she shot on, I cast prestidigitation. Sorry about that. And then,
Okay. The keyless spatter vanishes through arcane means. However, the servant begins to
person
give
just had a
chase up
weird
the stairs
day.
after you guys. Not angrily, but just like following to see where the action's going.
what's going on?
All right, you head over and meet up with them to grab
Yeah.
your weaponry. Oh, your weaponry was probably on you from the
Bad news
hiding it.
was
So,
not.
oh, bad news was not. No, so you go ahead and you grab
Yeah.
bad news and pull it off the side. That's your guys'
Don't
action
put
now.
it in there,
So, as you are out front,
That's not what we're doing.
uh,
Knock you out before that.
Lady Briarwood's
We're running towards the room.
right at the window.
That hallway.
Kind of looks down for a second.
Yeah, and Matt's sort of doing what I described, but I would make it more explicit. I don't know. He's keeping track of it in his head, but as a DM, something that I learned, and maybe it's just for me, maybe Matt's better, which possibly, because I've got the ADHD, I've got it. Maybe Matt doesn't, but for me, I have to externalize all of it. So I can't keep track of their order and like who's gone in the round, like all up here. I have to externalize it. I have to put it on something. I have to make it clear. Note cards, whatever. And so maybe that's just a different strokes for different folks. He seems to be handling it. Like, I think everyone's gone this time. I don't think we've really addressed what Grog's doing, but maybe he just said he was going with Vex. So yeah, I don't know. Maybe that advice is a little biased.
And I need you to go ahead and make another
I
wisdom
don't know
saving throw.
that. I'm not metagaming. Like other people we might.
That's a 13.
A 13. So as you get up, you say, Jinga. Familiar feel comes over you as your muscles once again lock into place and you kind of fall over.
I'm sorry, wait, huh? Was Orion yelling at her for metagaming? Is that what I just heard?
We're running towards the room.
Right at the window.
That hallway.
Kind of looks down for a second and I need you to go ahead and make another
I
wisdom
don't
saving
know
throw.
that. I'm not metagaming. Like other people we might.
That's a
Oh no, she's throwing shade. She's saying, I don't know that. I'm not going to metagame. Interesting. Good setup.
13. So as you get up, you say, Jinga. Familiar feel comes over you as your muscles once again lock into place and you kind of fall over from the momentum of the run, going face down into the cold, like kind of dew-covered grass in this courtyard area, unable to move.
Rich.
In a similar dash fashion and leaping out of the broken window that you left, Lord Briarwood onto the ground next to you, like 3-point landing, kind of stands up over you with this grin. That will be his turn though.
Superhero landing.
At this point in time, one of the bookcases, or the you hear this sound real fast, this sound of wood being slammed open, and a surprise noise. That's all you hear from your perspective in the distance. All right, so as you guys get your weapons, you begin going where?
I guess running towards the Briarwoods room. That's
Okay, that's where you saw them leave. All right, so
Yeah.
so you guys head up the stairway, falling behind where you saw Keyleth and Tiberius rush off to. Are you following?
Stairs, it would only be applicable for 5 more episodes max. Oh man, it would only get up to like a 20. If I'd been doing it from the beginning, however, might have been
Yeah, I
higher.
put my mug down and I start, little leg waddling towards them. and as I go, I'm gonna send a message. I use message to who's the guy who
My name is Vax.
No, not
Silas?
Liam. Silas? No, not Silas. Seeker Assam.
Hassam?
Secret assume with message. I believe the person has to be within visual range.
Oh.
Wait, no, you can pass through solid objects. Familiar with the target and nobody on the barrier. So it's
know where it
120
is?
foot though. You don't know how
I
far.
don't know
So
where
you
it
get a
is.
shot.
Okay, so I just say something's gone awry. We may need you right away.
Okay.
And
Messages
We'll have
delivered
to
out in space.
rewatch,
Hopefully, find
yeah.
the recipient.
as I'm running towards the Briarwoods room, I start shouting Uriel and grab a servant and say, Go find Uriel. Tell him there's enemies within the gates. In the castle.
The servant connect. Oh,
Now!
Yes, Lady Vex, right away, and then runs off. You guys coast up the stairs. Right as you reach the top of the hallway, over here you can see there are 2 guards that are currently standing at the door.
I stay at the front door.
Is the door open?
The door is currently closed. But you guys both, you're in eagle form, so you're gonna be doing like eagles do. Whoosh. I'll say you're about there.
Those are the
So you're a
guards?
little bit ahead
Those
of
are the
that.
guards.
Sweet.
There's the 2 guards right there.
These guys up?
Okay, at this point now,
These guys up?
as
yeah.
as this happened, I need you guys to go ahead and roll initiative.
Nice. 13 plus 17. That's good for you.
It's okay. Yeah, thanks, Percy. It's 10.
17.
Double digits. Well done, you.
Well done, you.
And Keyleth.
It's been a week.
I know. I love
Keyleth, you
you.
got 10, you said?
Yes.
Oh God, I'm gonna die.
Okay. So, that current circumstance, that brings us, as they're rushing up, you would be finishing off the end of the last round, so you now,
Another wisdom.
you can make another wisdom.
I failed it.
Okay. You can like just see the little bit of moonlight up in the sky, and it's kind of this ominous image of not knowing if your friends are coming, not knowing what's happening. All you know is you cannot move your physical form, and looming over you is Lord Briarwood, kind of standing and getting to move into Neil. That'll end your turn. All right. That brings us to the top of the round. This brings us to Lady Delilah is now going to step out of the glass, kind of leap down, trying to catch herself, and falls flat on her ass. Like smacks on, gets herself up from the ground. Yeah, she used the rest of her movement, just getting back up from prone at that point.
How very just we
So she's right there, but you see now in the window above her a small humanoid figure, familiar one, that was waiting for you earlier in the foyer, who apparently was hiding inside one of the dressers inside the room.
Secret.
Is there. Lady Briarwood is going to take the rest of her turn. She has 1 action left.
Creep. Awesome.
Did this. She looks over to you.
Oh, shit. Oh, no.
Says, when we mark a target, it does not escape, I'm afraid. Let's see what this does.
Wait,
Alright, I need you to make another Constitution saving throw.
About 9.
Roll a different. Start rolling different dice.
That doesn't do anything.
Yes, it does.
It's random. The universe is random and doesn't care about you and me.
Alright, so
That is true.
Life lessons by
For
Critical
proving
Role.
anything tonight.
Stay in school, kids.
There's.
Nothing matters.
Oh.
A lot of rolls.
Objection.
Stop rolling.
okay, you take
I mean, it's a hard, right, John? When you're this is still, it's okay for this to not, for funny things to break the tension sometimes, because we're still in a fun D&D game. But when you're making a Netflix TV show, it starts being less cool for the for the dramatic tension to break with her falling flat.
34 points of necrotic damage.
I'm unconscious.
What already?
Yeah, but it's I've been knocked down in ages, so it's not. equal to talking about-
Also, a PC goes unconscious. Damn. 25 people watching? Oh my goodness, what's up, everybody? I didn't even notice. I don't have the graph up. I had the map up in front of it. Hello. What?
It's not
You're
even
unconscious, and then when it comes back to your next turn, you have to make a death saving throw if you fail 3.
Right, so it's only if it exceeds my hit point maximum if I'm killed outright. So I'm unconscious.
You are unconscious.
Hey guys, I'm unconscious.
Yeah.
So that means he never got his "I'm right here" message out.
No.
But we know he's in the room. That's where we're all heading.
Well, he's
We
out.
follow
He's not in the room.
I'm at the front
He's
door.
in
We
the
don't
front yard at this point.
We just said Jenga.
So we're heading to the room.
As-
Wait,
Let turns happen.
wait. As that happens, and as
I thought it was really cheesed at a bouncy castle to land on in the show. Yeah. That's how they solved it. Is she still landed on her ass, but it was cool because she like bounced off and and then landed on her feet, so it was actually super dope. What up, Summer? Stream crashes? Yeah. The fact that we have this many people means that we're about to start having internet troubles. And if we did, I would know that there's something cursed.
my consciousness fades away, I don't say anything, but here's what I think in a split second. Okay? I think of my friends
Oh.
that I've spent so much time with. I think of Keyleth. Beautiful. Walking under the trees.
What?
I think of my twin sister. As a young girl, folding linens with our mother. I think of my sister as an adolescent in lessons, smarter than me. I think of the woman that she grew into, hiking over many, many many miles together.
What are we doing right now, Leo?
My best friend. My best friend. Vexalia. And before I can think no more, I say a prayer to Sarenrae to watch over my friends and keep them safe.
Go ahead and make a wisdom saving throw.
Liam is in vamp mode. He loves drama. Dude, also get fucked everyone but Keyleth and Vex. That's so funny that Vex got the it makes sense for Vex to get all of that, but Keyleth getting the sole call out. Everyone else go fuck yourself. Don't care about you a smidge.
Okay. With that thought cast out, the darkness swallows your vision, and unconsciousness takes you into the cold, wet grass on the floor of the courtyard surrounding the palace. A small shiver runs down your spine, Vex. A feeling you haven't felt before. A feeling of sudden and immediate, sourceless dread. And in that instant, you know there is almost no time.
Can I use Hunter's Mark then and sense where Lady Briarwood is at that moment?
Yeah, she is actually, at this point, beyond the palace walls. You can sense, like knowing the palace wall, and you've been through this a while, you were expecting the second floor. It's that direction, but it's just outside the walls of the palace. And you guys just got your weapons.
I
and
take off
just
running
getting
that
stairs.
direction.
Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and have people who haven't rolled initiative yet, go ahead and roll initiative just so I can put you on the timing chart here.
Yeah, okay. There we go. Just a turn or two behind me is okay. Matt's we're on the same page. It's just he was, which I understand. You know, sometimes you just want to keep the drama moving, the action moving. He's a little bit more focused on the narrative plot than the actual characters' interactions within it, which is not like, I'm not saying that he's not considering that. It's just like, you know, prioritizations. It would have been like a 10-minute monologue if he mentioned everyone. Well, true, but that's why it would have been understandable if he was just thinking about Vex. It's the fact that he also just did Keyleth. It wasn't like Vex and no one else. It wasn't like Vex, Keyleth, Grog, I'm off into darkness. It was just Keyleth, Vex, done. Just a reminder to new people in the stream that Mega has a Discord and there's a spoilers channel where we can freely talk about CR things. True. So true, John. Yeah, if you're not in the Discord, join it. It seems like people are pretty active. I wouldn't know. I've never been in that channel. I have it muted. But yeah, full CR spoilers in there. Shilling? Yes, sir. I don't think you can shill for your own product, especially if you all know that it's my own product. I don't think that's what shilling is. I've watched one Folding Ideas video, so I know. Oh man, but he loves her. No, I'm so happy that happened. It's just very funny that it went Keyleth, Vex, no one else. Half bearded, half shaved.
17. All right.
That would have been so fucking funny, Ed, if he's giving this dramatic, like this dramatic speech, and he's going through all of them, like, Scanlan, so short of halt, yet tall of heart, and blah, 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 and then Grog, half bearded, half shaved. What a fucking idiot. And just like, that would have been such a funny bit.
17, look at you guys.
16.
Alrighty.
I hadn't rolled actually before that.
And was that?
I hadn't rolled initiative yet.
Oh, then go ahead and launch.
18.
Scanlan shitting on those beds.
And as you guys are coming up into the hallway at this point, let's see. All right, so Vex and Grog, you guys rush out into the courtyard area, making your way out to the front. Some of the guards can see you dart by, and they go to stop you, but they see you going, when they go, and they recognize you and let you pass. So that will be for Scanlan, Grog, and Vexalia. Your turn is making your way around to the outside. You're using a full run action. You haven't crested the outside of the palace yet. You don't see anything, but you're starting to make your way around the corner.
Can I use my earring?
Okay.
And I tell Keyleth and Tiberius that I think they're outside the palace walls.
I do love, so it's kind of impossible to know because we didn't see the game and the gameplay from pre-stream. But I like to think that something that Matt just did there that I think is really cool, especially as you progress along in a campaign, is to narrate things that used to be issues. So right there, he narrated, the guards start to go to stop you, but then they recognize you. It's a small thing, but acknowledging the player's journey in that way is so much more interesting and fun than if there just hadn't been guards there, right? Because when they're level 1s, 2s, 3s, no one knows them for fuck all. Them rushing around, weapons drawn in the middle of what seems like the palace grounds is would have been cause for like jail time. But they're the heroes of Amon. They have Grey Skull Keep right outside the city. Like, they are well known to the point where they're getting invited to these, crazy political dinners. So they have this implicit trust even amongst the police or the militia or the guards or whatever, and acknowledging that journey, all of the work that they've done. This is a teeny tiny reward for it. But sprinkling in those rewards can be fantastic reminders and just like cool moments for the players of like, fuck, like if we'd been in this situation, we would have had to like, go through those guards. That would have been like a significant delay. Even like, maybe the first time we save him on, maybe they don't immediately arrest us, but they still question us. Now at this point, we've saved the city, we have all this stuff, we're friends with Gilmore, like they've invested time and effort and energy into this city, and that effort that they've invested is paying off in them just getting to blow past obstacles that they would have to encounter in other cities still. They would have to encounter anywhere but here, because this is their home. This is their Iman. It's very cool. It's very, very neat. Again, I don't know if that's exactly what Matt was going for, but Matt could have just made the way blank, and instead he didn't, and I think it's good. I think of Tibbs and turn towards the darkness. I reach for the light rather than stay here and face him. Fade away with a smile.
Copy that. Wait, did I hear that?
Do you have your visa door?
Yeah.
Then yeah, you would.
And I don't run. I dimension door outside the palace wall.
Okay. I will say, go ahead and make an intelligence check. Just roll a d20 and add your intelligence modifier.
Following you.
Not good. Oh, wait.
Seeing how fast she's running, I go into a rage.
Oh, wait.
Okay.
It says I have advantage on intelligence saving throws. This is not a saving throw.
It's a check.
Okay, then no. 8.
8? Okay. So you managed to dimension door.
Into an outhouse.
Wrong.
As opposed to being directly outside, because you haven't seen this part of the house, you're not really out in visual range. You haven't visited the side. You end up trying to come over into this.
I forgot. Everyone's that's on the stream right now. I've got my comment question. Comment question specifically for people that don't know the preceding plot, which I don't know how many of you there are. I know like Undead King is one of them. But anyone who also hasn't seen the show, I gave my predictions for what I thought the plot was going to be in this blue segment. What do you think the plot will be? And for anyone else, anyone that has seen the show, which I think is probably most of you, what is... Ooh, I'll have to think of the question because I only want to ask legitimate questions for the comments. So I'll have to think of a question for other people, but I thought that was interesting. Lol, not a lot of people. Hey, man, it's probably like 3 out of the 26. I think a 10th might be a little bit much, honestly. Maybe 2. Nearly 6-year critters, so can't answer. Yeah. Grog rages, Scanlan poop jokes. Oh, yeah, Grog does rage. Grog would like to rage. Nearly... A la BLM, get in the comments. Get in the comments!
Area. You end up appearing right up here inside the room, looking at the window, and you can see down. Suddenly you look about, you're in this room. To the left of you is Seeker Asum, who doesn't even notice you're there. He's kind of currently putting away a crossbow. Looking out the glass window, you can see down with just a little bit of light that's down in the courtyard. You see Lord Silas Briarwood looming over what looks to be the currently unconscious body of Vaxilon.
That's right, it's dark outside.
Yes, it is. Bringing us back to this point now, that's you guys' turn. Tiberius, you're up.
Does anyone have eyes on Vax? Anyone?
I do.
Scanlan!
Do I?
Yeah, you do.
He's up to the window.
Yeah, you do.
Okay. I think I do.
Where are you, Scanlan?
Inside the room. I don't know what...
tell me, get in the comments, everybody, and tell me about the best villain you've ever had in a game that you've run, in a game that you've played in. If you can't think of any good ones in a game that you've watched, make it a non-CR one so it's no spoilers. But tell me about your favorite villain, because I don't know, from what it looks like, the Briarwoods might be gone way sooner than I thought.
Where I am.
So we'll need to start ideating some new interesting villains.
I don't know where I am. It's a nice looking room.
I'm gonna zoom in the chambers. I'll be right there. Fireball to those guys right there.
Right there?
Yeah.
All right, go ahead and roll damage.
Firewood servants.
Oh, those guys.
Yeah, did not make their saving throws. I did them.
But I want to say, right before that, I wiggle my decanter of water and I start charging it like, that's it. And then I do fireball.
Okay.
What?
Decanter of water?
Yeah,
It looked like
endless
you
water.
rubbed your nipple a little bit.
Okay. So roll your damage on that.
How much is that? Just right here. Oh.
Will that also open up, widen up the hole into that room?
That's what we'll see, I guess.
Nice.
Hopefully. Nice.
Oh.
Real
Oh,
nice.
nice.
Or you can just make a big wall of fire.
I'm gonna.
And it burns,
Nope.
burns,
These
burns.
are just douchebags.
They're just
Okay.
douchebags.
A wall of fire.
Okay, what is that?
Okay, so it's, 15.
Oh. You know, I didn't realize when I was asking for comments that you guys can't comment on the video and or on the live stream. Like, you can't comment until it's a VOD. Interesting. Okay, so I'll save my comments calls for the end. Or actually, I should put it at the beginning and at the end so that people that are watching the VODs do it now. Oh, this is confusing. I don't know. Metagaming. Yeah, not till it posts, I was going to come back, lol. Yeah. Huh, interesting. Okay. Well, please do come back, anyone that's here. And anyone that's in the VOD, it's your time to shine.
35.
35? Okay. One of them gets blasted and thrown almost off his feet and pushed back from the sheer force. 5
Oh, that's such a good idea, SSH.
for that direction. The one that's the side of the doorway, who was already at 1 hit point, barely brought from being knocked unconscious by,
right.
actually hear scream, "Ah!" and just turned to ash, with charred armor left clattering across the ground.
What about the door?
Both doors are blown open from the explosion.
And I rush right in.
A large portion of the room is currently like singed with black. What's your fly speed on
30
fly?
feet.
30 feet? All right, so you can go. That's as far as you can get that turn.
Can that dude see me from where I am?
He can currently see you.
Good. I turn him like, you better get the hell out of my way! And that's my turn.
Okay. Let's make an intimidation check.
Oh, cool.
It's underway.
That's my turn.
That's,
Oh, yeah.
23.
From what you can see, like the helmet itself kind of guards part of the face, but you can see from like the charred, slightly angered, gritting, expression on his mouth. So he looks at you as you shout that. The grittiness goes away, and the jaw kind of opens slack and takes 2 instinctual steps back.
Oh, that's interesting, Robin. I didn't even think about that. I just straight up forgot that vampires can't cross running water. Interesting. We'll have to see if it comes up. I mean, by the fact that you're saying it's speculated, I'm guessing that it doesn't make a difference. That's very interesting. Yeah. Because I mean, there's 2 layers there of like, would Tiberius know that? And then number 2, Ryan has, or not Ryan, Orion has no idea that they're vampires yet. That's very, very interesting. Didn't Tiberius kill an innocent Amon guard? Yep, totally. Does in fact seem that way. Although, actually, maybe those guards were Briarwood guards? I was unclear on that because they seemed to take orders from Lord and Lady Briarwood, like immediately. They were Briarwood guards. Okay, I mean, still debatable of how guilty or culpable they are because they're just guards. So the moral accountability of PCs is a long conversation for a more clear example. It was the only thing that makes sense with a magic water flask. Yeah, I mean, it is odd. He has used the decanter before in other times, so it's not. That's why it didn't really tip me off, is I was like, oh yeah, like he's used it before. That kind of makes, I don't know, like it just didn't tick my brain. But you're right. I don't know. I don't know what else. He also, like, maybe he's like, oh, I'll blast him out the window, but he doesn't know there are windows, and I don't know. Yeah, vampires can't cross running water. Ghosts can't attack anyone or anything within a salt circle. Oh, interesting. Robin, are you suggesting that Marisha's shade comment to Orion was about metagaming holds water? Oh, that would make sense. I thought her metagaming comment was just going to be about like positioning stuff. Like I thought he was like asking her to like cut across to like a closer room or something. But that would make a lot of sense if she was saying, no metagaming in terms of the water. Huh. Interesting.
Into the hallway.
Run,
Does
bitch.
not appear to be interested in threatening what just blew his friend into ashes.
Cremated him.
Peeking out just goes.
All right. From behind you, as you're flying over, you see the servant comes rushing up, the female one that you saw earlier on the stairway, rushing forward, seemingly with an intense look of what went from curiosity to now engrossed in this current circumstance. Kit, if you want to go ahead and take a place.
Wait, what's going on?
Wait,
What do we see? What's going on?
What just happened?
This is where she comes in.
We're just gonna sit. We're just gonna sit right here.
Who's this person?
Oh, I'm really sorry I pooped on you. I didn't know I was shitting on you.
I cleaned you up, don't worry.
You never know who you're shitting on.
That's true.
Can I ask a question?
Lessons of life.
Trinket.
that.
I
What?
didn't say I left him at home. Did he
It
like
was a
wait outside of the
formal
palace
dinner.
during the formal dinner?
Trinket would not be at the dinner per se.
But he would have stayed outside of the palace, right?
Trinket would probably be kept somewhere near the.
Dude, that's so wild. So before stream started, I kind of did this just to see if there were any people missing for bingo. Because I was like, okay, if people are missing, I'll have to, customize the prompts, make sure that they're not in here. And I saw 8 players, and in the little thumbnail, I just thought it was Pike. I just assumed that it would be that Pike was gonna come back for a sec. What? That's crazy. You won't do that again, did you? Yeah. That's so crazy.
Stables, a proper place where the people can watch over your
He
animals.
eats at the table with us all the time.
Yeah, but Uriel.
Not in the middle of the Grand Hall of the Palace of Tal'Dorei, sorry.
It's a boy. She taught him to sit in a chair.
So, as you rush in, you see this giant fireball blast through the middle of the hallway. 2 of the guards are sent off to the side. There's this hurried look and this shout. And you've seen these individuals throughout the palace before, and they're part of the council. You've always kept a distance from them, just kind of keeping, you're a servant to the palace. You want to keep up appearances for many reasons. However, right now, suddenly there's this rush of energy and kind of this general sense of dread in this corner of the palace. And for the most part, just judging by this,
I know. Well, I didn't. I was like, when I saw the 8th person, I didn't put the Pike stuff in. Because I was like, oh, like, I don't know how involved she'll be. Like, in my head, I was like, oh, she's probably like maybe it was like unplanned, and so like Pike's not there, but she's just sitting at her spot. Like, I just didn't really think about it. I was mostly looking for absences. I was like, okay, is there less than 7? And then I didn't see less than 7, and I did not think about it beyond that. That's wild.
you didn't like the Briarwoods when they arrived, and you think things are going on here. So, what are you going to do with your turn?
Can I join in the fray?
Oh, yeah, well, you're right over here in the hallway. It's kind of hard to see from this perspective here, but you're right over here.
Okay.
I also do think that there is only 2 Pike prompts. So it was unlikely that she was even gonna show up. All right, Megan, IMHO, that was at how they don't know what room Vax is being attacked in. For all they know, he's in the kitchens. Accurate. I mean, there's some amount of knowledge of, they know that he called Jenga. They're there to come after the evil Briarwoods. I think that there's an amount of assuming that you can do that he is probably interacting with the Briarwoods, and it is most likely in the direction that the Briarwoods went. And when they go that way, they see Briarwood guards outside. Like, I can get there from like a metagaming, but they don't know where the Briarwoods are staying. They saw them walk off down a hallway, and then there's, guards with their livery outside. Like, I can... Oh, that's right. They knew his plan was to sneak into the Briarwoods room. Oh, did they know that? I didn't even remember that they knew that. If they knew that, I can definitely get there. Yeah, I mean, that's one of those metagaming things where, like, I can make it make sense in my mind. Like, it has verisimilitude, where it's like, you know, it's not like the most realistic thing, but I can get there. The decanter of water is kind of weird. It's very weird of like, why would they ever do that? Timer reminder, you're right. I'm just gonna move on.
Who is this person who's just joined us? For the audience, do you know?
This is Kit Buss, who's our official artist for Critical Role. Who's in from the UK to join us for one session.
That's the United Kingdom, where the real accents come from.
Yeah.
She's going to be doing the worst American accent.
What's going on around here?
So you're over here. Okay. There's one door over here, and these doors are blown open into what seems to be where all the energy's kind of going. You have a good sense of the flow of energy and emotional tension, and right now everything's kind of pushing in that direction.
Okay, could I use my turn to dash to get through the doors?
Let's see. That'll get you right there. You can just look past the doors, and they're blown open, and that'll be your turn there.
That's perfect.
But as you glance inside, you can see the no member of Vox Machina is there currently at the edge of one window. The left window is shattered on this side, and Secret Awesome, who's another part of the council, is right at that. He looks over his shoulder and looks at you and goes like, you see, like, what are you doing? No, go, stupid servant. That's your turn. Okay. All right. That brings us to Percy.
Where am I?
So you were rushing outside with them, or rushing up the stairs?
Rushing outside with them.
Where am
you'll
I?
just catch up with them. They're kind of on the outskirts, just cresting around the side of the palace here. All right.
What, am I just there, or am I off the map?
You're in theory like off the map on this side. I'll get to that shortly. You're rushing as fast as you can, but you just exit the front of the palace and kind of spend your whole turn rushing as fast as you can around the side. It's a long distance, and putting all the energy.
I have very long range.
I understand, but you have no visual, unfortunately. All right, that brings us to Silas.
Damn it. That dick.
All right. No, not Silas. This is before Silas is the Secret. So Secret Awesome.
Secret Awesome?
I hope he's awesome.
He's pretty awesome. He's going to leap down here.
Don't be an ass.
Make an ass of you and me.
He's gonna make his own acrobatics check, which he does for flying colors, because rangers are cool like that.
Ranger.
An old ranger.
Lands immediately and angrily rushes forward, like, no! And kind of attempts to feint into an attack. And as kind of Lord Briarwood kind of puts up his hand to attempt to deflect with preternatural speed, out of the way, Awesome has instead reached down and grabbed the unconscious body of Vax, and is going to attempt to move you away from here. Silas does get an attack of opportunity against you.
Oh, shit.
That's a 7. That's a 16.
Do I make a death saving throw? Or
Yeah,
my
what's
armor
your
class?
So this is what's your armor class? 'Cause right now
17.
17. Unconscious. I'll say there's no dex bonus to that because you can't move out of the way, so that would be 15.
What? Okay. How is his? Oh, because he's wearing his armor. He's wearing his armor. So I was like, how is his armor class 17? That's crazy. But if he's wearing his armor, definitely could be. But he definitely still gets his dex bonus. That is not negated because he's unconscious, at least to my knowledge. Him being unconscious and prone gives people advantage on attacks, and they're auto crits if they land. But I don't think there's anything to do with I don't think there's anything like of taking away his dex bonus.
Oh, sorry, 12. So it hits you. I already rolled for that. So you immediately take a death saving throw instantaneously.
Wait, like he doesn't get to roll?
Yes,
No, I roll.
So you failed one.
Failed one. It just fails. Yep.
All right.
Fails 2.
All right. Now it is Silas's turn.
Oh my gosh, I'm gonna need the rules lawyer tie. Yeah, you take 2 death saves.
And wait,
No.
That was Secret. Now it's
No.
That was Secret.
Secret turn, so I was about to
Nope.
take a turn.
I mean, look, I agree, SSH, but that was there's a weird dichotomy here of like he made him easier to hit, but also made the hit do less. Like, that's fine. It's definitely not raw. If you want to extend death saves, make them a little bit less brutal, that's fine. This is generally more forgiving to the player, which I know that Matt is somewhat known for. Shut up! Don't remind him, Mega.
Sal's got to get a free attack even down at range to try and hit him.
Nope.
Taz rushes up to join the fray there. He's going to.
Yeah, I think it's definitely not like attacking Vax there. Like, okay, this is something that I sort of hit on during the Grog pit fight of, like, I liked the ending of the Grog pit fight of the enemy choosing to dodge and bonus action attack, even though by pretty much all battle metrics, when you like work out the math in D&D, it probably would have been better for him to attack and just like hope to get past Grog's defenses, because he knows that Grog has 3 attacks. So giving them disadvantage is not worth it. But it was a call that, although maybe inaccurate or like not optimal, felt right in the situation for the character, like the NPC. And it also felt it felt good within the narrative, like plot. It felt like there was still a risk of Grog dying because of the unarmed attack, but it gave Grog another chance to pull this out. So I really, really like all of that. This is sort of the opposite of that, of like the vampire attacking Vax just to kill him when he's already very clearly outed is a very odd decision. He should run, he should attack the Seeker, he should do one of a multitude of other things. Yeah, I don't know. Isn't dragging someone considered forced movement, so no attack of opportunity? Yes, also. Also, didn't even get to that. Yes. Yeah, forced movement, no attacks of opportunity. So, yeah, all just weird. I believe Matt screwed up death saves for a while. I don't know if it changes it later, or if he changes death saves for C2. I mean, I'm sure that there's still some Pathfinder weirdness, because I know that they handle death and downing differently. Yeah. So that's yeah. Whole bag of oddities there. Yeah, I don't know.
Let's see.
But it happens.
He's going to look towards Seeker Asum and say, "This quarrel is not with you." As Asum kind of looks over his shoulder.
Why?
Asum relaxes his grip. Relaxes his body and kind of stands to attention, and just hear him say, "My apologies, I did not mean to meddle." And seems to be kind of stepping out of the fray.
Seeker Asum is?
Yes. That's a charm action to get him out of that. That'll be Zaz's turn.
Yeah, I'm sure he had no idea about all the mistakes he made, yeah.
That brings us to Keyleth.
Okay, I'm going to go double my speed, which my flight speed is 80 feet right now, and I'm gonna head towards to pick up Scanlan.
Okay, I will say, go ahead and make a just general dexterity check. You're flying in a very tight corners here. There's just a giant eagle flowing through.
He said the room was very large last week. He said it was very large.
Dexterity as my eagle form, right?
Yep.
12?
12? Okay, that's fine.
Okay.
You clip a wing, it hurts, and you wince at the impact, but you manage to just kind of make your way in there. As you whoosh, whoosh come down, you grab Scanlan, but there's not a lot of room here to get, much lift or air, so you're now kind of clutching your gnome by this.
Would I get a save?
Do you not want to be grabbed by her?
Well, I don't know. She's there.
That's true.
So I don't know what's grabbing me.
I mean, you've seen me turn
into
a
giant
I'm not even looking at you. All I hear is
Yeah, I'm aware of his like death rules, which I do think are interesting. I like the idea of like an escalating revivify check in settings where clerics and temples are very prevalent. I think that that's totally fine. And not just fine, good even. But I think that this is just this is a classic, like, oh, they've only been playing 5e for like 4 months. You can cut them some slack. The decision was weird, but also I'm that whole interaction between Awesome and Briarwood was also odd. I can't tell if Assum is just like trying to play it cool or what? So maybe there's a little bit more to that than meets the eye. We'll have to see.
Go ahead, make an insight check.
Insight check?
Yes.
Okay. Not good. 5.
5, okay. Yeah, you see this giant eagle comes screeching into the room, talons out, and starts coming at you with talons. So be mindful of that. Something out a grapple.
I thought it was clear he was charmed. Oh, maybe. I didn't even think of that, Robin. Oh, okay. All right. Oh, shit. Okay, man, I'm the dumb one.
Contest. So go ahead and make an athletics check.
That's fair. I should have thought of that. I'm curious how this will all play out because it definitely seems like Vax is so fucked. Like, there's no way that they're gonna kill the Briarwoods. So I think my prediction about them like hunting the Briarwoods either through the city or through the forest is gonna be accurate, but we'll see. I'm pretty sure Matt said something about a charm action just then. Welp. Son of a bitch, didn't totally missed that.
Yeah.
Gnomes would have to watch out for large birds. Yeah, like dachshunds or miniature poodles. Got to make sure you don't get picked up in the night.
An athletics check
Yes.
with my eagle,
Yes,
which
with
is
the
just, is that dex or strength?
Strength.
Okay, 19.
19. Go ahead and make an acrobatics check to avoid it. One other athletics, your choice. Or athletics or acrobatics, your choice.
15.
15. As much as you try to fight, the eagle grabs you. Your tiny gnome form is grasping its claws. Oh, woe is this evening.
First I got a small drink, and now this.
All right, that finishes Keel's turn. Did you make a second death saving throw?
God damn it.
I succeeded.
Okay, so you're stabilized.
Wait, I'm at 1?
Oh, not stabilized. You
Yes, I didn't die.
you didn't die. Sorry.
Didn't die more.
My apologies. All right.
That is, death saving throws are the only time where I'm totally cool with players being like, I succeeded, I failed. Because the DC for a death save is public. So they always have that knowledge. So him, normally I get a little annoyed. I'm like, oh, I definitely failed if they roll really low, but a death save is public knowledge.
Does that stay at 2?
That's good, that's good.
Vex. You
Come on,
swing
Vex.
around the corner, just getting to the outskirts in the darkness.
Right as I get outside, if I could whistle, I would whistle. But Vex can whistle,
Yep.
and she whistles for Trinket.
You're not sure what trinket is.
No,
you
but
don't
I whistle
know.
for him.
You whistle for him.
He
Okay.
knows to listen for
All right.
it.
So you want to get as close as possible to the fray?
Yes.
And I'd say as you turn the corner, that'll get you about there. And you can see now there is Seeker Asum and Lord Briarwood both kind of standing over what looks to be a small cluster of cloth. The source of the dread kind of takes.
I scream, and can I attack?
You can, yeah.
Yes, I did. Okay, if I did something that did 5 feet of that did 10 feet. I gotta look at this. What? Yeah, 10 feet. If I hit Lady Briarwood, would that hit my brother, or would that just hit Bastard Briarwood?
No, that would just hit her. Oh, then 10 feet it would hit Seeker and Silas. Yeah.
Okay, I'm doing it.
Oh, Jesus.
Lightning arrow right at her face.
Don't miss.
Okay, go for it. Roll for it.
Don't miss.
That's right.
Oh well, that's hard to tell.
That's
kind of wedged.
Yeah,
it's always a weird overall.
Try natural 20!
Yes! It comes through your veins in an attempt to vengeance at what apparently seems to be.
Now, what would really make this moment like perfect is if Orion now shouts out that he casted telekinesis. He slams the arrow into her face. He uncorks the endless stopper right now. Let's just totally ruin this. Imagine if Vex killed Vax with an arrow.
Your twin brother at death's door, you pull the arrow from back your quiver as you feel like the energy gather from the atmosphere around you. While the energy itself is like a blue crackling energy, you just see it as bright, vibrant, crimson red, and you release it with a scream towards Lady Briarwood. Go ahead and roll damage on that.
And what do I do, times 2 because of...
Yes, times 2.
So she was 32
32, alright.
damage on her. And then everybody within 10 feet
Takes.
has to make a dex save.
Oh, shit.
Alright. So, well, he doesn't
Not him?
No, that's not him. He's not in it.
So it would be...
Thank God.
Alright, so...
And Hunter's marked her.
Right, so there's additional damage. Go ahead.
Anti-Hunter's marked her.
Every little bit counts.
So the lightning hits her. It shocks her, and you see the pain come through. But for the sheer force that should have been, it seems almost like it wasn't quite as impactful as it should have been.
Electricity.
She's got some sort of magic resistance.
and
or something like that.
However, both let's see.
Some sort of
Yeah,
energy
there's two.
resist.
Lord Briarwood and Seeker Asum both fail, so they both take the additional damage.
Oh, good. Then 2d8 for them. 9. And then times 2 because it was critical? 18.
Sure, I'll.
Haggling.
Then do I get another attack though? Yes?
You do.
Okay, then I'm gonna attack with my blazing bowstring.
I mean, definitely. I think she's doubling her modifiers, which she shouldn't be. But the critical definitely, it applies to all the damage applied by the attack. So this lightning, poison, what have you. Yeah, for sure.
Natural 20 again! Inspired by my brother!
You certainly invoked the fury tonight. Bro.
It's real.
Moment to happen. All right, go ahead.
She loves me. She really does.
Dude.
This is yes, of course
All
it
right, go
is.
for it.
Okay. 8 plus 7 is 15, plus 2 for Brazers, so that's what? 17 times 2 is 34.
Hunter's Mark?
Plus his Hunter's Mark damage, which is another fucking 6. 40, no, 38 damage.
Well, she
No, it is 40, it's 40 damage.
She succeeds. Well, no, she's not concentrating because he's unconscious. Yeah, I was thinking about this, the whole purpose of it. She's not concentrating that currently because you're unconscious.
She's on fire.
But she is actually lit on fire.
Oh, which I should say what the blazing glistering does, huh? Which an additional D10 of damage for that. Would that have been in the part that was multiplied by 2?
No.
Yeah.
And is
another 6 for that.
All right.
Does Seeker assume get a save now that he's been hit to shake that charm?
It has to be damage from the allies of the person who charmed them.
Oh, okay.
So no, you guys are currently considered a threat to him. All right. So that ends your turn. That brings us to Delilah. Delilah is now on fire.
Fucking turn to these guys.
Now, Laura, Blazing Potion, is that ignite her? Does she take continuous fire damage?
Numbers are more guidelines,
Additional
really.
1d10.
Yes.
Yeah, she shrugs off the flame term.
Unironically, yes. Like, I'm making the rules lawyer. Actually, so it works like this. Blah 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 blah. But like, I don't fudge the numbers on the player side. I'm not gonna let them get away with stuff. But like, I'm fully down. I don't know if you guys have seen. I think I talked about it really briefly on a past stream about Ryan Immel's HP range. I guess mechanic. I don't know. Basically, what he does is he figures out, like the low and the high for a monster, which is, if you would roll the lowest you possibly can versus the highest you possibly can on their HP, that's their HP range. And he never lets a monster die before the low, and he never lets it live after the high. But in between there, if it feels good in the moment, and it's maybe not the exact number that he had decided on, but it's like a super cool strike, it's a crit, what have you, he'll let it go down early. Or maybe if it's like a really boring strike, that's just like incidental, or it's not as interesting, maybe he'll let it hold on for another round. Which I think is good. So like, on the note of numbers or guidelines, yeah, HP is guidelines. Like, the damage they deal is guidelines. Whatever feels good. Do damage until your ancestors tell you to stop. Add modifiers with your heart.
Angrily, she is going to.
Yeah, fuck that dress.
She sees you. As like the energy and the flame dissipate, she puts her hands out like this, and she kind of looks at you for a second, and she extends one cruel finger towards you with a look of intense hatred. I need you to make a Constitution save.
As a reaction,
Make
Max?
sure this actually. But she has to aim.
Unless it's her turn.
Double check. No, you just make a Constitution saving throw.
Okay.
As a reaction?
Okay, cool. 15. No, wait. 17.
17. Okay, that's not enough.
Not bad. Oh man, that's a lot of rolling. So much math.
You take
It's
66
Delilah's turn.
points of necrotic damage.
Oh.
As a sickly beam of black energy just streaks out from her finger, plows into your torso, and you feel as if your soul is temporarily pulled from a portion of your body. For a second there, your eyes glance past the threshold of death, and you manage to pull yourself back in.
What the fuck are these people?
Son of a bitch.
The cold resonates through the rest of your body, and all of a sudden the temperature outside, which was already pretty chilly, now feels freezing cold. Brush with the finger of death. All right, she is going to move over towards Silas right here, kind of almost getting in a protective standpoint here, glancing down at the unconscious body of Vax. That brings us to, we have Grog, Tiberius, and Scanlan. So, who wants to do?
I'm going first.
All right, what you
fucking
got?
Shit.
What you got?
I know she's got me in her fucking claws, but
You
do I
can
still
figure
have
this
eyes?
out now. Like after this whole thing, like, Keyleth, of course.
Can I still see through the window?
You can see the window right there, yeah.
Okay.
It's kind of hard at this point.
Okay, I'll use my bonus action first to cast Healing Word on Vax.
Okay.
Oh, that Vax elf.
What's the range on Healing Word?
30 feet.
Is it?
Yep.
He is not close enough to reach it. You have to move first.
Then maybe you don't want to go first. I can
Well,
take you over there.
Would I know that? Would I know?
No, you know the range of it. You'd be like, he's too far.
You can move first, can't you?
I can't move. She's holding me.
You can wait.
He can hold off.
You can hold your turn and trigger it.
I'm trying to give you a fast way down.
I know. I guess I'll hold my turn.
Okay. All right. Tiberius.
Okay. Move me an additional 30 feet because my flight is 60 feet. So that was from last turn.
Okay, so 60 feet flight. Good enough.
Let's swoop in that room. Another 60 feet. How far can I go? Can I go all the way down?
That's as far as you can get right there.
Crap balls. Can I see anything? I can't see anything. Outside?
That's the 60 foot for your movement. So yeah,
Well, I'm still flying, so can I see?
Right, from an elevated standpoint, you would probably just barely be able to see the edge of Lord Briarwood. Down there below, he would have 3/4 cover, but you can see him.
I can't see Vax?
No. Not from the angle of the window.
Charge my decanter!
I mean, whatever. You know, it's like, because I mean, okay, let's be real about what he could do if we are gonna talk about Raw. He could dash on his turn and get more movement, and then actually use fucking Sorcerer's Quicken spell for its actual use case. And use some sorcery points to move something to a bonus action. Did he really though? That was more of a song tease. That's fair. That's fair. We have to respect the sanctity of the You know what? I'm tempted to agree with SSH that it was more of a get in the comments. I'm tempted to agree with SSH that it was a song tease. I didn't even notice it until people pointed it out, which is not uncommon for things that actually happen, but I don't know if this was it. It was a tease only because Matt cut him off? Well, yeah. If I was about to grab a cup and then you cut my hand off, it's not like you grabbed it. Like, I wouldn't put grab a cup on the bingo card, would I? You're being ridiculous.
It's my turn.
Okay. All right. You can use your action to move if you want to get closer to the window.
Oh shit. Yeah. Can I do that?
Or go outside if you wanted to.
Then I can't do anything else after that, right?
I mean, this should be the end of your turn regardless.
Okay. Fine. Oh yeah. Then get me right up where I can see Vax.
Right there.
Yeah.
Okay.
Actually, scoot me one over. I can still see him from the right there. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, you can see me. Cool. So you're just kind of floating in the air, currently looking through the cracked window down at the kind of cluster of mayhem that's below. That ends Tiberius' turn. Grog.
Raging, I see Vex take off so fast. I try and catch up to her and see what's freaking her out so much. My speed is 50.
That's
Wait, no, Healing Word has a 60 feet range.
Oh, does
You
it?
said 30.
You're after me, it's okay.
30.
She did.
Sorry.
Then, well, it's all having something
How many words constitute the transition between a tease and a song? You feel it with your heart. That is my answer. You feel it in your jellies, in your bones, in your jimmies. And I did not feel it. My jimmies weren't wiggling. So no song on my bingo card.
So I take the Firebrand Warhammer with the Chain of Returning attached to it. I activate it and I throw it at Lady Delilah.
There. Okay. Yeah. What's the range on it?
It doesn't have a distance. It has a DC.
Okay.
To pull it back.
So here's what we'll do. So it works here. It's the Warhammer or Warpick. Or is it?
Yeah, the Warhammer, but the Chain of Returning doesn't have a distance.
No, it's the distance of the weapon is what it is.
Oh, okay.
So looking it up right now for you.
52 before iPhones. That was like 150 or 120.
Oh yeah, because you used it when we were fighting that Manta Ray, so it was like a one.
I don't have a player immediately. Am I supposed to somebody can look up the equipment section right now? Here, I'll move this over here. Excuse the sound change here. That's move the mic. There we go.
Oh gosh.
There is a range on thrown weapons. Unfortunately, you have to kind of make sure.
Yeah, of course.
In that area.
What is it? Kind of as a mace, hand axe.
All right, Warhammer.
It doesn't have a.
This one is not considered an actual like normally thrown weapon.
No.
So I would give it the same distance of a hand axe, which is 60 foot max, but you would be at disadvantage in the throw anyway. Pretty heavy disadvantage on this, so we'll give it a shot.
That doesn't even make 60 feet, though, does it?
Let's see. No, it's just as you lob it.
Well, if I know how long it is, can I do something else instead of throwing it? If I know the distance, it's just not.
Yeah, if you know the distance, I'll say sure.
Okay, then can I try for Intimidating Presence?
Sure.
There's a DC saving throw.
Against her?
Yeah.
Okay. As she kind of glances over at you, as you come running around the corner, this giant engine of muscle and death, you growl at her, screaming for All right, what's the DC on it for?
13.
13?
Fail.
She kind of glances over at you, and you can see her kind of head turn to the side with a curious chuckle.
So low! God!
Yeah, sorry. All right.
I feel like they are all forgetting about the dash action, which would be incredibly useful right now.
Bring it back to Sam.
All right, Kit, you're up.
Wait, but
I know you're in your turn.
Yeah, so will 60 feet hit him?
Yes, it would.
Okay, then I will heal Vax.
Okay, so drop a healing word on.
Okay. Oh, that Vax. Oh, wait, back a bit by vampires, and his skin's turning pale and white. But don't worry, he's around the corner. What's going on? Here comes Galen, and everything's gonna be alright. I feel like I'm going insane.
All right, so go ahead and roll for how much you heal him.
I'm gonna do that, even though it's a bonus action. I'm gonna do it as a 5th level spell.
Okay.
And shit, it's
You got it right here. So it's
D4
initial
plus
1d4.
5?
So it would be 5d4.
Well, he tried to. He was talking about throwing something, Robin. He can't reach it. That's the whole point. Mac the Knife by Bobby Darin. Oh, Jimmy's are so satisfied. That's
And I roll it?
And see, you knew it. You knew it. You didn't even have to guess at whether or not they were satisfied. You knew.
Okay. Oh, well, then give me a bunch of D4s.
Here's one.
I think you're on deck, so imagine.
Here's a D4.
I need one more?
Here's a D4.
Great. Okay. Whoa, what the hell is that one? Ah, shit! What are these? What is it?
Okay, so 4, 5.
I can never add D4.
10.
That's why I have square roots.
12.
Plus.
5. So you heal 17 hit points from the darkness.
Wait, is it plus 5 or is it plus 5, 5, 5?
No, it's plus 5 overall. So, consciousness comes to you, breath comes in your chest, and you can feel the cold, wet grass against the left side of your face. Your vision begins to clarify for a second, and you kind of look up over. You can see immediately to the right of you both Lord and Lady Briarwood standing over you, kind of looking down with one half of their gaze, the other paying attention to this.
They're looking at me.
They're kind of looking down at you and kind of glancing at this slowly encroaching circle of assailants. So, all right, that was your bonus action.
That's my bonus action. As my action. Oh man, this is stupid. I lift my hand cone of clarity and I sing
Through the hand cone of clarity. It's not on this card. Through the hand cone of clarity. I know I feel better. SSH.
to Lady Delilah. Hey there, Delilah. Won't you listen to me? Because I'm about to cast a spell on you. Ooh, ooh. Oh! Okay, so I'm gonna use suggestion on her. This is so stupid.
Okay. Yes. So what's the DC on that?
Come on, Bert.
Well,
Come on, Bert.
it's 19.
Okay.
With that, okay, good to know. And what are you suggesting?
I'm suggesting that she has an unquenchable urge to make out with her husband.
All right. And what saving throw is it? That is a. Is it a wisdom saving? Suggestion.
Give that man some inspiration.
It is targeting.
All right, SSH. I feel like this is getting out of hand. Now, I don't even know who Bobby Darin is. I don't know if Bobby Darin's a girl, a guy. That song could be from the 1800s. But I know, hey there, Delilah. Come on, give me some credit.
Wisdom.
Okay, good to know. Rolled an 18. She has advantage on it anyway. All right, so yeah, no.
What?
Yeah, she rolled a natural 18 plus her wisdom bonus to that puts her at 20. She just crested over it. You'd see she kind of glances up for a second at you, and like the presence of the actual shouting and the suggestion kind of coming through, echoing through the glass and out the other broken window. She kind of looks up, and you see parts of the shards of the glass are actually kind of shaking from your singing sound. The kind of harmonic resonance of the glass kind of catching your.
She doesn't feel even a little bit horny.
You gather that probably all given points of time. She probably enjoys being close to her husband, but not overcome with an uncontrollable urge.
She has a headache.
Right. All right. So that ends Scanlan. That ends up. So, Kit.
Okay. Am I within 100?
He's trying to use how hot they are against each other, but their hotness is too strong. It cannot be weaponized. You cannot use it against
20
them.
feet of either of the Briarwoods.
You are, but they're not currently in visual range because they're outside and down below.
Right.
So if you want
Okay.
to move over this way, you can try to get visual.
Yeah. Am I able to move somewhere where I can see them?
3, 4, 5, 6. So you kind of have to like leap up onto the edge of the canopy bed.
Okay.
Okay. I just want to put something out there. Now, I curse like a fucking sailor. I am not going to get on anyone for using any sort of profanities in the chat. However, if you use the curse words, YouTube will auto flag the comments and I have to manually show or hide it before it'll go through. Now, I will try to push all of them through if they use the Fox. I'm all good with that. However, I might miss it. So if you use one of the fuck words or whatever and you don't see your comment, it is probably not because I'm actually mad about the comment. It is probably because I didn't look and I forgot about it and it timed out. Just putting it out there. I feel like Frank Sinatra had a more popular version of Mac the Knife. Sure, dude. Yeah, whatever. Power of hotness could not be undone. It could never be undone. I was trying to think of a clean way to say that, lol. I mean, and sometimes there will be comments that you cannot help but use the fuck words. That's all good. Louis Armstrong also covered the song as well as Elephant. Okay, so it's an old ass song. So it's not the plain white tees. Come on, guys. I've seen it twice. I think it's been 3 times. Well, Fatal Sticks. Yeah. And again, I'm not telling you not to do it. Go nuts. I just might miss it, and it might not get shown, and then just don't get mad at me. I just wanted to put it out there. This forking bowl short. I only know Bobby Darren from Splish Splash, as in I'm taking a bath. I kind of feel like that might not be it. But I do not know another version of Splish Splash.
And you can just see them past the broken window down into the courtyard right there.
Right, okay.
As Tiberius, the dragonborn you saw kind of close through, is kind of hovering in the air about 5 feet above you.
Yep. Okay.
One.
I would like to... there's lots of excitement going on, isn't there? I would like to use Crown of Madness,
Crown of
if I may.
Wait, I thought she was just a common guard.
I would like to use Crown of Madness on Lord Briarwood.
Alrighty.
Please.
What is the DC on the spell?
So my DC would be 8 plus my spellcasting modifier plus proficiency.
It should be at the very top of your spell sheet.
Right, okay.
Bobby Darren is the Splish Splash I'm taking a bath guy? Girl? I actually don't... That song is amorphous in my head. It's switching between what it sounds like. It's crazy. Okay, fair enough. Hey there, Delilah is near 18 years old. No, it's not. Dude. Holy shit. Oh my god, there are definitely people in this chat born after that. Man, oh. I hate the feel old yet bullshit, but that does make me feel old. Ugh. Tibbs introduces himself. Did he introduce himself? Did he go, I'm from Draconia? Did I miss it? The Tiberius, the Dragonborn you saw through on Briarwood.
Lord Briarwood.
Alrighty.
Please.
What is the DC on the spell?
So my DC would be 8 plus my spellcasting modifier plus proficiency.
It should be at the very top of your spell sheet.
Right, okay. 17.
Did I miss it? Did Tibbs introduce himself?
17, alright, against Lord Briarwood. Even with his +7.
Yay! Oh my god.
Oh my god, is something actually going to work?
He is going to use his legendary resistance.
Wow. The correct reaction to legendary resistance, by the way.
Did see the saving throw.
Oh. He's a
So as you do that, you see like the magical energy kind of form around his head, and this like crown of darkened arcane energy forms, making it clasp around, and he kind of looks up for a second and shrugs his hair like that, and it dissipates. And you can see for a brief second his vision come up and find your gaze.
But Matt, she's our guest.
I understand. And as it was a concentration spell, also the illusion that you currently were holding fades away. What was once the kind of demure, mousy-looking human guest suddenly appears as a pale white tiefling, currently now existing at the edge of the bed. Image shimmers and disappears as you see her standing before you on her hoofed legs, holding what was previously a non-visible staff in one hand.
And I'm right above her?
You are right above her, yeah.
I don't... Nice horns.
Like, kind of looking over your shoulder. You're a little bit in front of her, yeah, you see it.
That was like
All right,
Zara.
that will be your turn there.
Our friend is in mortal danger right now. He maybe wouldn't want to hit on somebody at that moment.
She's a stranger.
Percy.
He doesn't know that. He doesn't.
I would have to agree.
You, following the suit,
Oh, he admitted that he was from Draconia.
move.
I'm Tiberius Stormwind.
Corner of the others, you are now within visual range of both Briarwoods. At a far distance, though. Too far for the Pepperbox.
Pepperbox,
no, its range is like 150.
Yeah, I was Pepperbox range is
150 is the minimum. So yeah, you're fine. You're fine.
Is 150, but like the bad news range is disgusting.
No, you're within range for both. So
I'll start with bad news.
Yeah.
All right.
Nothing travels faster.
All right. First shot.
Against who?
Sinus!
Yes. I got little goosebumps from that.
That's a 30 to hit.
Yeah, that'll
rock his shit.
Oh, yeah. Smells so good.
Oh, Percy!
Turn on.
Decleat this motherfucker.
You just get my...
These are the worst people we've ever faced.
I hate them. I hate them so much.
Do some dentistry work. I'm far away.
D12s?
Yeah, no, I'm missing mine.
12.
Thank you.
12 away.
You need 12?
Good. That's 17 points of damage.
Just misses. Just barely.
So as the first shot. So as you, the shot echoing out across the night sky of Iman, Lord Briarwood, who is currently kind of staring down at you, is in consciousness, and you can see under his breath, he says, "There's no way out tonight, friend." And kind of begins to lean forward before the back of his shoulder is racked by a sudden impact. You see a tear just spatter out with some sort of dark crimson. He looks over his shoulder with anger, and you can see at that point glistening across the moonlight, the sharpened fangs visible at the edge of his mouth. As it looks over.
Is he looking at me?
Yeah.
Okay, good. I'm taking another aim shot at his face.
Okay, so you use your second attack to reload.
Third shot, aim shot at the face while he was turning around.
As he reloaded weakly behind him, I go, "Hi, Percy."
That's 24 to hit.
24 to hit will hit.
Good.
That's
Oh.
that's 28 points of damage,
Nice.
and he has disadvantage on all attacks for this round.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh snap!
Shots fired! That was using the arm shot? Yeah, good. So, as he turns around and glares at you, there's like a moment of clarity, and you can feel that.
Taliesin yelling Silas's name scratches the brain itch. I definitely get that. I'm not as into the Percy Taliesin as a lot of folks in the chat, but that scratched my brain itch. I agree. Is it just mine's fine? Okay, thank God. Oh my God. Jesus Christ, I was like, no! This stream had been so good! It can't happen! Okay, thank God. I mean, sorry for your loss, John, but tell Cersei I want her to know it was me.
That familiar stare, that horrible glare, and the cowardice in you fights the moment of tension that you've been waiting for this sequence. As you load the weapon, he says it loudly enough for you to hear, but this voice now, you see Lord Byron says, "Would you look at that, dear? The pup yet lives." A big chunk of flesh is just blown off, and you can see the bone beneath.
If that's as far as I can make it.
As far as you can get. You still have your...
Why does RU Live not work? I'm so mad. It's the only command that doesn't work. Anyways.
Heroic action if you wanted to do.
I'm
holding on. Okay.
Holding out. All right.
So that.
But everyone check to see if you're live.
That will end your turn. That brings us to.
I forgot to look into Nightbot. I'm gonna do that this weekend, or Moobot. Those were the two, right? Nightbot and Moobot. I'm gonna look into it. See if they have any other features that might differentiate them.
Alrighty. Seeker is then going to turn this way, step towards the side, and pull his crossbow out. I was already loaded with a bolt into it, and is going to take a shot at Grog, who's currently the biggest target right now. That's going to be I rolled a 2. That's going to be a 13 his armor class. Yeah. Goes in as a bonus action, go reloads and gets a second shot at you. That will be a 19. All right.
Bring it.
You take 7 points of piercing damage, halved because of your advantage. So, and with the rest of his movement, Seeker, Asim's going to go ahead and step back in the shadow to the side there. Ending that turn, now it comes to Lord Briarwood.
Wait, I didn't get my turn?
Akil, if you're up after me.
I have a question.
Now I've got a slight prediction John, I don't think it's that smart. That'd be crazy. Hashtag still alive. At this point, if I am running these villains, obviously they are heavily foreshadowed, heavily involved. Big thing. I don't know how much. All right. Staying alive. I went as this is total side tangent. I went two Halloweens ago. Last Halloween, so not the Halloween that just happened. Year ago Halloween. I went as Dr. Frank Enfurter from I keep wanting to say Dr. Horrible's sing-along blog, Rocky Horror Picture Show. Because my hair was a little bit shorter and I kind of tightened it up. I put it in fucking curlers. And I put a big ass smock on, and I looked pretty preem. One before that, my hair was about up to here, and it wasn't quite as curly. It was a little bit more like feathered type look, and I went as Barry Gibb, from the Bee Gees, and it was a good look if I do say so myself. The total side tangent. Staying alive just made me think of that. According to your stream elements, you should be able to. I see the issue with "Are you live?" I'll figure it out off stream. Maybe I'll do like an unlisted stream or something with myself. Was magenta for years? Hell yeah, that's dope. Rocky Horrors is great. I need to look for a local. We were gonna go to a local show of it in Chicago, but then just timing fell apart. But that used to be a yearly, especially in Kansas City when we lived there. Me and my wife would go every year. It was dope. But anyways, time to do the time warp again. It just might be a jump to the left. Dun, 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 and then a step to the right. Anyways, but what I was going to say about the Briarwoods. And it's a quick thing, thankfully, because we're almost out of time. If I'm running them right now, they're big, they're built up, it would be okay if they went down now. Like, it wouldn't be terrible, but I think with what a major part of Percy's backstory they are, and how powerful they seem, how connected they seem, I think it would be kind of a shame for them to go down the session after you find them, and you didn't even really find them, you were just kind of told where they were. It feels more like a mini-boss, like a dragon in the Trial of the Take or the Rakshasa. Like, it doesn't feel, like enough. Unless there is a big backing entity and that becomes the quest. But even so, with how impactful the Briarwoods are specifically to Percy, I would have them run away. Matt might not. There might be some other shenanigans going on here. But I would have them, after he's gotten shot in the shoulder and the fucking face, or the arm, I don't remember. He's bouncing. He's splitting. Especially as all of these other people come on, Kit's there, like these two are bolting. We'll see if they do. We'll see what happens here, but that's what I would do at my table.
Yes.
I mean, whenever. At some point, I'm in the mix. At some point, right?
Yeah, you're coming up.
Okay.
Don't worry. You guys roll the lowest initiatives, so.
Yeah.
He's prone. No. Oh,
he's still prone, yeah. So Silas is going to, seeing the circumstance, reach down and attempt to grab you.
Oh, shit.
He has disadvantage because of that. All right, that's going to be a total of an 11.
To do what? To grapple check? Do I roll
to attempt to grapple you?
So I roll as well.
We don't have to.
That's not good. Yeah, fuck that guy.
Yeah, so it just missed entirely. All right, so that's with his first strike. Second one is going to go for another attempt to grapple on you. With disadvantage, that comes to a 18.
For hitting?
For hitting.
Yeah.
All right, and now he's going to make an athletics check to attempt to grapple you.
Okay.
That's going to be a.
As I see this going
13.
on, can I call out with cutting words to distract him?
You could, yes.
Okay. Distraction! Distraction! Feedle deedle diddle deedle! Distraction! Distraction! Feedle deedle!
Before you put it in chat, that is tradition from Fiddler on the Roof. I'm heading this one off at the pass. I know that shit.
What do I roll? D10, and subtract that from his attack modifier.
Was that 10? Yeah.
I know SSH had it prepped. He had it typed up already.
6.
Okay. With that, as he reaches down to attempt to grab you by the throat,
theater kid.
The fingers are coming towards you, and you try and bend under all the way. All of a sudden, you hear distraction, and you see the eye roll, and then goes in for the attack. But that's giving you enough time to kind of roll out of the way, and his hand only needs to grab you.
Nice.
Let's go.
He's then going to step back and kind of get adjacent to Lady Briarwood. That ends his turn. Keyleth, you're up.
Okay, I'm gonna fly out the window with Scanlan.
Out the broken one over here, or at the non-broken one?
The broken one.
Okay.
What are you doing to me?
So you're kind of coasting over here.
I'm gonna go ahead and drop him off.
Okay, so as you swoop down and leave Scanlan right there in front of them, that'll be
Right in front of
you right there.
So is
What am I?
Seeker Hassam's, he's like against us? He's not with
You have
us?
no idea. You just swooped out there, and he's there, like kind of hiding in the shadow.
But he just fired at Grog.
You didn't see it from your perspective there. You just saw a
Oh,
bolt
I
go.
didn't see that.
Yeah.
Do I still have enough movement to make an action?
You do, yes. That was just your movement because swooped out, isn't it?
Where's Lord Briarwood?
Right there.
I'm gonna go and try and peck his eyes out.
Are you dropping me?
Yeah, I drop you off, and I'm gonna go and swoop over.
You've already used your movement to get there and drop him off.
Okay, so
all the way
I don't have
around.
enough
So you
movement?
can't
That's what I was asking.
Oh, so, yeah, you used your full movement to get there and drop off Scanlan.
You still want to be an eagle?
Yeah, because it's hit point sponge.
Oh, right.
Can you write down?
Yeah, you know what? I'll drop Eagle form.
Okay. Keyleth, all of a sudden the eagle condenses down and forms back into Keyleth in her half-elven form.
And I will also use my bonus action to cast Healing Word on Vax.
Ooh.
Okay.
And I will also cast it at,
her
actually, I'll cast it at 3rd level because I'm
There's some D4s.
Thank you.
She cast it at Vax.
Give her my weird
Yeah.
ones.
Yeah. So you need one more, right?
3, 4, and 5.
If you're at level 3?
Oh, and it's plus my spell modifier. Is that what it is? Plus 10. So yeah, I need one more. So it's 15, 17 points.
17 points.
Nice.
Yours is different. Okay.
What's the
Wait,
healing word?
is it not the
1,
same
2,
spell,
3.
isn't it? It is.
Oh no, wait, no, 15.
Okay.
Sorry.
You're back. You're back. It's like,
Alrighty.
Back, baby.
And with that, Vex.
Okay,
Vex,
so
as you can.
so you have to
You
tell me
know,
what's possible.
I was just thinking about this. We were talking about how the targeting priority felt weird earlier with Lord Briarwood going after Vax while he's downed. But now that I think about it, if I'm putting myself into the mindset of a powerful vampire lord in this very high magic setting, lots of clerics, lots of healers, lots of druids running around, and if I am in the mindset of this vampire, Vax has already saved against the charm, which means that he can't be charmed again for some period of time, or he can't attempt it again. So Vax is guaranteed an enemy. And we know that healing, revivifying, like, these things are fairly commonplace, and he knows that Vox Machina was at this dinner. They obviously got the cash for it. If you, Seeker Assum walks up, you're confident in your charming abilities, it actually, the more I think about it, the more it kind of feels like, okay, maybe you would confirm the downed enemy rather than taking hit points away from a potential thrall, which is eventually what Assum becomes. So maybe there's a little bit of logic there, yeah. It's the only logical choice. Vax is the only one who knows he's a vampire. He can just say this random attacked him and his wife, and it would be a diplomacy nightmare. Yeah, there's definitely... The more I think about it, because I think, I was at first thinking about it from a survival standpoint. If you don't have the charm, like if you can't thrall people, right? But because I'm thinking, okay, Assum's seen his face, knows what's up, sees the fucking puncture wounds, like Assum's gonna spill the beans. You got to stop Assum too. Like that's what I'm thinking. But when the thrall is in the mix, when the charm is in the mix, the tactics change a little bit, which is great to think through. Like when you're thinking about your monsters and you're thinking about their targeting priority, do they target healers? Do they target like glass cannon type people? Like, do they target the big bad? Like, are they just scared of a big mountain of meat running towards them? Are they going to take out the long range support first? Like, thinking through those targeting priorities can be really interesting and create really dynamic encounters with your monsters, your villains, whatever. And it doesn't always need to be the right choice, right? Like, and a lot of times it probably shouldn't be. Like, there's kind of always a right choice of who a monster should target. So thinking through their targeting priorities separate from the right choice can be very, very good and interesting. Oh yeah, him attacking Vax while down is great tactics. What bothered me is he shouldn't have been able to get... Yeah, that's all. That's definitely true. But as we've established, even if Matt knew the rules, which I'm willing to, I'm generally thinking he probably just didn't know the rule. But even if he did know the rule, we know that he is willing to bend the rule or just flat out change rules in situations for enhanced drama. I don't think Vax has died yet. He's just downed, and especially in this situation where he's only giving him one death save, everyone's almost there, like 3 people have healing word. It's maybe a little bit more interesting narratively for him to take a loss on the death save when he's probably going to get popped back up anyhow. So, yeah, it's definitely interesting. Unconscious people are his favorite terrain. Yes, sir.
I'm prone, right?
You are prone on the ground.
Dude, also, okay, really quick aside, one of my friends and I were talking about my stream, and he was like, dude, like Vex's favorite enemies are dragons, and you keep saying how she has shiny disease. Like, it's right there, dragon sickness. And I was like, oh, that's fucking it. She might as well be a dragon patron warlock.
This is what I'd like to do. You tell me if it's possible. I'd like to click my boots of haste together.
Okay.
And then get up, which takes my full movement. What is it?
Getting up takes half your movement?
Half my movement.
Yes.
So I want to click
also, Vax clicks boots. Vax clicks his boots.
This is what I want to do. You tell me if it's possible. Click my boots of haste, get up, use disengage again, and then run like a motherfucker. Straight
Run
towards.
like a motherfucker.
That's what I want to do.
Okay, straight towards what?
This is my sister, and as I run past, I share a very awkward.
Vex is a dragon confirmed. And actually, I was kind of waiting for this combat to be over, but honestly, I don't know how much longer it's going to go. I kept thinking it was going to be over. I think we're going to do a quick break. It's been like 2.5 hours. So quick break, bathroom, drink, whatever. Go take a break, and we will be back in a little bit. I'll see you later.
Dance upon the stars tonight. Smile and pain will fade away. Words of mine will turn to ash when you call the last light down. Moon reminds me of your grace. All the love I can't repay. Rest and know that I will pray. Farewell, my dear old friend. Moon, sun, oh, remind me of your grace. Faith, care, all the love I can't repay. Moon, sun, oh, remind me of your grace. Faith, care, all the love I can't repay. Dance upon the stars tonight. Smile and pain will fade away. Words of mine will turn to ash when you call the last light down. Moon reminds me of your grace. All the love I can't repay. Rest and know that I will pray. Farewell, my dear old friend. Dance upon the stars tonight. Smile and pain will fade away.
Hello. Oh, we're back. We're back. It's also odd. It's telling me that my bit rate is too low, but I don't see that on my OBS side. And the stream preview looks fine. So let me know if it's going weird in chat, but I think we're good. Also, something I realized I've never expressed about like making sure that the streams don't go too long is that I know that number one, longer VODs are more intimidating and harder for people to like watch and consume and like fit into their lives, and they're harder to catch up on. And for the live watchers, it can feel, you know, kind of weird or disconnecting to be in the stream and then have to go to bed. You know, there's like a certain amount of like social pressure there to like stay up maybe too late. So that's one of the other reasons that like I try to keep the pace up. I, you know, up the playback speed, all of these things to make an overall shorter stream. I probably wouldn't do all of that if I could start earlier. But you know, some days I could start at like 4:30, but some days I definitely can't start until 5:30. So 5:30 is just the most consistent time that I can start, that I can like guarantee a start. So with starting at 5:30, starting that late, I want to keep the pace up. I want to keep the streams not short, because 6 hours still ain't short, but shorter. Ella5, how bitrate affects things and what it affects. Bitrate is like the amount of bits that my computer is transferring to the YouTube servers per second. So you know, I have like an audio bitrate, a video bitrate separated. And it's weird because I have my bitrate and like I can see it on the OBS side. It's like 3,100, 3,200 kilobytes or kilobits per second. But YouTube was like giving me a different number, and now it's not. It's just being, I think it was just being weird for a second. But click clack boy. I am a click clack boy. I keep thinking about doing a Tech Tuesday. I really want to do more tech related content. But time. Time and time again. Every time I think about doing a tech stream, I'm like, I need to work on the Discord bot. So, hasn't happened yet. But maybe, maybe like 2024, you'll get more tech content. I really want to talk about, I mean, D&D and Critical Role and all that related. I really, really want to talk about VTTs. I want to talk about virtual tabletops. And, you know, do some comparisons, talk about accessibility, talk about strategies for, like, digital gaming. You know, so still kind of in the zone, but a little bit more tech-focused. And bonus action dash? Bonus action dash. Bonus action dash. Oh shit, it's muted as always. Dang it.
All right. That ends your turn. The top is Vex now.
All right. I'm going to. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Well, I'm gonna take a healing potion. A superior, which is what?
Superior would be 8d4 plus 8.
8 potion. Wait.
8d4 plus 8.
Please, that's so many 4s.
That's exactly what I expect out of you.
Fuckers. So angry.
3 more.
18, 20. 20.
Plus
Okay.
8.
Oh, 28. Okay, 28. That's good. Okay. And then I'm going to cast. I'm sorry, Hunter's Mark. I'm going to cast Hail of Thorns!
Okay.
Right at the one in the middle. They're right next to each other, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, either.
Yeah, you'll be scooting right over Scalen's head with your arrow.
Let's stick it to Lady Briarwood's.
Go for it.
Reverse that move.
Cool. Oh, balls. Oh wait, I don't need to roll to hit on that, right? Because it's
Which
just.
stand spell.
Oh wait, that's wrong. Oh, the next time I hit a creature. Oh, so I don't think I hit her. That was 15.
15 would not hit,
Okay,
unfortunately.
then I'm gonna try it again.
Okay.
I didn't hit her again, just because you're safe now,
So,
buddy.
as she stands there kind of grinning, looking over this, they're both still amused by this whole circumstance. There isn't really a glimmer of fear in this. As the first arrow comes by, she kind of leans to the side, just dodges it a little bit. The second one comes towards her, and Lord Briarwood kind of flicks it up from in front of her and kind of gives you a look of like, don't you dare touch my woman.
Where's Trinket?
Trinket is somewhere.
God,
Okay,
they're so
I
hot.
whistle again.
You whistle again, okay. That's your All right,
Look
so
over here. Look over here.
with that, as you see, the Dragonborn is flying up to the window, and Delilah kind of looks back at everyone, sees everyone rushing forward, and says, honey, you deal with them. Worst comes to worst. And she glances up at you. But you.
I'm Tiberius Stormwind.
Yes, indeed, you are. As she looks at you for a
I'm
second.
Tiberius Stormwind. Megan says run away. They just look at him amused. So I guess it... So it depends. And this is the weird thing about narrating very powerful villains, right? Like, okay. If they are so powerful to just look amused at all this, why are they here? Why are they here? I guess the thing at this point is that no one knows that they are vampires except for Vax. So is their entire thing to just kill Vax right now? Because that seems like a weird encounter. I'm gonna be honest. So like I'm trying to wrap my mind around like what's going on. Because if they're not worried about dying, if they're worried about dying, that's a super weird way to narrate them. If they're not worried about dying, why are they ever attacking anyone that is not Vex or Vax? Like, why did she finger of death Vex instead of Vax? So that's I'm having some confusion around like what is going on. Which maybe that's the point. Like, ranger problems when you're doing things in a civilized palace. Also that. Yeah. Where the fuck's my where the fuck's my bear? I kind of want to keep their reputations up because she shot her husband. Maybe she more shot her. But again, that comes back to like the amused thing. I mean, but then like he's not amused. He's like, don't touch her. Whatever. I don't. And so it's like, if they're powerful enough to not be worried about this, are they just going to slaughter the party? Like, this narration implies that after receiving a substantial amount of damage, that they are still not worried, which implies that they could probably take out the party, but they are here for something. There is some objective that they have not completed yet, and I'm very confused. TPK coming back confirmed. I mean, I don't know.
And then there's this kind of sparkle, this prison.
So it's but and she just said something. She said something, and I want to go back. Wait, okay, I'm going way too far back. Okay.
Right next to each other, right?
Which stands.
That was 15.
She stands there kind of grinning, looking over this. They're both still amused by this whole circumstance. There isn't really a glimmer of fear in this. As the first arrow comes by, she kind of leans to the side, just dodges it a little bit. The second one.
Trinket.
With that, as you see, the Dragonborn is flying up to the window, and Delilah kind of looks back at everyone, sees everyone rushing forward, and says, honey, you deal with them. Worst comes to worst. And she glances up at you. But you.
I'm Tiberius Stormwind.
Yes, indeed, you are. As she,
Oh. So she's implying that they're leaving? I don't know. Are they gonna take Tiberius with? Is this when Tiberius gets kicked out? Wait, what? Is it happening? Wait, it's not happening. What? I'm not prepared. If this is how Tiberius gets outed on the show, does Kit join? No, Kit doesn't join. That'd be ridiculous. Yeah, I gotta play it. Fuck.
Looks at you for a second, and there's this kind of sparkle, this prismatic glow of light in her eyes. I need you.
Show her how magic works.
Can you do that? Were you saying something?
Hold on.
Hold
I
on.
don't think it's a spell.
I think distance makes a difference for these people.
All right, so you're going to attempt to counter.
Lock up, buddy. Come on.
Let's do this.
Dice versus dice.
Loves-
Wizard
love it.
versus wizard.
It's a wizard duel.
Go ahead and roll d20 and add 5.
7.
Yeah, it's not going to do it.
But that's a lucky number.
So, at that point, all of a sudden, you feel this sudden surge of arcane energy suddenly just burst. Like, not visually, but just this, like, on this coursing connection, almost like 2 nexus points of energy. There's this tidal wave of arcane energy that blasts into your mind. I need you to go ahead and make an intelligence saving throw.
Are they Superman and Wonder Woman?
Yeah.
Up
top.
Yeah, it's general's
18.
18? 18 would, unfortunately, not succeed.
No way.
Okay, you take 21 points of psychic damage.
Ow! Ow! Ow!
And
Ow.
your intelligence and charisma scores become 1.
What?
Well, total?
Suddenly, language leaves you. All the spells,
Well,
the
to be
whole
fair, it
nature of
wasn't there to
spellcasting, the nature of spellcasting is robbed, and you know you are, but everything is instinctual. And for this point, you are essentially from a communication standpoint, a giant lizard.
Shit.
Am I still flying? I'm just gonna fall.
At this point, you do actually. You can
And
only
you're
make
on over top of
concentration,
the
and
bed,
you and land on the
That
ground.
dumber than me.
She then steps.
Is it permanent?
You don't know.
It's what permanent.
I can fix it. It's okay. Don't worry about it right now.
Yeah, did you count
So
that?
anyway, that
No,
ends.
I can't fix it right now.
That
I
ends
wouldn't be
her
able to fix it right now anyway.
Tiberius,
I'm just gonna do what?
it's your turn.
Dude, can you make a save?
What the fuck can I do?
Chase a fly.
Is there a saving throw?
There.
Ouch.
I'll throw some
There is
bullshit.
Yeah, feeble mind is tough. Also, Matt asked him, "What do you want to do?" Like, I don't know if it's necessarily BM, but it feels a little BM to be like. It's also weird target priority like that. I'm not saying that you have to be like super afraid of like target priority as a DM, but targeting the player that has the most interpersonal problems at your table with feeble mind just feels like the wrong choice. It's not technically wrong, but like it feels like you're baiting Orion right now. Like, I don't want to criticize Matt too much for this, but especially, like, Tiberius has kind of done fuck all, right? Like, unless they have, like, some specific objective, like, I don't know. Megan, I think these guys are super powerful and are not scared in the slightest of VM. Yeah, I agree. That does seem like the case. They did just have dinner with them, so he knows he's a sorcerer, sure. But, like, he would also then know that Scanlan is a bard, which is, like, theoretically as powerful. And much less likely to be thralled. Targeting a sorcerer is great tactical play, but we've already established that, like, they don't even need to play tactically at this point. Like, that's what I'm really confused about right now, is, like, why are they here? What are they doing? What's going on? Who are you? Why are you in my house? Like, he's not anywhere near. If Vax is the target, he's nowhere near Vax. They're not scared of Vox Machina, so it doesn't really matter from like a power perspective who he is. Like, they know he's a spellcaster, sure, but like, who cares, right? Wonderful points. I can't say what Matt was thinking, but I do know the past several episodes, Tibbs has been counterspell, counterspell, counterspell. Maybe Matt's trying to give him a counterspell moment. That is risky as fuck, though, especially on a feeble mind. Ugh. Hello, what's up, Mr. Dad? They get rid of his ability to counterspell Delilah. Yeah, that's fair. By feeble-minding him, you take out a potential counterspell source, so then it's easier to... But maybe. I can maybe see that one. Like, just from, like, an expedience standpoint. I get what you mean there. It's a tone of revenge, but also tactical. A spellcaster knows to shut down other casters. She basically said we can ignore the others. Yeah, but they haven't... They're not targeting Keyleth. Like, out of the people they've targeted beyond this, they're not targeting the shape-shifting druid. which is also an incredibly dangerous spellcaster. Like, Tibbs hasn't really done shit, which maybe that's the idea, is like maybe he's, got resources in the tank and they know that. They were just there for a friendly meeting of the council. From a meta perspective, maybe to get rid of, IMO is still a Matt move, not a Briarwood move. I think that's maybe the thing, is it feels hard to see this as a Briarwood. But I can't say whether or not it's a Briarwood move, because I don't understand what the Briarwoods are doing. Like, I would be really kind of weirded out and confused as a player right now about like what's happening. But maybe we'll get some explanation. Scanlan has counterspell, does he not? Probably. The only counterspell source, I don't know. I mean, Scanlan explicitly has counter charm as a bard, which is the only counter charm in the game is from bards. It's fair. No one underestimates Scan. Yeah, this is, I don't know. Like, from a meta perspective, I'll wrap it up. If you say like spellcasters target spellcasters, I would keep the meta in mind of like Orion's probably not a good target, because it's just kind of baiting him into being mad. Which maybe, I don't know. We'll see.
There is no save.
You can bring free
Just run
fire
away.
at the end of every 30 days.
30 days?
There's 2.
He doesn't even know what a day is.
I can fix it. I can fix it after I sleep.
Okay.
Just not right now.
Which is what she would be saying if she was knowing this was happening to you. So anyway, you still know your friends. You know you have friends here. You know there's something to protect. You know that people need protection. You must protect, and that's kind of the extent of where your drive is right now.
Yeah.
Well, I guess
bed.
I'm confused as hell, I assume, right? Like, I don't know.
Okay, this is also something, this is maybe just like a DM, like how do you narrate Feeble Mind? I've only used Feeble Mind like once or twice as a DM, and I almost immediately just say like, okay, you're an NPC now for all intents and purposes. Like, if you have like a very strong instinctual thing, like you can guide me, but I'm just gonna control the nitty-gritty of your character. Because having an int and a charisma of 1, it's not that it's not impossible to play. Like don't get me wrong, but I think that it really not overstates, but it makes it very, very, very hard for a player to play their character legitimately. Because they theoretically know what their character can do, but it's impossible for us to even like imagine what they're thinking or feeling or whatever. He's dumber than Grog. Like, I mean, but he's not even dumber than Grog. He's the same intelligence as a gelatinous cube. Like, I think it's kind of infeasible to expect a player to play that level of intelligence honestly. And like, not metagame. Like, he's clearly struggling for like what to even do, which I think is fair. Like, what do you do? Tell me about the rabbits. He's practically brain dead. Like, so. And this is not, I don't know if a spell like Feeble Mind exists in Pathfinder. I don't know if Matt has thought about this a ton. So I don't blame Matt for opting on the side of like keeping him in control of his character. Like, that's a ridiculous thing to expect him to like automatically know. But I do think that I would recommend DMs using Feeble Mind probably just take control of the character unless they have like a very strong like instinctual thing that they want to do. Be Grog, run fast, hit things. Yeah. Maybe provide some guidance as a DM. I don't know. Feeble Mind is a weird spell. Any spell that like that actively fucks with a player's mind, not just in terms of like erasing memories, but like fundamentally altering their thought processes, like to basically be non-human, is tough. It's tough to role play and just to play in general for the player.
It's hard to say. You're still you. You're still present there. You just know that suddenly, anger, frustration, protect. It's all base instincts, right?
Is it a friend from foe?
You don't know.
Okay.
Oh no.
I think okay. Bad answer, Matt. That one I'll give a full out bad answer because yeah, Grog doesn't know. But, like, Orion doesn't know. Like, I don't... Like, can he tell friend from foe? That's, like, an open question. It's not something that you've answered as the DM. And so you're kind of expecting Tiberius to have to make a decision in a meta sense about whether or not he's going to attack his allies, like whether or not that makes sense for the one whiz and one charisma. Like, I think that's just a lot to put on a player. Everyone loves a good feeble mind. I do not. But also, I will say, enchantment magic, I have a short about this, or not even a short, a long, one of my first longs. Enchantment magic is super heavily criminalized in my homebrew worlds. So it is very rare to find someone that even can cast Feeble Mind.
I mean, I don't know what to do. I'm not gonna do shit. I'm actually gonna, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna leave. I'm gonna go out the door and back on the hallway.
Okay.
And Tiberius walks away.
When she goes,
because I know I don't like him.
Right. It takes another 5 steps back from you. Unexpected feral reaction of Tiberius.
And I'm gonna dash, so double.
Yeah, I moved you dash over there.
And now he remembers dash.
Me? I would like to run towards the fucking Lord Silas. Can I reach him?
You can't get all the way there, but you can get within throwing range should you be interested.
Throwing range only? Yeah, I'm gonna throw the...
Yeah, and I maybe have this will probably be a small aside, but I think that's a good way to encapsulate it, John, is it's like regardless of all the tactical stuff, you can boil down the tactical stuff to maybe, like, on the surface, he is, like, the best target, but Keyleth and Scanlan are very close seconds, and feeble-minding Scanlan would have probably been hilarious. Like, just like thinking about it from an expectation standpoint, I'm sure that Sam would have had a field day with being feeble-minded. So it does, like, and that's something you have to keep in mind as a DM, are like all of these in-universe, in-game, monster, personality, goals, missions related targets and behavior. But if things are really close to equal, like if things are really close to being right there, keep some meta considerations in mind. It's why I talk about like targeting players all the time. Sometimes it is like, oh, that player needs a challenge. Other times it is like, ooh, that player won't react to this challenge well. It's not necessarily an indictment of that player. It's just that, like, some of my players are more into role-playing, some of them are more into puzzles, some of them are more into exploration, and I'm going to, again, if in-universe everything else is equal, out-of-universe, I'm going to hedge it or lean it towards the players who will enjoy it more and do the most with it, which I think Matt did almost the opposite here.
Hammer again.
All right, so now you... Love it. Woof, woof. The flame's kind of arcing in a circle towards him.
23.
23 hits. Go ahead and roll damage.
Yes, that is 17.
17, all right. So the hammer's in the front, the flames burst around from the impact. You can hear the metal clang of metal against the armor he's wearing underneath his outfit.
Oh yeah, sorry, D6 flame damage.
There you go.
Shit. 1.
All right. This is 18 damage. Good enough. All right.
To be clear, I agree with you, SSH. I think there are just some other considerations here.
So go ahead and, if you want to try and retract it as a bonus action.
I succeed.
Yeah, you pull on the chain, it whoosh whips back like Thor, you catch it midair.
Yeah.
Prepare yourself for the next round. Irony. That'll be your turn, Scanlan.
Oh, hi.
You're now there, face to face. You're essentially the shield of the group right now between the Briarwoods.
Hello. What a lovely dinner. We had lightning.
All right. You go to release the spell. She immediately begins to mutter something in between. You feel like this counteractive arcane energy. If she hadn't rolled a natural 1 on her counterspell, that would have been pretty bad. But to the sheer force of frustration and anger at this point now, the lightning bolt presses through her counter, and the bolt is released in that direction, arcing towards both of them.
Wait, she rolled a
reference a non-CR thing. For Bink? Wait, what non-CR thing? Is lightning a non-CR thing?
One?
Fuck yeah.
So one can carry
that's
yourself.
nice.
A critical fail.
That's nice. He's making fun of me.
Oh, so wait, I get to roll
Your
for
damage,
now?
yeah.
This is a bunch of d6s, right? 8 d6s.
86, and for their saving throws.
Can I arc it so it hits both of them?
6. Yeah, we hit them both.
Would it also hit Mr. Awesome?
No, he's off to the left.
Okay.
All right. So they do.
Is it? It's also a non-CR thing that a cast member is in. Lightning is from real life. Lol. Oh, Grog catching the hammer like Thor. Travis is Thor. I see. Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah, fair enough.
Both make their saving throws. So they both take half damage.
Okay, so 18,
Of course they do.
20, 26.
Hate them.
Hate them so much.
32.
32. Okay. That's a 16.
Avid.
16 to Silas and 8 to Lady Delilah.
Oh, she can take half of half?
Apparently.
Magic resistance.
Oh, shit.
Both
then-
take the blast from this little gnome. You see this kind of this look of, okay, things are getting a little weird now. They both kind of look at each other with a realizing they're now a front of 2 against many swarming individuals. You want to move? You stay where you are.
I will move backwards
Okay.
by a
So
lot.
they are under threat?
And have I seen the tiefling?
You have not. Oh no, you flew past. As you're also like, what the heck is that? And then you're
But I don't
pulled
have
out.
eyes on her,
No,
so I can't inspire her.
unfortunately, no.
All right, well then I will inspire Keyleth. Yeah. Can you feel the blood tonight? That's all. All right, so you're in fun.
Thanks. I get a D10, right?
Yeah.
She's clearly an air elemental,
Alright.
yeah.
So that ends your turn. That brings us to.
You must have had that typed before he even started seeing. You're looking through the script for this episode and just pre-type. Do you have a notepad open? Do you have a Word document? I feel like you must. Ay. Even if or like targeting tips. I mean, okay. This is. I feel like I just need to stop talking about like the ins and outs of this fight until afterwards, because now they are like I'm using critical role stats like a normal sane person. Your internet is buffering? No, I'm sorry, Rebecca. I think I'm not seeing any dropped frames, so I hope it's not on my side, but that sucks. Yeah, I need to stop talking about it. The last thing I'll say is like these story important villains are acting very cartoonily. And like on one hand, they are highly underestimating the heroes. And on the other hand, they are playing uber tactically and like they have researched the heroes' abilities and like understand what they can do. And these are dissonant concepts. Like they cannot both underestimate the party and like now be freaked out that they can see the same amount of people that they could see before. And also like specifically target the fucking sorcerer so that he can't counter charm and use sorcery points and all that shit. Like those two things don't really go together. Man, I hate cartoons, totally. Like, honestly, this reminds me of a new Batman villain underestimating Batman because he's just a dude with some gadgets. Like, that's kind of the vibe I'm getting, but the tone of the rest of the scene, of the rest of Vox Machina is not that campy. Like, it's okay to be campy like that sometimes. But that is not the normal. And that's not how this has been presented. Like, Vax has been very dramatic. Vex was, like, really into the fucking damaging of them. And they're, like, laughing it off the whole time. To me, this was much more of a, like, wow, look at how powerful the villains of this arc are. And now suddenly they're scared and they're also, like, taking, like, targeted shots. It feels random, especially going back to using the finger of death on Vex. Like, if they're going to be playing tactically by taking out Tibbs, you would just confirm the kill with finger of death. Like, I don't know. So I'm going to wait until the combat is over to do like a full autopsy of it. But It's very weird. It's very weird so far. Also, we didn't speed up for combat. I totally forgot. Because this combat's been a little bit more interesting than most, honestly.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. I'm starting to get a bit pissed now. My tail's whipping, and I would like to use Phantasmal Killer.
What is that?
It's Lord Briarwood again.
All right.
That sounds awesome.
Her accent is so fake.
I know, right?
Okay, I had a minute left on that last timer. Yes, Terrace, it is possible to fight smart and not be intimidated, but there is a level of non-intimidation versus like not even taking it seriously. Like laughing off the hits that they have received and like being like really snide and like whatever, like that level of arrogance, it is then weird. It is then like contradictory to that to then fight that smart. Like if we're talking about the details between why a specific sorcerer is more of a good, is like a better target than a bard or a druid, and like, and again, I still don't understand why they're not confirming Vax. But like, if we're getting down to that nitty gritty of details, someone that arrogant does not dive into that level of details. They are so confident in their abilities that they will just wipe you out no matter what. And maybe they just aren't that confident. Maybe they're putting on a front. That's very possible. But I'm just overall confused by the characterization, and I'm out of my minute and a half from the last timer. Fuck.
So, you staying on the edge of the bed, or are you going towards the window to have a
I'll move forward a bit.
All right, so you leave outside the bed, come to the edge of the broken window, looking down towards it. All right. Let's try and make this wisdom saving throw.
Yeah, I gotta keep on it.
Okay,
Ugh.
so chose to make his save using his legendary resistance.
Pacing's a little slow.
So there was.
How many times does he get that damn thing?
Oh,
yeah.
Like a dragon.
Yes, he's a dragon. It's fine, I'll wear him out.
However, the target still becomes frightened.
Ah.
The duration.
That's fine.
Just her.
So now as you do this and look up, Lord Briarwood is this kind of cocky grin the whole time, kind of sees this sudden albino, essentially, tiefling in the window glare down and send this kind of shimmering wave of arcane energy hissing from above. The echo of the hiss hits Lord Briarwood, and for the first time you see him recoil in strange momentary terror and seems to almost step back into the side of his wife. Glances over shoulder towards her, and she kind of gives him a look of misunderstanding and acknowledgement. So he cannot get near you currently, cannot get any closer to you, and has disadvantage against anything against you.
Just her or us? Okay.
Alright, very cool. So that's your turn on that one. Percy.
Percy!
I'm going to take a standard walking speed, 30 feet straight ahead, swinging bad news back onto my back, pulling out a pepper box. Silence! I'm getting his attention again. I'm going to start shooting with.
I have a feeling, okay, so how much do we have left? It's an hour and 24, second half, we're at close to, what is that, 3.5 hours right now. Ooh. Yeah, we're probably not getting through this tonight, especially with... Oh, damn. Yeah, I have a feeling that this is going to be a jam-packed episode. I feel like we maybe just get through as much as we can and make it a part 1, part 2. Because I want to keep talking about this. Like, I feel like we're having interesting conversations about this and their characterization, and I just want to keep highlighting it and talking through it, but I don't think I can do that if we don't make it a 2-parter. Ah, shit. I think I'm just going to commit. I'm not mad, just disappointed. I think I'm just going to commit because I have with everything that's happening, this is going to be, oh man. I think we can fit it in one night, but I can't predict the amount of moments. I'm going to say just for IRL concerns, I'm gonna be straight up. I got really trash sleep last night. So I think we could fit it into one night if I maybe went to like midnight or 1. But I don't know that we're going to be able to close it out by like 11. But you guys think? I don't know. Fuck. The more I sit here debating it, the worse it is. I'm just wasting time. Okay, let's just dive into it. We'll see after the combat. We'll see.
Nice. No, I don't think anymore.
No, the moment you fired, the illusion dissipated.
Recognize and call to the pup.
Yeah. So I'm going to be using my sharpshooter for this.
Okay, go for it.
This episode is
26 to hit?
heavy combat.
So that's,
Interesting. Okay. Then maybe.
One of these two. That's 22 points of damage and 1 point of fire damage.
All right.
Same thing again.
So you shot, reload, shot, and this turn.
No, I put bad news away.
Oh,
Bad news
sorry,
is empty.
yes, bad news empty. All right, so that's the first shot.
I'm keeping.
You got this. All right, cool. Sorry, I missed it.
I ain't gonna be a dick about it.
All right, so first shot, second shot.
25.
25 hits.
That's 21 points of damage.
Already.
It is not
Shooting
the
again.
break.
All right.
Fair enough.
18.
18 does not hit. The first shot, shot the shoulder, second one hits the same point with bad news, hit the arm, blasting off a bunch of the flesh. And the third one, this time you can actually see the shadows tend to coalesce around him, and the shot just misses through the darkness and reforms into the physical form of Silas. As you're finishing your turn, you can see Silas's flesh is reforming and healing rapidly from the damage he's taken. Actual tendons are forming back up from the blast damage he's taken. Looking at you with a slight grin, but nervously back at the tiefling in the window, back and forth. All right, so that at this point in time, Asim's going to go ahead and back up this way. He's going to use action to hide. Rolls a 3, terrible, absolutely useless. All right, so Silas now is going to angrily look around and pulls off from the back. You can see just like this shimmer as there was an illusion dissipates, and what previously looked like was an empty back, a large scabbard appears, pulling this giant, dark, like slate gray greatsword from the back, and lunges forward towards you, Rob.
Silas? Did
Yeah, I think you're right,
Did
John.
you never get Uriel?
You have not seen Uriel? All right, is going to then make a strike at you. That is a 26 to hit.
Hits.
All right. You take 12 points of slashing damage, reduced to 6. And I need you to go into Constitution saving throw.
So just to confirm, was the illusion was just hiding like their equipment. It's not hiding the fact that this isn't actually the Briarwoods. This is still the Briarwoods. Right?
No, you should have high
That's
Constitution.
still a disadvantage on attacks, right?
Huh?
No.
That was just
18.
Talk about
18, all right. You feel like the actual wound from the blade is attempting to draw some force from your body, but you just flex and kind of whatever arcane enchantment is resisted. Turns around for a second swipe. That's going to be a 19.
Hits.
All right.
What's that belt?
You take 15 points of slashing damage, half that to 7. It'll be 8 because we'll round up to use 8, and make another Constitution saving throw.
Even better. 21.
Yeah, once again, just there's some sort of enchantment that's trying to pull from the wound as it hits you, and you just kind of bear and grin them off with this chuckle. So I'm going to use the rest of his movement to step back a little bit. You get an attack of opportunity.
I do?
Yes, you do. With the hammer.
Yes. What is that? 24.
Go for it. It's limit.
Awesome. That's 11 plus 4 points of fire damage. So 15.
Okay, 15. Got it. Cool. All right. That ends his turn. Keyleth.
My turn?
Your turn.
Okay. Wait, where did Briarwood go? Lord Briarwood.
Right there.
Oh, he backed up.
Backed up.
Beautiful. So I take my staff and I crack it on the ground, and where I cracked it, little ice crystals start forming against the ground and start making ice. And I'm gonna cast Sleet Storm. Or is that I need a thing? I need a
20?
thing.
What do you want?
No, I need a.
What do you need?
Laser pointer.
Oh,
Let's go.
right next to you.
There we go. So it's a 40-foot radius. So right starting where Briarwood is.
Alrighty. 40-foot radius.
Right, starting in this line.
Sorry,
So
No, Grog's not in it.
bring it backward. Like this way.
From here, back.
Okay, just need some right there.
I need to warm up.
So as you slam the ground, the ice begins to move around, and all of a sudden the cold air begins to form this almost like mist as the temperature shift suddenly impacts the surrounding vicinity. The grass freezes in place. You can see bits of ice and sleet begin to rain down in the vicinity.
So, the ground in the area is difficult terrain. It's covered with slick ice. When a creature enters the spell's area for the first time, or on its turn starts its turn there, it must make a dexterity saving throw, or else it's knocked prone because they slip and fall. If a creature is concentrating in the spell's area, the creature must make a successful concentration saving throw against your spell's DC or lose concentration.
Good enough.
And you have inspiration.
All right.
Can I have inspiration?
Cool. Alrighty. So.
And then I move back.
All right. Cool.
Concentrating that spell.
Then it's your turn. Vax.
Oh. Okay, I'm going to throw one dagger at Briarwood's face.
All right. Go for it.
Okay.
Oh, Jesus.
That's a 1. And then what I do is, if I'm hasted, can I do 2 potions? Instead of attack,
no,
attack,
the
I
additional,
can go
the additional action is not so much focus.
Alright, so I'm taking a potion of greater healing and walking backward, walking distance. And greater healing is 44, right?
Greater healing is 44 plus 4. Alright, that ends your turn. Vex. You're up.
Okay. Yes, I'm going to, knowing that they seem to be vampires with their fucking teeth, I'm gonna pull out one of my holy arrows and shoot it at, I guess Lord Briarwood's kind of in the way of Lady Briarwood now, isn't he?
You can try and shoot either if you want to move over to the side and get a better view.
Well, I'm gonna cast Hunter's Mark on him.
On him? Okay.
Yeah, and then I'm gonna shoot my holy arrow through my blazing bowstring one more time.
Okay, go for it.
Come on.
Holy arrow.
Where's the D? Hold on. 28.
28 does hit.
Okay, good. Okay, do I do any additional damage with my holy arrow?
I'll go ahead and roll damage for the arrow.
Okay.
Alright, you do an additional 2d6 radiant damage to Lord Briarwood.
Oh, wait. 15. 19. Plus a 10, 19 plus 10 for the blazing bowstring. So, 22. And then what did you say?
2d6 radiant damage.
7 more. So 29 damage.
Okay. So as the arrow impacts, he kind of puts his cloak to kind of guard at the time. As it goes through the cloak, you hear this in pain as the arrow bursts, and as the cloak comes back, you can see this kind of burning sensation across the front of Lord Briarwood. Where the flesh was healing and sewing itself up, that has been halted immediately by the impact of the holy water, which began to pockmark and burn his flesh.
That is an incredibly, I mean, to me that's a very powerful item, Samuel. I mean, I guess in 5e terms I'd rate it as an uncommon, but I mean, you're not getting an uncommon item for each of your party members until at least, sometime between 5 and 10. So if you want anything else, it's that's interesting. Holy nice one, Robin.
Awesome. Then I'm gonna hit him again.
All right.
But yes, I'm gonna do the same thing, except I'm out of my blazing bowstring, kind of fizzled out.
Yes.
Okay, that's a 29 to hit.
That was my phone.
Final hit.
Okay. Okay, that's good. That's 17. 17 plus 2 radiant damage.
Well, this is the second holy arrow, right?
Yeah.
Right.
What was that? So
What was it before that?
17.
17, so it's
28. And then another d6 for my 100 mark. 32.
Whew, nice. Second one shatters. You can see now, like, part of the jaw is kind of hurt and wounded. There's kind of this wild kind of frenzy to his face. As you can see, Lord Briarwood starting to look a little ragged. All right, that ends your turn.
Yes, I think that's.
All right, Lady Delilah Briarwood
Lady
steps
Delilah.
forward up to the back of her husband.
gonna make a dex throw.
She does.
It's Libby.
And against the spell, because it is magic, she gets advantage. That would be a 18. What's the DC?
Well, it just says you have to make a dexterity saving throw. They're not prone.
Right, but it's against your DC of your spell.
Oh, is it?
Any spell effects.
18.
So yeah, she makes it. So she steps forward, almost slips, catches herself on the shoulder of her husband, and says, "My dear, I feel it's time to make our leave."
Make our leave?
They're gonna bamf. They're gonna
Past
bamf.
the dimension door, both of them
Oh shit!
out of visible range.
Why were they still here?
I turned to Vex. Vex, does your hunter mark tell you where they went? They just disappeared. Where'd
They fucking
go?
disappeared?
Yeah, where'd they go? Where'd they go?
Dimension door out.
I do have Hunter's Mark on him.
On him, yes. You sense that they're not that far from you. They're around the corner where you guys came from.
I can teleport us there.
They're right there. Do you want to keep fighting them?
He's
or do you-
ragged.
Yes,
Go,
we
go.
do.
We've got to get him. We've got to get him now.
Percy!
Lead the way, Percival.
All right.
They're around the corner.
But I mean, how do we want to? I can probably teleport us through a tree, right?
It's okay, we'll just run.
They're right there.
Why are they around the corner? Why did they wait until now to run? What were they doing? No, I gotta wait.
As you guys rush around the corner, you can see on the very edge of the cobblestone walkway, the carriage that they came in is now gaining speed.
Okay.
Take a wheel. Take a wheel.
Now close the gates. You're really loud.
That's
Close the gates!
27.
Hits. Go ahead and roll damage on the wheel.
Nice.
I know, Samuel.
20 points of damage.
20 points of damage. All right. The wheel splinters and is now coasting on the ground. The young gentleman who's currently on the top is looking over his shoulder, trying desperately to usher it away.
How roughly far away are they?
Right now they're about 100 feet.
Where's
from you
Trinket?
guys.
Okay, I still have my.
Trinket was over at the stables in the far back of the palace, unfortunately.
I still have my Sleet Storm up as a concentration spell, so I'm gonna move it over there.
Can you just shift it over there?
Yeah, it's a concentration spell. That's a minute.
Well, no, concentration to keep it in the area it's at.
Well,
You
then I
can't-
cast it again.
Do you cast the storm again?
Yeah.
What's the range on it?
150 feet.
150 feet. Poof, the sleet storm lands down. The cobblestone becomes sleek. The carriage begins kind of rocking back and forth. However, it does manage to keep on its course currently. It does not get knocked prone.
But they could have killed the
not carriage prone, but
witnesses.
it's kind of sliding out of the way.
Is that a disadvantage because it only has 3 wheels?
Good call, actually.
And it's retreat.
Matt Gallop.
All right. At this point, the carriage slams onto the side of the ground and skids to a halt in the middle of the ice. The sleet's still smacking down as you guys all turn the corner now as you approach. The gates have closed. The guards are slammed at on the far side.
Yes.
The door kind of pops open on the side of the carriage. As you made your way back around and kind of out the front now, you can see now about 60 feet in front of you, 70 feet in front of you, the carriage is overturned in the middle. It's like the sleet storm is
Fire
around.
that bitch.
Where is it?
He's a dummy.
Just from a visual standpoint, you're about 60, 70 feet from the front of this. The door kind of slams open, and you can see Lord and Lady Briarwood kind of step out.
Can I shoot my exploding arrow?
Hold on. As you guys are just turning the corner. You can see now Lord Marcus hands him, he's trying to compose himself, kind of ruffles himself angrily, looking at his damaged circumstance. Lady Briarwood's kind of against her shoulder, and she kind of goes, at the very least, I think you should come visit us sometime, Percy. You're always welcome back home. It'd be nice if you visit your family once in a while. Roll initiative. Just you. As you were the first action to take.
19.
19. Go ahead and roll. Roll the attack. The exploding arrow. Is against Lady Briarwood.
29. It's against the exploding. Yeah, against her.
29 will hit.
Nice.
Oh, what do I do damage for the exploding arrow?
I'll tell you, roll.
That Percy made,
Yeah.
by the way.
Roll for your
16.
so 16 air damage.
Yeah.
Okay, I guess Lady Briarwood. And
Of course not, Hans. You silly. There's a can in the middle of that. No cans of beans in my bingo.
cool. All right, and then for the additional blast that blows up, it's additional 4d6 blast damage to her and Lord Briarwood. They both get saving throws to try and have it.
Yeah, I'm rolling one of our critical roll dice.
They both succeed, so half damage to both of them.
Trademark. Critical fail.
11.
11, so half that, 6 damage each. She's gonna make a concentration check. She's advantage on that for Warcaster. Yeah, it's 19. Okay, so a portion of the outside of the carriage just blows apart. Wood shrapnel goes flying to each other side. As the smoke kind of settles in the explosion, you can see both Lady Briarwood
They're
still standing
young
there,
and hot?
seemingly unscathed by the event.
Because they're
She wraps
vampires?
her arms around him and she whispers in his ear, "Shh, it's alright." And they both vanish in a swirl of arcane energy. You don't recognize it because right now you don't have the intelligence to really...
I want to walk over to the carriage driver.
You walk over to the carriage driver, who is currently on the ground. This young man who is horribly hurt. Part of his torso is burned. He's like,
Don't look goodbye was dick.
Please, spare my life, please. What do you want from me?
What do you know?
About what?
I shoot him in the right hand.
It's an easy enough hit. He's prone before you. 3 of his fingers are blown off, and the kind of bloody stuff is shaking. Sorry.
You're from Whitestone, yes?
You don't know what it's like. I have no choice.
Well, you do now. I'll reload again and put it on his left hand.
Please. The rest of you can gather, and you kind of step out from the edge of the window and make your way with the rest of the crowd, kind of watching this display on the front.
Frederick DeRollo.
Yes.
Where is he?
He's gone. He's gone, sir. I'm sorry.
Lady Johanna.
They're all gone. So they all...
Julius DeRollo.
No.
Vesper DeRollo. Whitney DeRollo. Ludwig DeRollo. Oliver DeRollo.
Your family is gone, sir. They were taken. They were killed. I'm sorry.
You will tell us everything you've seen.
They'll find me, sir. They'll kill me.
No, they won't. Because I will kill you first. Tell me what you've seen.
And with that, we're going to break.
Wow.
Okay. 2 things. Okay. I have two things. I only have 2 things. Yeah, timer. Why? If it all comes down to that they actually could have been killed by the party and they actually did need to escape at some point, then why did they just not kill Vax? That's the part that is really hanging in my brain. She finger of death's Vax instead of Vex, and this entire thing is solved, right? Or it's at least better from their perspective. And if they're not going to do that, if Matt has mentally decided they're not going to do that, then they should just bounce. Like, why are they hanging around? That's what I'm really struggling to understand, because they're not killing Vax, they're not bouncing. They're just attacking random people. And I mean attacking, not just feeble-minding, right? Because I can understand the argument for why they need to feeble-mind Tiberius so that the escape is easier if they do decide to escape, but they could have escaped long before Tiberius showed up. And long before she hunters marked the guy. So, I mean, the escape then would have been easier. So why are they hanging out? Because they're so confident they can kill the entire party? If they're so confident they can kill the entire party, they clearly haven't researched the party. And if they haven't researched the party, then why did they attack Tiberius? And, like, I think ultimately the motivation is, I'm not going to kill Vax because that's lame for Liam. But if that is just the case, then you just got to have him leave. Don't prolong a combat just because you feel like it needs to be prolonged. And if you think that they are going to get to a point where they become afraid of the players, it's weird to do it after the piddly damage from a lightning spell rather than the double crit on Vex's turn. Vex double crit. And they were just like, pshaw. Right? I think that's what's really weird to me is when she double crit and did the crazy damage and they're like, whatever. I'm like, oh, okay, so there's no issues. But then he throws a little lightning, does like 16 damage, and they're like, ah! That's weird. That's so weird. I wish there were Emmys for web series actors. That was, Taliesin was beautiful there. I wouldn't have even slowed down to 1.25. That's definitely I've got to think about what I want to say. Break. Yeah, that's true. The birth of No Mercy Percy. Yeah. Okay, so someone put a poll into the Discord that was like Oath of Vengeance Paladin, and I was like, that feels a little extreme for Percy. I don't know, but I might get it now. I might get it. Some of the motivation stuff can't be answered until you know the whole story, probably. They did not know who he was, so they thought they will make him a spy, plus plans can change when the situation changes. I guess my point is that I don't understand the plan at any point. Like, I agree. Plans can change as the situation changes. The situation changed and they think, oh, we need to bounce. I don't understand what their plan was before that. That's what's really boggling my mind, is it's like, before that, what were they doing? Because it wasn't killing Vax. They had every opportunity to kill Vax, and they just didn't. So I don't, that's what I'm like, in my brain, I don't get. Is this just the part of D&D where you have to suspend your disbelief because the meta reason is so we can have some fun combat? I think, Ooh, that's a much deeper well of discussion. On like what a fun combat is. I don't believe that just trading hit points and using features is fundamentally fun if you're always going to let them escape afterwards with a weird arcane spell. I don't know. So, I mean, maybe, but I don't know that that's what this was. This is maybe an after-session discussion. These bad guys know the combat maybe Flame Lord Echo. I'm just going to read through everyone's and do like a one-sentence response so that it's not such a fucking blue ball. Downside of their confidence, went too hard and had to leave when a 2v a lot. Maybe. But again, I don't know what they were doing. Maybe they did not leave so the bad guys know the combat capabilities as a prep style thing. Maybe, and so that's why they didn't leave, but they overestimated, so then they were surprised, maybe. You mean the double crit at the start of combat when he wasn't hurt at all instead of after the lightning and he is hurt? Yeah, but a sudden staggering loss of HP is much more terrifying. Like, okay, let me give a quick example. If I'm already shot and bleeding and then you stab me a little, I'm not going to be more afraid of you than when you shot me. Right? So like if we're talking about like mentality is changing, like the me getting shot in the gut is going to be much more of a change in my mentality than if I'm already shot and bleeding out and then I get a little knife wound. It's at least the way that I think about like the morale in this. Also might be a morale thing where their health was still good after the crits between the shots and the chip damage. So yeah, similar response. Playing with their food. Maybe. I think like a playing with their food is maybe the only thing I can think of. But then the targeting of Tiberius feels a little odd. Like, I guess maybe they were playing with it, and then they realized that they shouldn't be playing with it, and so then they got tactical. Like, maybe. Absolutely playing with their food. That's a great way to describe it. Yeah. Silas is a vampire. Pretty sure his mentality is different from the average person. I don't know. If you don't show me how his mentality is different in like a very obvious way that is obviously showing the difference in the mentality, I don't know that it's different. Right? So like, I don't know how, you're right. A vampire's mentality would be very different from that of an average person. But like off the cuff, I don't know what that would be. And so I can't tell if that's what's happening or if it's, or what's going on. You know, like give me some narration to describe it. Yeah, I don't know. I don't disagree with that though. I think Matt had a number when he gets to 50%. I just don't know what he was doing before the 50%. That's my big thing. and the dramatic timing felt very weird for what happened. He's not like the other girls. Yeah, I mean, I agree with you. I actually do think that is like the behind the screen definition is there is a threshold. At this threshold, they will act differently, but in practice, it looked and felt weird, where, like, I don't understand what they were doing beforehand. But it must have just been... I think the cohesive definition on, like, the things that I agreed with you guys on, and that is probably the in-world definition that I like the most, is they are arrogant, they are just playing with their food. They don't actually care about killing Vax. They're just fucking around. And then at a certain point, and they're ignoring intelligence that they already have, because they have to already have the intelligence for this to make sense. So they already have the intelligence, but they're actively ignoring it. Their arrogance is so high that they're actively making untactical decisions. And then once their arrogance gets brought down a peg, their more tactical and strategic thinking takes more priority, and they start making tactical decisions, whereas they weren't before. That is the best way that I can marry this. That is a very odd type of arrogance. It's not impossible. It's not impossible at all. But that is a really specific type of arrogance where it can override your critical thinking skills. And they are monsters. They are vampires. So, like, maybe that is just the thing. Yeah, interesting. They were caught unawares by Vax being in the room and escaping, forced in combat. I'm sure they would have wanted. Also, maybe sticking around until they feel good about the moment of combat. There's also spoilers. Yeah. Okay, we'll move on. That's the way I'm going to think about it. Yeah, because otherwise I don't fully get it. But that I can buy in. I can suspend my disbelief for that explanation. Mini art break with music that to me became iconic. Ooh. Okay. 5742.
You're not dead! Yay!
Told you. Thank you for not dying.
I'll probably skip the rest. I wanted to play it on normal, just primarily to get the vibes of the music. Although I guess we could see what the music sounds like on 1.5. Oh, I've seen that art. Wait a second. I've seen this. I don't know where, but I've seen that picture. They pumped out that Briarwood art fast. And they were hot in the art, too. That is sick. That's very cool. Very, very cool. Okay. 20912. 20912. Very cool.
The day.
It's been one of the most emotional nights of my life. Yeah.
So,
As you all begin to gather around on the front of the courtyard of the palace, you can see some of the guards start rushing out amongst the splinters of this this carriage that has been royally destroyed by many of you. The wounded.
Do I see that everybody's safe right now?
Yeah, you get the sense that there's no immediate danger.
Okay, I'm going to use my lizard brain and sniff out immediately Allura, and I'm going to go.
Definitely could be.
Okay.
Do we see him go find her?
You guys currently are too engrossed with Percy currently pinning a young boy in the ground and shooting his hand off.
Okay.
Who's currently like, please, what do you need? Just let me go, please.
Do it. I want you to spend the rest of your life.
People don't need to make sense. Also, are we? This is a point that might just be like because it's a stream thing. They need to escape, I guess. But it's why aren't we tracking them anymore? Like we tracked them out to the front. Why are we not tracking them anymore? Vex? Is it like hey, don't sort of thing? Because that's kind of what it feels like. Like, hey, don't. I'm not prepared for it, and it won't be a good stream. Because that might. I don't know if she just forgot, but I don't know. I think the assumption is they TP'd away, right? But like they just TP'd away right before that, and she was like, Hunter's Mark. I emphasis on the wood in Briarwood. Right. I'm tracking that. Does that mean something different to you guys? Like, I feel like Dimension Door is just as like from a person looking at them perspective, Dimension Door is as much of a TP as actual TP, right? So it's just as in teleport thousands of miles, not just right. Like, okay. I acknowledge that is probably what just happened, but is it not? It feels weird that Vax isn't asking, I guess. But I feel like there's just like a meta knowledge here of like, no. I know. From a visual perspective, though, they're not that different. Like, especially to non-casters like Vex, Vax, Grog. Like, yeah, maybe Scanlan would understand the difference between a TP and a Dimension Door. But it's like the moment they Dimension Door, she was like, "Where the fuck are they?" Ah! And in this, they teleport away, and Taliesin, again, not a caster, is immediately just like, "All right, like, what's going on? Fucking, what do you know? Pachoo, pachoo." Like, it feels like in the moment that would be. I think what I'm overall saying is I'm seeing a lot of the lines of the plot here. I think I'm seeing a lot of the lines of the plot in like just how the characters are interacting. That is a little. It's taking me out of it a little bit. Vex would have seen what a DD and TP looked like via Scanlan and Tiberius. They have never teleported. So like Scanlan and I mean we've been watching them since level 10 or 9. And they've never teleported. They've only Dimension Doored. And they yeah. So I don't know that they would know off the top. Vex would be able to tell that she's still concentrating on them and can still track them. I guess we have established that. I don't know that I would buy that Laura Bailey remembered that. Yes, they have. How did they get out of the Underdark? They took a teleportation circle, not the actual teleport spell. They specifically took a teleportation circle because that's how they ended up in the Lycenium or whatever. No, they didn't magically fly out. They used teleportation circle, much lower level spell. Does Percy shooting this kid count as handiwork, thus crossing of Percy's Tinkers something for bingo? No! Oh my god! We're getting into like Bloodmaker territory. No. I mean, they know of the area they came from, so the group probably assumes they are heading back to Whitestone. Yeah, I think the players definitely assume that. It feels like a disconnect between like what Vex would do. But maybe I'm being nitpicky. I'm really feeling the plot lines here of like I'm having to suspend a lot more disbelief than normal. I find it really easy to suspend disbelief for most of Critical Role. The beginning of this episode, though, for some reason, is just really getting me out of it. He's in the chat. He's in the weeds. He's in the weeds.
Making up for the things you've allowed to happen.
It's over.
I now take my gun and I'm going to knock him unconscious.
Okay.
I don't quite know. I'm just rolling. I normally do 21.
21. At the point, like, he's like, whack. Yeah, he just falls and crumbles to the ground unconscious. Full of blood forming under his.
Are there soldiers coming?
There are guards coming now from the palace.
Put him in a cell.
Wait. We can put him in our cell.
Yeah. Put him in our cell.
Put him in our cell.
But maybe on the great story
Why
doesn't
is
bleed out
Keelan
first.
so into their jail?
He's not bleeding. He's not. It was nothing damage, right? He's not bleeding.
Well, not in the head, but he is missing 3 fingers from one hand and is currently full.
All right, I'll like solder up his wounds a bit.
Okay.
Make sure he doesn't die.
Okay, so taking care of that. He's unconscious. You guys all take a moment to breathe in.
Ooh,
and
did
realize
roll
the
before Matt
danger that
asked.
just transpired. Briarwood's got away. God knows they're off to. You probably got there somewhere back in their territory on their own turf. And you all look about at the guards gathering, making questions, and there are now 2 guards very intensely harrying this tiefling that kind of showed up out of nowhere and began aiding in the battle. You can see now one guard kind of has an arm back onto his shoulder and says, "You, what's your name? What's your business here? You do not have approval here to be at the palace."
I have been working here for months. You did not notice?
I think we would notice a tiefling in our midst. You're under arrest. Throw her in the cell.
I walk forward and slap my hand on the guard's arm and say, "We saved Uriel. You will stand down now. Uriel would not be alive with the people around you now. She's fine. Walk away."
The guard kind of gives you a look and says, "As far as we know right now, you both, all of you, attacked 2 of our guests in the center of our own palace. They managed to flee. We're going to investigate this. Currently, we're holding no one at immediate prison sentence for this, but..."
You realize your
That's
lord
good.
would not be alive now were it not for us, don't you?
Also, you're a common guard. I'm speaking because Tiberius would say this, and he's not here right now because he's a little stupid at the moment. But
I'm fine with you.
do not interfere with the businesses that we have already arranged with people who have higher authority than you. Back off.
Make an intimidation check.
Oh, I'm not good at this yet! I'm gonna train in it. It's my next. It's coming.
But you do get a D6 inspiration dice.
Oh, and I also still have Scanlons.
And I walk over and
Oh, you already have Scanlons, and that's all you need.
And I walk over and stand behind her.
I'm gonna add my Scanlon. 15.
All right. The guard
Yeah, Keyleth, your nobility is showing. Holy fuck.
kind of looks at you for a second and steps away. I mean, no offense. Understand we've had...
What's up? What's up? What's good?
He kind of relinquishes his hand on the side of the tiefling and says, we're going to investigate this. I mean no disrespect to you. You've been much aid to Iman. Just understand, this is a very peculiar circumstance. Please,
Do you know who I
we'll call you when it's
am?
time to get your opinions and your perspectives on the evening's events.
Oh, no. We'll call you.
We can go ahead and notify. At this point, you can see now, Tiberius, you've stepped up the front of the stairs as Allura comes rushing out to inspect everything and sees you.
And I go to Lockheed and I use my telepathic bond that I have with my pet, and I convey to him to tell her. I emote to him with my telepathic link with him, and I go,
You can't even form language thoughts.
So that's what I emote to him, and
You can give him like an emotion. That's as most as you can get to him right now.
And I try to have him telepathically tell her.
Tell her what emotion.
Help.
Okay.
I do this.
She kind of steps forward. Tiberius,
Universal symbol for I'm choking.
and you just breathe flame out and kind of step back for a second.
You know, out of everything he's tried to wiggle room on, a concept of help or frustration is, I would maybe give him. I don't know how Lockheed would. I guess, do pseudo dragons have I think they have natural telepathy, so okay.
Tiberius, you're right. You've been casting something. Hold on. She takes your head and holds you in place, kind of calm you down. Tiberius, calm yourself. Begins to inspect you and kind of running her fingers over the side of your snout and kind of like, this is not good. This is very powerful magic. I don't know if I have the capability of doing this. We need a good cleric. Please sit tight. Stay right here.
We know a cleric.
The rest of you, as the guards kind of back away, you're kind of left alone, and the rest of the group is kind of looking upon you with a curious glance.
Vampires.
And a tiefling.
I want to inspect the carriage to see if there's anything interesting about the carriage, if there's anything
Are you
inside
hurt?
the
Did they do anything to you? You were unconscious.
They bit
I
me.
searched him and looked for any kind of mark.
I don't feel right. I think I need to go to a temple.
Can I do a health check on him?
Yeah, I'll let him
You can make a
out.
medicine check, sure. Percy, go and roll an investigation check.
I think I'm dangerous.
18.
Okay, yeah, there are definitely 2 puncture wounds on the side of his neck.
You need to put me in the dungeon. Very slow.
I've read about this. We bury him under the ground for 5 days and 5 nights. All will be better. Well, it could be.
Kimchi.
Could be kimchi. Either way, it will be very tasty.
Most everything that would be interested to be destroyed, and the sheer force of the explosion, the characters in town is not much you can really gain from it, unfortunately.
What time of day is it?
Time of night. Right now, it's probably cresting close to 10 or 11 p.m.
Would the Serenade Temple still be open? It's like a church. They're 24 hours, right?
I mean, the temple is always there per se. I mean, there are multiple temples in the city as well. The Serenade Temple is the one you guys know best.
I turn and look. You.
What's your name?
You helped us.
Your real name?
You have interesting taste in enemies, almost as interesting as mine. My name is Lilith.
Lilith?
That's so pretty. Thank you. As are you also, might I add.
Oh. Interesting taste in enemies. Do you know anything about vampires?
Regrettably, not as much as I would like. But your brother, he
I'd
does
really
look,
love to know more, yeah.
not as healthy as I imagine he may usually.
Are you a healer of some sort?
I am not.
Oh, well, what do you deal in?
And why did you infiltrate the castle? Infiltrate? I like it. That's how the British people say it.
Oh, really?
Yes,
Well,
aluminium.
Well. Laboratory.
Astronaut.
Let's just keep listing words, guys.
Lift.
Lift.
I think you have currently more pressing matters than my concerns, my presence here in the castle.
Then you'll come with us.
If that is what you wish.
Yes.
Where are you from? Your accent.
So, is Kit joining the cast? What's going on? I mean, I'm down. That's cool. It seems like she's a warlock. Fuck yeah. We're all about it. I love that the two of the guests chose tiefling warlocks. Fuck, let's go. The obvious choice. Max is turning into a shiny vampire. I think I would. Shiny vampires are basically superheroes. So that'd probably be the best kind of vampire he could turn into. They can even go into the sun and shit. Thankfully. Oh, dude! I missed. They'll be arriving right at dusk. It was right there. It was right there. They're arriving at dusk. Son of a bitch. Fair enough. All right. Thankfully, he's not 2,000 years old with a penchant of hanging out in high schools. Feels like a Fantasy High reference that I don't remember. It also could have just been a joke. Oh, wait. No, it's a shiny vampire. It's a Twilight joke. I got there. I get there. Tamir's being feeble-minded. I think he made good faith efforts to play it right. I agree. Out of all of the ways that could go, I thought it was going to go much, much worse. Honestly, I think he made a really good effort to do well with that. She's not a warlock, though. Oh, is she not? I saw Crown of Madness and an illusion, which I assumed was Mask of Many Faces. So, I mean, she could be like a bard. I think bards have Crown of Madness. Maybe a wizard. But we didn't narrate a spell book, which you normally get with like a wizard. Interesting. I just assumed.
It's wonderfully interesting, Keyleth, but we need to get my brother to a cleric.
Oh, right, yeah.
At this point, as you guys are discussing, and you're already nervous that you're out in the open anyway, not under one of your various guises, you feel this kind of warm bolt of heat in your kind of upper torso area, and you guys watch as suddenly across the front of her chest, this strange glowing red eye-like sigil emblazons across the front, and it slowly fades.
I am just
not a warlock? Are we... What? Her character sheet is literally on screen? Okay. Where? Oh! The tiefling wizard, dude. This fucking eye shit just on her chest. That's warlock shit. I don't know what I'm saying. Was when you were talking about it. No, I can still see it though. Lilith the tiefling wizard.
Looking at the symbol. I'm not looking at anything else.
What was that? Are you all right?
Are you Superman?
Are you with the Briarwoods?
No, but I must leave. I must leave this place right now. Immediately. I drop a shroud of illusion over myself again, become the maidservant.
And you guys watch her visual image shimmer back into that of servant, and even through the illusion, there is still this kind of dull, pulsating, kind of red, glowing arcane mark of an eye that's just like slowly shimmering on the front of her torso.
Can you come with us to a temple?
For not long. I cannot linger.
What is that mark on you?
This is the mark of the broker.
The broker?
The broker. He has been seeking me, and I have been hiding here, but no longer. He has found me. This mark, it means that he I cannot hide any longer. I must leave.
You helped us in battle. Do you need us to help hide you?
I would not drag you into my troubles. I know who you are. You are Vox Machina.
Oh, yes. Here's my business card.
Traveled, some of you traveled with my cousin
Illusion
Zara.
wizard.
I had a slumber party with
She's
her.
so beautiful. I love her so much. We are very close. She is a dear friend of mine, but she told me of you. I know you have your own troubles. I would not drag you into mine.
Well, look, we've got to make a pit stop at the Temple of Sarenrae anyway. Why don't you at least join us, and then we can at least go back to Grayskull Keep for dinner, because we also have to drag this prisoner back there, so it's along the way.
Yeah, any watcher that comes after you, we'll fight them. We're
Oh yeah, illusion specialist. Huh. All right. Yeah, fair enough.
very strong right now and full of health.
Yes.
We protect things with
Oh
tail.
gosh, yes,
Very, very painful.
A voice rings out suddenly from behind you towards the palace.
Oh man.
All of you, stop your business! And you look and you see there, in his robes, Uriel.
Oh.
Dude, okay, Robin, I thought that was going to be a joke. I thought they were going to be like, no way. But I mean, yeah.
Which you summoned, standing up from the palace.
Oh.
So, am I to understand there has been a scuffle with my guests?
Your guests are vampires. Look at my brother right now.
And Tiberius is...
An idiot.
He's an idiot. I don't know where he's an idiot right now. Damn it, we lost Tiberius.
Where'd he go?
Even more of an idiot.
He's with Allura.
Tiberius!
Also, really casual question. Did any of them ever actually... Oh, no. When Percy shot him, they saw the glint of fangs. Never mind.
On the steps to the front, kind of sitting there next to Allura, who's kind of like cradling him as he's kind of unsure of what's happening.
Oh, do we see them?
You do, yes.
Oh.
Uriel,
Look at his neck.
Uriel looks at us. I'm certain there is some sort of explanation for this.
Yes,
Yes, you invite vampires into your palace.
You invited them in.
We will investigate. Right, the Briarwoods are esteemed guests of ours and friends. So this is going to be taken very seriously.
You can have whatever mages you want cast truth on me. I was bitten. This threat is real.
Did Percy find anything in the...
The Briarwoods murdered the Derolos and took Whitestone. I have proof. I was there.
Then we shall have to have a conversation. For the time being, take care of this one. Tomorrow when the sun rises, find yourself back to the palace. I'd like very much to speak with you. This disturbs me.
I would recommend disinviting them for now.
We have earned your trust, have we not?
You have? But as of there.
If I may, my lord, I was present for the... Please excuse me addressing your grace. But I was present for the battle, and I did see, quite a set of teeth he had, a dreadful tail, and terrible, flames everywhere, and ripped dresses, and heaving bosoms, my lord.
All right. Don't make a face.
I love her!
She's just a common servant girl. She wouldn't lie.
Yes! She is traumatized.
This guy? Was it 18?
Very well. Calm yourself.
All right, darling, it's all right.
It's awful.
We'll get you to the medics if you
No, we'll take care of her from now.
All right, well,
I'm getting the vapors. No.
take care of her. Take care of her. We'll talk tomorrow.
Talk to Hassoon as well. And
Bring me what proof you have.
Talk
These are
to
very,
Hassoon. Yeah,
where is
very
Hassoon?
serious things you're discussing.
We'll just talk to him in the morning.
We need to get to a
We gotta go.
You guys gather up.
I turn into a horse.
All right.
And pick up Vax and Vex and take them to Sarenrae.
Both leap onto the back. Keel hits it right
I'll
off.
hold on to your mighty mane. and then him as well. This is dangerous.
Allura kind of takes Tiberius by the elbows and leads over the rest of the group as they ride off. If you are indeed going to a cleric, perhaps you should take Tiberius with you. He is not well.
He seems totally normal to me. Seems like every day. Yep, that's pretty much basic him.
Is Secret Soon still around?
Secret Assume currently is nowhere near the situation.
I lick all of Vox Machina.
All that are present, because many are now riding away on a horse.
Whatever.
But the rest of them get a fine licking.
Oh, gee, no.
I lick Rod the most.
All right.
Smells like flies.
You all enter to make way to the Temple of Sarenrae. The lantern light of the interior of the temple's main structure is low, as it is late in the evening. Nevertheless, the gates are always open. And as you enter, you are greeted by two clerics that are dressed in long flowing yellow and gold robes. And there is one elderly cleric that you recall, the one that led the resurrection ritual on Pike, almost a year ago, actually.
I hopped down off of Keyleth. I'll shoot you down as well. So please, sir, I hope we're not disturbing you, but we need your help again.
I totally eat it and just hit the ground.
Really?
That was my fault instead.
The two clerics step away as the older one steps forward. He was kind of balding on top, this long, stubby, kind of white gray hair that kind of...
I go up to him and start sniffing him.
As you approach,
He
head up.
used to be a very intelligent sorcerer. This is part of the problem.
There does appear to be arcane residue on this one. Yes, we could hope to cleanse him of this. Come, enter.
Light the lanterns, and the clerics will often start turning up the various lanterns and the magical lights which have been as you enter the center of the temple. A cold ripple sensation begins to curl around the back of your neck as you step in. As you do step in, too, the two clerics give you a look and are uncomfortable with the presence. And as it has, you guys, through your travels, have encountered very, very few tieflings, little on this continent. In fact, most of them you met were in Vasselheim. this one, Iman, is standing out like a sore thumb, and everyone seems to be just a little brought by her.
I thought she was disguised.
That's right. Well, never mind. I retract that entire sequence.
As
she comes out of this feverish daydream, none of that happened. Catch your breath.
I'm so glad that didn't happen.
Meanwhile on Dynasty.
Illusions. Very old. All right. So as you guys enter the center of the chamber, they begin burning various incense. As you step up, the cleric says,
I understand these services are intensive in the costs required to present them. Do you?
We'll pay whatever cost you need.
No, we should haggle, don't you think?
No.
Come on.
I lick the cleric.
the cleric. No, that's good. That's
How much will it take to save our friends?
Sir, anything.
For this one, you require a donation to the Temple of Serenray of 100 gold pieces.
Oh, done.
Easy.
Steps forward and touches the side of your head in your temple and begins to focus. The Serenray holy symbol begins to glow against the front of his clavicle, and suddenly you can see these kind of strange gray-like veins that had kind of wrapped around the sides of Tiberius' head retract, dissipate, and then fade as intelligence swells back into your brain. And for the first time in at least the past half an hour or so, you are back to being Tiberius Stormwind.
Well, that's uncalled for.
Is that going to be like side effects or something?
No, I just wanted to really do that. That was really inconvenient. Let's have Vax.
Oh, you're with us again?
Yes.
Oh, well, welcome back. Yeah. How was it, being dumb?
It was kind of nice.
Actually, I was quite frightened most of the time.
Oh.
I didn't know what was going on.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I
Are you
couldn't-
okay?
I couldn't cast spells, and it was... Let's have Vax.
Sure. You didn't shit yourself, so you're a winner.
That's a good thing.
That's good. Yes. You shit yourself, Vax.
I don't know.
Cast prestidigitation on his butt.
Oh,
Okay.
what the? Oh.
You're clean, don't worry, let's keep
Quickly. As you bring Vax forward,
And what is wrong with
He
this?
was bitten by something quite unholy.
That's wrong.
Oh, the good news is if you're standing here, then most of the danger is gone. However, there might be some residual of the infection.
he kind of brings forward and inspects it for a second, reaches into the pouch and pulls out some herbs and kind of presses them into it and burns a little bit, especially with...
Ooh, do I recognize what herbs he's using?
I'll make a nature check.
Nature check?
Oh, yeah.
She's been reading her books.
19, so 29.
This is glycefoil. Glycefoil is used by many medicinal practitioners as a means of burning away infection and cleansing wounds.
He didn't even look down. He
Obviously,
said
it was glycefoil.
Who didn't know that here? Honestly.
Really?
As President, he kind of looks at you.
As long as this doesn't get infected, it should be all right. I assume, based on what you say and the nature of these wounds, that this is some sort of
They drank his blood.
vampirism.
Yeah.
From what I know of vampirism, it requires many tastes of your life force and then bringing you to the threshold of death and beyond to truly turn you.
Listen, Doc, I can't bite anybody here. Are you sure?
Unless this is some unnatural thing beyond classic vampirism, you should be fine.
Nobody unnatural.
Well, any vampirism is pretty
Vampires
unnatural.
natural buttholes.
But yes.
Excuse me.
I'm
Do you
sorry.
actually have any extra of that glycefoil or maybe any seeds that I could take with me? That way I can just keep up on his, daily disinfection in his wounds?
Certainly. He kind of reaches into the pouch and pulls out a small handful of glycefoil, and it's like a dried, kind of yellowish green leaf that kind of curls in itself a little bit and hands it to you.
Thank you so much.
As that happens, I reach for my decanter, and because I can control the charge, it's just charged, but I dissipate the charge, but also keep it for a little bit. Actually, no, I dissipate the whole thing. And I turn to the cleric, and on one knee I go, "Oh, holy man, which cured my mind. Would you be so graceful as to use the force of serenade to bless the water in my canteen?"
What, the water?
To bless.
Oh, bless.
Yes. And I hold it up above my head way too dramatically.
There are rituals for this, but they take some time. If you would like to leave it here, we could make use of this and bless the contents of it, yes.
No, I just thought you could do a Hanamasana and get me out of here.
Unfortunately, it doesn't work that way. But should you indeed require such a blessing, we would be happy to oblige.
Wonderful. How many days, give or take, do you think that might take to accomplish?
For that amount, there are 2 days.
Oh, wonderful. How many for 2 days, guys?
Probably.
Yeah. I'll leave it with you and do.
Right, for this volume, what's that? I guess this is an enchanted vial, is it not?
Yes. Good eye.
I'm curious to see how this will interact with the enchantment, but we'll try. We'll put it at 25 gold donation for the 2 days of enchantment.
I'll give you 50. Thank you for your service.
Generous.
Place it
Generous.
down.
25 is what I'm doing.
Classic church shit, calling
Is
it
there
a
anything else I can do to help
donation
you
when
this
it's a
evening?
transaction.
Thank you for all your assistance. Did he tell us a price for fixing Vax?
That was simple disinfection. There's no price for that. We're happy to
Thank you.
heal here.
Thank you so much.
Our friend Pike would be much grateful for your services.
Trickfoot.
Yes, do you remember her?
She's a devotee of yours.
She's in Vesselheim restoring another Temple of Serenray at this moment.
Spreading the good word.
This deep smile kind of brings his face from this melancholy attentiveness to this warmth that you hadn't seen before. And he goes, I had not known that Our Lady had reached as far as Vasselheim.
Oh dear.
It appears you've messed yourself.
Sorry, is that the holy water? I'm sorry.
Prestidigitation.
I pay for that.
You can- I'm happy to hear that she has continued carrying the faith to distant lands and that she has recovered well since our last meeting.
She has.
Oh.
She's thriving.
Good.
And one more thing before we leave. If you need any items, be they gear or blades, Go to Gilmore's. Gilmore's Glorious Goods today. You don't have to sell it. We're supposed to plug him, right? I don't know.
That was a little ham-fisted, but he does speak the truth. Gilmore makes a quality item. Sorry,
25.
That was very awkward, Scanlan. But it's true.
Gilmore. I think I've seen that shop around.
They're opening a shop here. Just kidding. Yes. Yeah, there's a shop here.
There is a shop here.
They're opening up
well,
in my front. Yeah.
Me and the clerics may have to go and see it then.
Tell them Vox Machina sent you.
And you get 10% off. No, I don't think. No.
You might if you say.
No, I don't.
Vaxel
He does, don't think they do.
Yes.
Good to know. Appreciate that. Nevertheless, sleep calls to me. I must get back.
Sleep calls to us as well, sir.
Well,
Yes.
Good night and adieu
Thank
to you
you.
all.
Thank you for opening.
Oh, what was your name for the next time we have a dead ally?
Yes.
What, tomorrow you mean?
Yeah.
Tristan.
Cleric Tristan?
Tristan.
Thank you, Cleric Tristan.
Of course.
Blessed be Sarah Ray's name.
Blessed be.
Bishop Connor.
Amen.
That was really nice. Really nice interaction from Vex. That was very nice characterization. That was very. It's very subtle but very cute, and it is really funny. I think that as much as I criticized Matt for the feeble mind target, in a way, it was like once he was not powerful enough to be a significant force, he had no need to metagame anymore. So he just could roleplay and not think about, getting more powerful constantly. Maybe it was actually kind of freeing. I don't know. That's weird. I also double stacking enchantment and a blessing. I know if I was doing that, I would say that the water that is currently generated inside of it gets blessed, and then the moment that water's gone, so whatever it looks like the container holds, however much literage about that amount, and then the moment that all of that's gone, it's just normal water again. I would basically say that they can bless the water, but they're not blessing the thing, and the thing does not make blessed water. So that would be my interpretation. And if a player was like, okay, well, could I dilute the enchantment by only pouring out a little bit and then leaving some in there? Could I dilute the blessing and put it into the new water since it's mixing with the old water? And I would be like, yeah, sure. Yeah, you can dilute the enchantment. It'll be whatever the DC that they would have to make, or whatever it does, it'll get progressively weaker each time you use it. Yeah, sure. But I would basically make it to where they can bless it, but the blessed water is a limited quantity, and then it's back to just being an endless decanter, like a normal one. Hey, what is your name? AKA, hey, Matt, improv a name. Dude, that's classic player shit. Classic shit you fuckers pull. Hey, what's the name of this NPC that definitely didn't have a name before now? It's like, let me check my notes. Let me check my note sheet where I have a bunch of random names written down.
I awkwardly bow out and say, see you in 2 days, almighty brain fixer.
The lights dim on the inside of the temple.
It's like asking what the weather's like
that day. You guys step out into the cold night air on the streets of Iman.
Oh, I'm alive!
That's loud.
Give it.
Sorry, folks.
I'm so sorry to everyone watching at home for blowing out the mic, but god damn it, I'm alive.
That was a really.
That was close. That was
really
close.
stressful.
I have no idea what happened.
Yeah, well, actually, while we walk back to
to
Grey
our
Skull, what happened?
You.
I thought that I could get a peeky poo at what they actually
That's
were,
fair.
who they were, and,
That's fair,
and
Terrace.
let's face it, I fucked up. Is what I did. And Grog,
You were very brave.
you may shave off my pubic region or draw a dick on my head if you want tomorrow. Vexalia, I'm sorry for not staying close by. Scanlan, we're good.
I saved your life.
Tiberius, you are smart and I am very stupid. You are extremely handsome and I am ugly.
I don't disagree with any of that. It's
And
opposite. Oh, damn it.
It would have been true like 30 minutes ago.
I'm sorry. And Percy, I'm especially sorry.
Goodness.
To you most of all. We weren't ready. You
We
weren't
failed
ready.
you.
We haven't failed. It's not over yet.
not done.
We'll hunt them down.
They said your family was still there.
They're liars. Our family's dead.
We'll track them down, we'll find them, we'll kill them, and seek revenge.
And then we'll loot their bodies.
I
They
don't
know
think
where
we'll
we
have
are.
to.
You don't think we'll have to?
I think they're going to find us.
How will they? They won't attack us. We're many,
Yeah,
they're
they
few.
will.
That we know of.
Just because we're in a keep does not mean we are safe.
We need to set alarms
Yeah,
around
they're
that
gonna
keep.
separate
We
you.
also need
I
to
agree.
protect our new friend, Lilith Fair over here.
That's not. I don't,
Is that your last name?
Well, she's white, so I thought maybe.
it's not. It's what?
My family name is Daturai.
Have you spelled that?
In your tongue? D-A-T-U-R-A-I.
Lost track after the D.
It's possible.
You've had a rough evening, is understandable.
I hope you've learned your lesson.
It'll be 2 weeks at least before I do anything.
Quite
Yes, I
so
have.
stupid
Yes, I
and
have.
reckless.
Yes, I have.
Why didn't you? You knew we had like a code word.
We had Jumanji.
We had
Jenga.
Jenga.
Sorry.
Where's Trinket?
Max, at this point, you look back at this point, you see, as you guys are heading towards the outside of, or reaching the outer wall of Iman, behind you, rubs up against you. The giant bear comes running by.
Died. I almost died. Did you know I almost died?
And licks out of your face.
And I lick his nose with my own tongue, and then I let him lick me all over the face.
Vax,
So,
Don't know what you're missing.
thank you. Thank you for your risk. Yes, you were foolish, but thank you.
I walk up to Vax and I extend my hand and I say, I'm glad you didn't die.
I love you, Grog. Would you like to draw balls on my forehead?
And I reach back and I backhand him as hard as I can.
Roll an
I
attack.
don't move at all. I just take it.
Oh, 22.
Go ahead and roll a d4. Divided by 2.
That's a 6. That's a 6.
No, it's 2.
2 plus your strength modifier, which I believe is 4. So you take 6 points of backhand bludgeoning damage as Grog just whack, 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 the echo from the impact.
And I say, no one kills you but me.
You kind of deserve that.
Yeah.
Get some rest, shall we?
Yes, but we'll have to
You.
prepare ourselves for an attack, or perhaps stalk them and kill them.
Well, we're going to find out in a minute.
And
Let's
don't we
get
have
to
a prisoner in our?
Yes.
And we have a guest.
Yes, and we still haven't found what the broker, who he is, or what he is.
Do you need to run from the broker, or can you stay with us for a few days?
Do you owe some money? I don't understand.
How
don't think it's
well
money.
guarded against scrying is your keep?
Not at all.
Scrying. Scrying.
Not
Then
at
we
all.
What about
have.
your room, Tucker?
Not at all.
Scrying. You're going to go scrying in your room?
Guards against scrying?
Have you got guards? Guards.
Yes, of course.
Guards.
Is that true?
Guards.
Against scrying.
Oh my god,
I'm
scrying.
pretty sure we have to have an enchantment.
What? And look at Matt's face. He's like, you do? Cool to see all the quotes that made it into the show. Oh yeah, that is cool. Wait, let's see.
Oh, yes.
Scrying. You're going
she
against
said.
scrying in your room?
Guards against scrying?
Have you got guards? Guards.
Yes, of course.
Guards.
Is that true?
Guards.
Against scrying.
Oh my god,
I'm
scrying.
pretty sure we would have to have an enchantment on our keep that would guard against scrying.
As you guys are having this discussion, a voice rings out behind you and says, "Oh, don't worry. It's not going to help you."
Is that little shitty missing one hand?
What was that?
No, you turn around and look, and you can see a gentleman standing there, about
What?
25 feet away from you.
What?
You see darkened brown and black, set leather armor with a cloak over one shoulder, standing straight with a grin, deep, dark red skin, burning yellow eyes, and jet black slicked hair between two horns that jut back. Tiefling stands there, looking forward, with two individuals flanking from side to side. They're slowly stepping.
I don't know what to do, but I'm raising my arm up.
I take
Who
the
goes
hammer.
there? Who are
I
you?
make the fire.
We've had a really bad day.
The tiefling, the male tiefling, steps forward and says, "I have no quarrel with any of you. We've been scouring the city for a fugitive for a number of weeks, and as luck would have it, you guys happen to smoke her out of a hole."
I go ahead and crack my staff on the ground and cast anti-life shell.
Okay.
And are they at the door?
Get close to me.
We're like what?
You guys are walking from the outside of the wall
Where
to
are
your
they?
keep. Right now, they are coming from Iman. You guys are kind of, you're in this kind of in-between section between your
We're
keep.
outdoors now. We've left the temple.
You are, yes. And we're going to go ahead and have you guys roll initiative.
Oh,
Get close to me. Get close to me.
You have started this.
Wait, get close. What did I? But that's like a spell I cast on myself.
Right. Casting spells, generally, for most people who know it's a
Natural
bad
20.
idea. All right, so, from a visual perspective here,
I see what you mean by a combat-heavy session. All right. Not gonna get any broker plot. Who knows what he's about? We're gonna murder him. Because she's a player, so she's on our side.
Yo, Stone Skin's up, dude. Can I get to say that shit?
Hey, yo. Hey, yo.
all right,
To be fair, he did
you,
seem like
Helen
a
Shell,
snake.
who
Stay
is
close
where
to
at
me.
this point?
Stay close to me.
I'm in between
Tibbs and I are in the
Lilith
front, right?
and
Because we both took
Vax.
aggressive posture.
Yeah.
The closer to me you are, the more you'll
together.
be guarded by the shell.
I'm near
Is
Lilith.
there?
there-
You said I want to be guarded.
Lilith.
You can still fight
Right.
around
I'm
it.
near
They
Lilith.
just can't get in.
Okay, so you're there with her. Alrighty.
Marisha did look really sad that she started the fight, and I get it to an extent. If I was mad, I probably wouldn't have started the fight there. They could have had like a nice conversation right at the edge of the anti-life shell. They could have bantered a little bit. Like, yeah, there could have been some interesting stuff. This is a fun fight. Bet, let's do it.
Trinket is over this side here.
And we have a prisoner.
I'm next to Babs,
The
right?
prisoner was brought to your keep by the guards.
Okay. Yeah.
Already there. As close to the enemy as possible. Tiberius and I took the aggressive stance.
Yes, you guys would be up that way. All right.
Oh no, why are there more than one person?
He said 2 people.
Yeah,
Yeah,
inside. As you look at this point, you notice that the 2 individuals to the left, there is a sickly-looking older woman with dark verdant clothing that flow and drag behind her. To the right is a shirtless humanoid with darker scarred skin, very muscular, shirtless torso, wearing a white featureless mask over the face. And both kind of on the sides. At this point, so initiative what's initiative order here? So who got 25 to 20? Alrighty.
Nice.
So 20.
20.
And you?
21.
All right.
And 20.
And 20 for you as well? All right.
Why didn't you raise your hand? I guess you just finished rolling it?
Okay. 20 to 15?
19.
19, nice. What would you get? 18.
11.
B.
What's the kid get 11?
11.
All right. So.
Bring up the rears.
All right. Is that everybody? Cool. We're good. So, as you... How what's the radius of the anti-life shell?
Anyone within 10 feet of me. So a decent amount right now. Not Tiberius, not Scanlan.
Not Trinket.
Not technically Grog's probably
Not Frank.
10 for each of you. And what does it do?
Nothing aside from undead and constructs can get into it. You can still cast spells and like.
Okay, so that's a little harsh. I would definitely like if we wanted to say like, you know, she says get around me, if I would let anyone who wanted to be in it choose to be. Because if it's a 10-foot radius, she said, she has at least 2, so 8 plus 1 pretty. She has at least 12 squares that people could stand in around her, at least. So I think that's a little harsh to just like place people like where they are. Because she didn't know where everyone was. Like, she doesn't have that knowledge in her brain, and she's trying to do something interesting. But if people want to be outside of the anti-life shell, that's totally fine. Like, if they, you know, say that they're not going to, or that they're going to stay outside of it, that's totally chill. But I would let the players place themselves, whether or not they're in it or not.
Like fire bows, and you can still do stuff. It's not.
Cool.
We can go out. They just can't get in.
That's
all right.
That's awesome.
That's very cool.
So, at the top of the round, the broker goes. Initiative. High dex character.
That is the broker.
Yeah. Sweet Lilith, you've been a very bad girl.
Oh.
Nefertiri, Nefspira, and Belenor would all like to have a word with you. They pay quite a bit of sum, proven legally. You need to be taken back. Now to your friends here, it's your choice. The easy way, or the hard way.
I use minor illusion, one of my cantrips, and I puff up like a cloud of nightmare, and I glow, and my eyes come alight, my tail whips, my fangs get longer. Oh, I bet you did. I bet they paid you so much. You tell my sister I hope her face still festers.
Choice is made, and with that, he vanishes. That ends his turn.
Wait, was he casting that? Did he cast vanish?
There was a casting, yes.
Wait, counterspell.
All right, go ahead and roll the 20.
Fourth level 2.
All right.
You mean 6th level?
No.
It's a spell.
What is this? What? This, what?
Wait,
Oh no, it just fails. You don't have to roll for this. This is an ability.
Oh,
So,
wow.
as he goes to vanish, all of a sudden, there's a reaction. Quick counterspell, and his image shimmers, and then returns.
Sucker.
Oh, that's not even fair.
I haven't got to do much today. And you won't either.
Nice. Very good. Well, he's going to use his move action to shift over this way. To there. All right, that ends him. Lilith, you're up.
Okay. I would like to.
Bye now.
Come on, get bust! Come on, get bust! Whoa. Can I use Phantasmal Killer again, please?
If you'd like to, yeah.
Okay.
All right, against which one?
Against the broker.
All right. Right. So he's going to go ahead and make his wisdom saving throw. No. What's your DC?
17.
All right, so go ahead and roll 4d10 psychic damage.
Jesus. Do you need extra ones?
Well, I might do.
He's a gold one for you. Thank you.
He'll make
Oh,
what
wow.
is it gold
I have so many
for
pretty
you?
points right now. It's lovely.
Ooh, yeah. Ooh, 29.
Woohoo! That's really good.
This is kind of blending in because spell usually triggers on the start of his next turn. This is kind of you both going at the same time and conjoining your minor illusion fear into hitting with this spell and working. It's this combination of everything hitting at once. All right, and as that hits, you can see he kind of looks at you and his expression goes from like glee to terror. is like immediately reconsidering his decision here. Do you want to stay where you are to move?
I'll stay where I am.
All right. Then it's your turn. Vex, you're up. Tiberius, you're up. Same time, I'll go with Vex.
I want to tell Trinket to cannonball! Oh! The two lined up right there.
All right, so Trinket rolls forward. Both of them try to move out of the way. They both get their deck save. All right, so Boker manages to pull out of the way just in time. However, the other here, the big, thicker character, doesn't quite have the dexterity to shift out of the way and takes the full impact. Okay. He suffers 14 points of bludgeoning damage as he tears through.
Nice! Eat it! Go Trinket!
He is knocked prone.
Yes! Good job, buddy! Little buddy.
So that's Trinkets.
Yes. So then I get a move.
You get a
Still. I mean, I get action. So I'm going to attack him. I'm going to attack the broker.
So for how that works for you and your bear, that's his attack this turn?
I mean, yes. I'm assuming that's his attack, or is that his move?
Well, that's his attack.
Yeah.
He was part of these masters. Lost to attack Trinket.
So I get to attack. I get to have Trinket attack. And then
I'm interested because this is already kind of drifting towards more what I would call like a shifting expectations type of fight, where like Broker's confident. He's like, you're coming with us. And then boom, get counterspelled. Boom, phantasmal killer. And he goes from confident to afraid. And that will, change his decision making. And I'm interested to see because he narrated him as, like his face going to one of fear. I'm wondering if that's only because of the spell or if that's going to carry into the progressive turns. Like, I don't know. I'm interested. It already seems though like this enemy is reacting to what is happening, maybe rather than reacting to a certain threshold being hit on HP.
I get to attack.
Once, right? Yeah.
Wait, attack action plus Trinket attack. What is this? 1 attack for me and 2 attacks.
Trinket's 2 attacks.
You can make a weapon attack yourself while commanding it. So yeah, you get 1 weapon attack.
Okay.
I think I should erase that and write 7.
As Trinket goes by, since it didn't hit him, he gets an attack opportunity on it. Trinket does hit. Trinket does take 7 points of slashing damage from the broker as he misses him as he goes by.
Well, but no, but he's got armor on.
Yeah.
All right, fine.
Rolled a 21 to hit, so.
Okay, then I'm
Also,
just
yeah,
Go for it.
her letting Trinket fight. We're not gonna get Scanlan makes fun of Trinket.
Okay.
Shit.
That would be 26.
26 against the broker?
Yeah.
All right, go for it.
14. And I'm going to assume, I mean, it's probably way too far, but I want to keep my Hunter's Mark on Lord Briarwood for the time being. So I'm not going to break that, even though he's probably far away.
Okay.
All right, so it's just 14 damage to the broker.
All right. Broker's gonna make a concentration check.
You are
Succeeds.
really cool.
Maintains concentration.
You always have been cooler than me.
Right. So as the arrow kind of moves out of the way, hits the armor,
Random
still
time
pass,
to
not actually dealing
remember
physical
that,
damage,
alright.
because the broker is now visibly shaken by 2 members of the party, and is starting to be this confidence that's rolled into is quickly failing. All right, that ends Vex's turn. Tiberius.
And there's. Okay. Can I see the broker where I'm at now?
Krog's kind of the way, you can barely see it. So.
Actually, it doesn't matter because I can see good enough. I'm going to spend 3 sorcery points and heighten my spell.
Okay.
And I'm going to, which gives disadvantage on both those 2 rolls. I'm going to cast a 5th level fireball right on the cusp where it hits those 2 buttholes.
Right, like here. Yep.
Yeah, he's fine.
It's there. Right there would hit both of them and I Trinket.
There it is.
Okay, so they both have disadvantage on the saving throws?
Mm-hmm. That's what height spell is.
Okay, cool. So, as you arc on the side, you release the one single beam of flashing red energy, kind of sparks into the finger, lobs forward. With a gargantuan explosion, red flames swirl into the area, kind of sending the whole area, the dark part of this night open field, alight. And you see all the green, dried grass is immediately burnt to a black crisp. Go ahead and roll damage. What's the DC?
17.
Yeah, they both fail disadvantage. Nice. Full damage.
All the dice. All of them.
Oh.
Very nice, straightforward way to accomplish Fireball of just being like, I want to hit those 2 people. I obviously don't want to hit my ally. Like, I remember the original Fireball incident, and I think that Matt was both too, like, litigious and strict about, like, making him do something that he clearly wouldn't want to do. But also, in the moment, Orion was being, like, really impatient and kind of a dick about it. So he was kind of just getting comeuppance more than anything. So I just a much better interaction here. Fuck, he's getting better? Question mark. But I know that we're somewhere between like 2 and 4 episodes away, right? Unless so something. because something has to happen. I'm sure that they don't like kick him off like mid-episode after he does the thing. Like, I'm sure it's not like, whoa, that was too much. You're out of here. Like, he'll have to do the thing. And then next episode, he's gone. But like, what could it be? The feeble mind therapy plan? No one answered that. No one answered that. The original fireball incident was him trying to cast a fireball when he was 5 feet from the door of House Thunderbrand. Oh, well, yeah, that's true. That is the original. That's true. But the actual incident where him and Vax became enemies.
Oh my god! And then I'm gonna spend one sorcery point to empower the spell, and then I'm gonna use the 6. But I'm going to choose 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 to reroll. Right?
Look how handy that would have been against the Briarwoods.
6. Okay, reroll these. Much better.
So Matt looking up how empowered spell works, because I think I'm having the same intuition as Matt that it is a sorcery point per die. But I could be wrong. I could be dead wrong about that. But I think me and Matt are having the same intuition, and we will see if it's right or not.
Guys, this is a lot. Sure.
12.
You can only use one mana magic option on a spell when you cast it.
Empower spell is the only one that doubles with any other mana magic. I can do.
Oh, interesting. Good enough. They give you a heads up. That's cool. I like that.
38, 41.
46.
46.
Wow.
It's going well.
Building up in you, Tiberius, then.
As the explosion bursts forth, the flames anticipate. You can see the broker there looking angry, frightened. Immediately takes some of the flame.
Before he does that, I go, I look over here, I do a bonus action, I cast Misty Step, and go right next to her in the anti-shield.
Okay. You vanish behind her, and as he pulls back the flames, and then releases them, they snake between everyone. Go ahead and make a dexterity saving throw.
Can you get through the light?
I make it, but it's fire?
It's just...
Right?
It is fired.
Good. Instead of missing it, I'm going to swallow it. That's 20. My dex was there. 20.
Oh, yeah. Sorry. Yeah, no, good. So yeah, so you take half damage.
Is there a bird that falls?
As the angry tiefling hits you with a hellish rebuke.
That's what we call shock spells.
Well, smoke through my nose.
It would be 7 damage. You take half damage from fire, so it makes 4. You take 4 fire damage. As you take the hellish rebuke's burst of flaming dark arcane energy and swallow it and take it in. You blow it out the sun nostrils, and it burns, but damn, does it look cool.
That's my turn.
All right, Scanlan, you're up.
Me? Shit. Is that the old lady over there?
Over on the side, yeah.
Okay, I'll just take a step towards her, and I will try.
I mean, it was a little clunky, but like that was a fun turn and like a fun like description of how he, saves.
It's never worked. Yeah, I'll try. I bite on her.
This is the time.
The title of this episode coming back.
I'm doing it through my horn of clarity. Whatever.
Alright, so wisdom saving throw on her end. What's your DC on that? Is 19?
19.
No, does not make it.
Okay.
What are you choosing?
I choose sleep.
Okay. So
goodbye, old lady.
she comes around, she's holding this kind of gnarled wand in her hand. As she comes around, she looks at the strength of this. What?
Sleep. Yes.
Yes.
Unconscious on the ground, sleeping.
Awesome. Well done.
That's awesome.
I didn't watch Matlaw. And then I will just inspire our new tiefling friend with just kind of a little sexy dance.
Right.
So you take
Don't you feel so inspired?
Oh, you have no idea.
So you take a D10 inspiration dice.
Okay.
It makes you laugh. It's less of an attraction, more of like, oh, gnomes. You're so small.
Oh, special.
All right, that ends your turn. Grog, you're up.
Well, everybody's doing new stuff. With 50-foot speed, can I get to the far side of the old lady that's sleeping?
Yeah, you can.
Can I get like behind her so I can put a laser pointer?
So you want to get right there, right?
Yes, yeah, on the opposite side of her from where I am.
She's asleep. What are you gonna do?
Kill that motherfucker.
Get there.
That's what I'd like
You
to
will
do.
wake up. Unless you cleave her in half.
That's Grandma Moses.
It's wrong.
I take out the javelin of lightning.
Yeah.
I'm having to actively hold back from banning SSH. I want to. I feel a primal anger rise up in my chest. I would like to rage.
Okay.
I whisper the command word, which is Penelope, and I throw it in a straight line, which will hit all 3 of them in a 5-foot wide line that extends 120 feet.
You're a smart guy.
You just did math.
Look at you.
You did math.
Dumb guy. He knows things.
I know.
It's 5 foot wide, still hit. If it doesn't hit him and one of these, or her and one of these 2 guys.
The guy standing.
Yeah, the broker. The broker.
So you pull it out, and as you throw it kind of downward, the javelin, as it reaches your hand, goes from a metallic blade to a bolt of arcing electric energy that slams downward. Penelope does not Penelope. Shouting it at me. the old one on the ground gets no saving throw because she's unconscious and takes double damage.
Double damage.
Maybe that is her name. We don't know.
You keep shouting it at me.
So 46.
46.
That's awesome.
14.
Okay.
Killed that old woman so
Give me
good.
my gold.
And if he makes a saving throw of DC 13, it's halved.
Let's see. And so the John Arcstrouche goes towards there, and then it does make a dexterity saving throw against that. It's a very high dexterous guy, so it takes.
Takes a little shot, though.
Right, so it takes a little bit of damage, which was you rolled for that? Was the 14?
Yeah, 14. So
7 damage for that, and then make a ranged attack in the actual javelin.
what is that? I don't even have that on here. I have no idea.
What do you
Oh,
like?
sorry. That was against the target. See what the target. Yeah, he takes the impact hit. So the lightning bolt arcs through the old woman. She kind of shakes awake, screaming as the energy. The bolt arcs upward from the ground.
I love me a lightning javelin. What a waste of a sleep. Whew. Oh boy.
Right before it goes towards the broker, as it kind of rears back in fear, it solidifies into the javelin once again, slams into the front of his torso, pulls it out. Currently kind of shakes it for a second, looking at it confused.
I look at Tiberius and I go, I did magic!
It was very impressive. Good job, Grog.
Thank you, Penelope.
That's my mother's name.
All right.
I wonder why he named his.
Oh no, he got up.
I gets up and only has a half move.
She can't be a stick in the mud.
Can you get that close?
On half movement, yeah, go with that. Runs up to you. As it does so, you can see.
Yeah, no.
Holding on the side a big.
Wait, what's he doing? He ran up to Vax?
Gets up and goes bolting towards you, arcing around the side. You see
He
hits the
runs
face.
smack dab into my wall. My arcane, my
Anti-light shell. Anti-light shell does.
blocks living things. They can't come in.
Unless you bite him.
Like vampires.
It's a 10-foot radius, is it right?
Yep.
Okay.
Then
it's
down flips into double birds as he hits the wall.
From inside the wall.
Fun of Matt to forget the trigger to combat. Especially when it's such a powerful spell. To be fair, it's very Grog instinct to finish a combatant instead of letting them sleep. Fair enough. No, yeah. That's totally fair enough. More poor Scanlan. It's like, wait, but Grog. Oh.
No. So it's unable to runs forward and then hits the barrier, kind of skids past and holds in place to there instead. Then. Can you give
That's
me
unfortunate.
However, has a spear.
Oh shit.
Spear doesn't have reach.
Bring it, son.
Still rushes around, both hands on it, arcing towards you with it. That is
Use
going to
uncanny dodge, of course.
be well. That's okay. It rolled a 3 to hit. Plus 8. It's going to be an 11. No, just it swings wide with the spear. And you just
Sorry, bruv.
going very
Sorry,
forward.
love.
All right, back to your turn now.
Okay, so I look around at all these amazing people that I'm so blessed to be with, and barely even looking, I just go dagger, dagger, dagger over this asshole's head at the broker.
Okay.
Oh, we don't have dagger.
It's not that great, but it's alright. It's an 18. These guys are kind of dickheads, so.
All right, 18 is broken. Just barely hits.
Alright, that's, where's my pyramid? There it is. Dagger, that's 10 points of damage, and then the second dagger hits him, I hope, for 19.
All right, that is it. Yep.
For 10 points of damage. And then, hey, I'll throw my dagger of venom at him, see what happens. Oh, the same hit, same amount. So the last one hit, this one hits. And that's 3, this is 9.
9 damage, and
Plus he has to make a saving throw against DC 15 for poison.
Constitution is going to fail that.
Yeah, go fuck yourself. That's not the right die, is what that is. The poison damage is that's not great. 10 points of poison.
Wait,
You are awesome.
what if Lilith is the bad guy? It's just a
Lilith,
good
no,
guy.
she helped us.
Boss, it's not a bad guy.
What if she's a
All right,
shithead?
you're saying
This
we
guy's a good cop.
Where I am?
What if she rapes kids?
No, yeah, I back. No, I stay right. I stay right.
All right, Percy, you're up.
Okay, I'm going to walk to the very edge of the. I'm going to just walk to the very edge of the spell right here, so I'm standing one closer to our friend there. Not just to you. I want to be close to the big strong schmuck.
Okay, so right there.
Is the broker?
It is funny. It's a and this is actually maybe something to take away from this episode and the guest episodes is that just having a character be played by a player immediately gives them so much rep and like cred in the eyes of the other players. They have like she did like barely anything. Did she actually do nothing in that last fight? In like the Briarwood fight? I know she cast Crown of Madness, but I don't remember her. Oh right, timer. I don't remember her doing a whole lot else. Maybe she got like one spell off. But like it could easily be like, you know, fucking enemy of my enemy friend, whatever. Like, I don't know. It's they're very, very trusting of this person. She Fant-Killered Silas. Oh yeah, that's cool. I mean, but this is the thing, right? Is like, and I'm not even saying that they're like behaving incorrectly or whatever. But it's something to take to the bank of if you want to introduce someone that the party might just fucking kill. Like, you want to introduce a character and you don't want the party to immediately stab them. It might be worth getting a guest player involved. It might mean that the party's a little bit more immediately trusting of them. Kind of a funny side, or not side realization, side effect of that. She's a tiefling with an accent. With an accent, we would die for her. That is the vibe I'm getting of, like, I obviously know that Sam was making a joke of him being like, hey, like, what if she's the bad guy? They're all like, fuck you! There's no shot she's the bad guy. You joking?
You're holding anything? He's using a weapon or a...
Broker, you see, has a short sword out. He's currently kind of like tossing and catching it.
Just a short sword?
Yeah. Or he's tossing and catching, like, having a bad day. The broker was not prepared for Vox Machina.
Okay. Before I start to do anything, I'm going to look him in the eye. What is wrong with you? Don't you see there's nothing here for you? Run away before you die. There is no option, and I'm just going to start unloading. Natural 20.
Oh! Damn, son!
Pepper box.
What's wrong with you? Percival does something, Rolo the third, you badass motherfucker.
That's 16 points of damage.
Is it to the broker or to the...
To the broker. I'm just shooting at the broker.
16 points?
16 points of damage.
That is doubling the dice?
That's doubling the broker. Now a sharpshooter shot.
The broker's... No, broker can't. You already used reaction.
Sharpshooter shot misses. Another shot, 19?
19 hits.
All right. That's 8 points of damage.
All right.
Blowing an action surge and firing 3 more times.
3 more?
God, he's like
that's
Curry.
25. That's 10 points of damage plus 4 points of fire damage.
That's what the bully get horns.
And the sharpshooter
Stop
shot, that's
making
22.
me do this.
That's 21 points of damage. Another sharpshooter shot with ice fire. That, and finally I get the breakdown on that one. I actually have the gun jam.
Misfire?
And I put it away.
But
Okay.
that was awesome.
The gun jams.
It was pretty dope.
Do I have one more? How many fire shots? I get 1, 2, 3, 4. Was that?
I don't even know if that's shade, this dude, because I thought about that, but I was like, I don't know if that's shade. That is like active intimidation, but definitely gun jam. Definitely gun jam.
5 shots or 6 shots?
That was 5 shots. All 6 shots. 5 hits.
So I'm out of. All right, I don't have any more actions.
That's okay. First and foremost, how do you want to do this?
How do you want to do this?
I feel bad for him.
Okay, I'm gonna do something weird.
The evil is flowing through him. See it behind his eyes. He's just seeing everything he wants to do. It's a montage. He's just like everything he wants to do.
I'm gonna
Listening to it on normal speed, bet.
I'm gonna hold you on to this. I'm gonna get a little weird, and I'm just taking straight chest shots, and I'm just firing chest shots, and I'm just making a hole the size of a baseball in his chest. And as it happens, as I keep unloading, the gun still breaks, and I'm still pulling the trigger. You fool! Your soul is forfeit! Die! Die! I'm gonna look at the other two and start pulling out my bigger gun.
Oh shit.
Make an intimidation check with
And
advantage.
putting on the fucking mask.
With a D6 inspiration dice.
It's a bad day to do your job, son.
He's putting the mask on.
With a D6 inspiration.
And advantage. With advantage. And a D6.
Oh,
Is this a figurative mask or a
Take
real
that
Very
one.
embarrassing.
It's very embarrassing.
17.
Wait,
Intimidation 17 and 19.
Where's the pool?
Okay.
So mask, gun, fuck it.
Like standing there, smoking giant hole, center of Tombstone style, in the center of the chest. Or no, there would be no dripping, except for the cauterization of the heat rounds that exploded in his chest. It is just a blackened, cinderous tube where once there was a chest cavity. The broker kind of
yes, I am.
He just falls onto his back with this smoldering spiral of black smoke pouring forth from the chest wound on the ground.
Bro, I'm the DM. There's no DC. He succeeds. They're intimidated. Oh my god.
As you stare at the other two, kind of screaming that out, you can see the old woman who's still on the ground. Looks extremely out of place and freaked out.
Sorry, Doris, you better lie down.
The masked individual, from what you can tell from
No,
behind the
roll
eyes of
me
the mask, does not seem to be emotionally affected by this.
Also, just checking.
The guy right in front of back?
Does my ghost...
Unless that is a construct, I do not care. Like, okay, from like an in-game perspective, I think they would be intimidated as the DM narrating my world, but I'm not Matt. But also, I'm giving that to Taliesin. I'm handing that to him. I am encouraging that role play to here and back. Oh my goodness.
Still have a charge, by the way?
I do, Flame Lord, I want to go and see everyone else's. I'm gonna fast forward again, but I want to see everyone else's reactions.
Taking straight chest shots, and I'm just firing chest shots, and I'm just making a hole the size of a base.
It certainly could be SSH. There could be a dozen different reasons that it totally makes sense for that person to not be intimidated, and it's very much DM fiat, DM up to your table. But I'm just saying, at my table, someone does that on a how do you want to do it, I'm kind of giving them, within that reason, like, I am, and I'll also say this also has to do with, like, ending combat satisfyingly. I think that's an amazing, satisfying as fuck way to end the combat. Like, it's big, it's dramatic, the broker, the main enemy, is dead and on the ground. Like, it is fully, tying it into the current plot arc, to his background, to his character arc. Like, there's so much that moment does. And we'll see. I could be totally wrong, but I don't know that whoever this person is, whatever this, if it's a barbarian, if it's a construct, what have you, I don't know what having a few more rounds of combat is going to do to make the game more interesting or more fun. Like, I don't know if I'm going to be able to end this combat in a more or as satisfying way as that. So that's some of the mental calculus that I do as a DM on, like, what is interesting, what is fun, like, what is satisfying, and that was satisfying as fuck for me. I mean, true, look at Travis as he made that comment. Are you starting to understand why people love Percy? I get it. I definitely get it. Steal from a DM in a one-shot you'll eventually get to possibly years from now. Sometimes a player gives you a natural 20. Totally. Yeah, and yeah, I don't know. But I also, all that being said, different table, different players, different DM. Maybe that's not the most satisfying way to end the combat. Maybe you have more planned. Maybe the person behind the mask is a plot point, and, like, the fact that they don't retreat after that insane display is in and of itself progressing the plot, and, like, we'll discover that later. I mean, there's a myriad of reasons that they might not retreat that I don't know about. But we'll just have to see. But that was great. That was a delightful moment. Delightful moment.
Ball in his chest. And as it happens, as I keep unloading, the gun still breaks and I'm still pulling the trigger. You fool, your soul is forfeit! Die! I'm gonna look at the other two and start pulling out my bigger gun.
Oh shit.
Make an intimidation check with
and
advantage.
Putting on the fucking mask.
With a D6 inspiration dice.
It's a bad day to do your job, son.
So mask, gun, fuck it.
Like, standing there, smoking giant hole, center of tombstone style, in the center of the chest. Or no, there would be no dripping, except for once there was a chest cavity, smoldering that out. You can see and freaked out. The eyes of the mask does not seem to be emotionally affected by this.
Also, just checking.
The guy right in front of back.
Does my glove still have a charge, by the way?
It may.
Okay. I mean, like, is there, like, any indication that it would have, like, a slight glow?
There was a slight vibration to it.
Cool.
Yeah. All right, that ends your turn?
That is the end of my turn.
All right. The old woman gets up.
I feel happy. I feel alive.
Did you get the lotto tickets? You're in Atlantic City. Everything's okay.
This is
going
gonna
to-
be amazing in my scrapbook.
As a bonus action, casts Misty Step.
Misty Step.
Appearing 30 feet over here.
Do I get to swing?
No, because Misty Step is just it happens like immediately.
Damn Misty and her steps.
She like stands up and then vanishes in a swirl of vapor. Appears a little ways away in the field, and immediately just like
Counterspell!
5th level. Fuck it. You would be able to because it has been your turn since.
What? Guys? She's trying to run away, dude. Oh my gosh. I mean, I get it. Has Granny even attacked at this point? Jesus.
You would have your reaction back. So yes, you could. So go ahead and roll a d20.
Matt's
old
like,
woman.
damn you and your counter spell. You're ruining my
Probably
plan.
not.
Plan war against these counters.
So,
I need a counter
it's not
spell.
good for
It's
you.
not good for the old woman.
No mercy, Percy is infecting the rest of them. Grog is sad that he could not take a parting swing against the person trying to run away. If she runs away, she can get reinforcements. Reinforcements to storm their literal castle that they're standing outside of. I don't really think they need to be intimidated by this situation.
23.
So she. just starts bolting.
That's the best running I've ever seen. The little gate.
Trying to run away. The slippery wet grass. She's like kind of slips a little bit and she's trying to just get away now.
I feel bad for
I
you.
should have retired.
That ends her turn. Keyleth, you're up.
Upon seeing Percy go absolutely insane and screaming, "Your soul is now forfeit."
Yeah, that did come out, didn't it?
Out of shock, my anti-life shell kind of dissipates, and I spend my action staring at him.
All right.
Wow.
Well,
went for the roleplay, not the damage.
Well, yeah, you don't need
Broker's
the
not getting a
damage.
turn.
They're
Lilith,
running
you're up.
away.
Okay. I would like to use Animate Dead on the broker, please.
What?
You nasty woman, you.
Yeah, I'll give that moral to her.
He's so happy about
you
it.
can begin using it because it's a 1 minute casting time.
Sure. Okay.
So you have to get closer because he's quite a ways away.
Right. Okay.
You've got a naughty streak.
It's my family. Cannot help it.
Yeah, we'll say it. From there, you begin concentrating on animated. You begin like going through and speaking in guttural tones that have multiple layers of tonality and volume. It's this weird kind of strange symphony of discordant voices as she begins to speak. You can see now the smoking, ruined body of the broker begins to just shift and twitch on its own. So that'll conclude your turn, Lilith.
Okay.
Vex and Tiberius, you guys are up.
Ha!
You've got asshole.
I'm going to attack him with a bow.
Left him for you guys.
I'm gonna attack him.
Shooting arrows. Just
I'm gonna attack him with my entangle arrow.
Okay.
All right.
The big guy?
Yeah, the guy in the mask. He's the only one left, right?
Yep.
Oh, the old lady is still running away. All right, I'll attack the guy in the mask.
That old lady has to die.
That's a 28.
Yeah, definitely is.
15 plus whatever entangle, whatever.
Alrighty, good enough. And so as you pull back the arrow, release it, there is that kind of, the way that you constructed it is this pouch of a very thick, gooey, I mean, is this a spell or is this the actual arrow that was constructed by Percy?
It's the arrow.
Right, the one that he built.
Yeah.
So what it has is at the front of the arrow, it doesn't do any actual damage on the impact.
Oh.
Instead, what it does is when it smacks into it, there's a pouch in the front that detonates from the impact and sends this very quick-setting, thick, tar-like glue substance that just spatters across his body and lower torso, and it kind of expands like a foam.
That's totally possible, Flame Lord, and it could be the players, it could be the characters. Like, I think I am not having to suspend disbelief at all for this. I'm disbelieving as a audience member of the show, like in a same way, you know, in the same way that you're like, no, don't do that in a movie. But none of this is like breaking my immersion. I'm like, no, Vox Machina, don't do it. You're turning to the dark side. No. No, this is all I think yeah, they're having a little bit of a moral break after what they've encountered and after watching what is happening to Percy. Like, woo. Just a bit of wholesome stress relief. Yeah.
All of a sudden, so there's no damage on that one,
Yeah, nice.
but it's currently grappled by it and cannot move from its place.
Awesome. And so I'll shoot another arrow at the other lady.
Okay, go for it. Roll for an attack.
I know she's running away, but she's bad guy.
Turn up the speed, though.
I didn't hit her, though.
You're welcome.
A 16?
It's funny. Mages don't have a lot of armor. Even with mage armor, you managed to hit her square in the back. Go ahead and roll damage.
16?
16. All right.
I guess I won't go to my granddaughter's birthday.
She goes, and stumbles and kind of catches up and gets back up, and you see the arrow sticking straight up out of her back, like 4 inches in the back.
Stop running, Grandma!
She's becoming like a Python sketch.
I feel fine. I feel happy.
Trinket growls. She yelps out as the giant bear kind
Can you
of.
start running for us again, please?
We get to return. Deceiving it.
Yeah, I'm taking Van Trinket to run after her.
Making it
Okay.
difficult to kill you.
It's like an afternoon gym for us.
I don't have any idea. I don't know.
Actually, I have it here.
I'm sorry, I don't
So
know.
it's 40 feet.
40 feet.
Yeah, as far as you can get right there. All right.
No, I did. I have
I don't have a little
it.
trick
I have it too. I just
That is the tiniest cheat sheet ever.
Littlest character sheet. Can you hold that up again?
We do not escape unscathed. He's on his fucking phone, and you know how I feel about phones at the table. Get
Oh, that big bear and that tiny piece of paper.
Wait,
fucking
the guy in the mask.
scrolling.
The guy in the mask is currently grappled. He is like his lower body is currently held in this weird tar-like substance. He's like, trying to break free.
So I only get 1 6th level spell, but it says on iBite that every subsequent action I can use, I can do it again.
You just choose somebody else to do it to you.
Yeah. So I'm gonna do it to her again.
To her,
To the old lady.
Obviously, you can do it to the.
I can do it to her
For
again.
another creature, but can't target a creature again if it succeeded on a saving throw.
Saved.
You're right, so you can. Yeah, what do you want to do?
Yo.
I think it's Tiberius'
So let him do his
turn. He and I
turn.
have the same initiative.
Oh, that's right, yeah, sorry.
Well, then just oh, you're gonna hold?
Yeah.
I just do whatever.
Okay, so he just waits for you to finish your bit. He can
I'll
hold his
just
turn.
run up as far as I need to be within 60 feet and do it again to her. Through the old.
Yeah, she's within range. And what are you doing?
Just fall asleep again. Ooh, back to sleep.
That is a 17. Nope.
Yes!
Falls asleep on the ground with an arrow right on the back. And you kind of acquiesce to Tiberius since you're gone.
Oh, and I'll inspire him.
With?
Oh, with a musical fart.
That was a wonderful. That was hilarious. That was a wonderful toot. Yes. Thank you.
My D10.
Where's the D10? Doesn't matter. Okay. Cool. What I'm gonna do is, and why not? I'm going to go as far as I can towards the old broad.
We're focusing so much on this poor old woman, and there's like big.
Yeah, the big mask guy.
Poor old woman. She's an evil mercenary. She deserves to be taken out.
But she's
I was just
there's
trying to
another.
find
He hasn't taken any damage, have you?
He's taking quite a bit
Oh,
of
he's the guy
damage.
with the firework.
Don't be ageist. That is an evil bitch. She needs to be killed.
Ageist?
Yeah.
Tiberius, what are you doing? She's currently asleep on the ground. This guy's like.
He's already dead.
What are you doing?
Am I within 60 feet of the old lady? That's pretty far still. I don't know if I am or not.
Nope, she's just out of the range.
I fought it and I can't get it. Okay. Well, but I am within 120, right? So what I'm gonna do instead is I'm going to look down and I'm gonna pull out my crow blade and I'm gonna throw it in the air and cast Telekinesis on it.
Okay. As you do, it catches itself spinning in the air up ahead of you. It's like strange, vibrating, high-pitched whine sound as the blades are spinning in rapid circular motion.
And I'm gonna go. Stupid bitch. And I'm gonna huck it at the chick.
Okay, go ahead and roll a spell attack roll.
She did try and kill us. Yeah.
Oh.
Jesus.
That's 31.
Yeah, it's also a critical hit because she's currently asleep. So it's auto crit. So go ahead and roll 5d4 for all, a d4 for each dagger on the spinning blade spinning at high speed, plus 5. 5d4 times 2 plus 5.
Okay.
5d4 times 2 plus 5.
Yes.
Oh my god.
So just roll 5d4 and then roll that.
That's really low. Especially for the level of spell that I assume telekinesis is? Or is it? I can't even think about whether or not that's a good ruling because so much is going on here that is not raw. At least 5e raw. I know that well, it is raw. It's like an improvised weapon, but it's cool because D4 are pointy Yeah, you put it best, Robin Banks. This is weird. I don't know.
6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13.
So 26 plus 5 is 31 points of damage.
That's a lot.
So the unconscious woman, face down on the ground, the blade just tears through and grinds a large wedge out of her back.
Wait. Wait, say again, 31 points of damage? 26? Oh, multiply everything by 2. Cool. I was like, wait a second, that's more damage than was possible. But okay.
Spraying a bit of gore across the nearby grass. Thankfully, she was asleep, so she probably didn't feel it. It was so fast.
She made some bad choices.
She is definitively gone.
You are being sadistic.
Yeah.
And I'll keep it. I'll bring it back to me and I'll keep it hovered and just maintain the spell.
Okay.
And I'm going to bonus action Misty Step towards where Gong is.
Okay. All right. I'll say for the sake of brevity at this point, because you have a glue guy and the entire team pretty much at full health here. over time, you all kind of slowly gather around the guy who's glued to the ground, and he's fighting at first. And you see that kind of lowers his head, kind of giving into his fate.
Smart to not test your fate, boy.
Okay.
Lilith, can I go play T-ball with his...
So, okay, me and Matt are on the same page. He just let it fizzle out with a wet fart instead of ending on a high. Like, yeah, for the sake of brevity, you probably didn't need to carry out the rest of that fight, especially as the DM. If you already know that this, maybe the entire point, to be fair to Matt, maybe the entire point was, can the woman get away? But when she's using her turn to only run, and we have some, people with Dimension Door, people with Entangle, people with Sleep, let's be frank, they're not getting away. Like, so having both of them run or both of them accept their fate, like, let's not keep in the turn-based kind of crawl here. Let's slip this back into RP, right? Maybe he was going to, but then she was counterspelled? Maybe. I mean, she got counterspelled once, so the assumption is she had one Misty Step in the tank, because she didn't even try the next turn. So I don't know. Yeah. Fuck your party DMs. NPC casters can approach combat invisibility and they're smart, otherwise they get jumped. Like this. I mean, I'm trying to debate how nitpicky I'm being versus like, oh, this was just bad. She only had one turn, I think. I think it's the fact that he got to the same place, right? So maybe there's some sort of test as to whether or not she can get away, but is that worth the fizzling out rather than ending on a fucking bang? Like, and especially, I think it obviously depends on the table. Like, at my table, it's actually more likely that I would opt for the fizzle, honestly. I'm much more likely to opt for that than I feel like Matt normally is. Matt is normally a big banger. He's got banging as his priority. Like, he's a lot of the mechanics and the things that he uses at his table of like modifying rules on the fly. Like, a lot of his tones are surrounding dramatic tension and like making good dramatic moments. So with all those things in my head, it's like, just let Percy fucking end it and just go out huge and like fuck anything else, right? So I don't know. I think he held out hope that the party will try to interrogate her after she fell asleep. I mean, okay, maybe, but then just have them surrender. Like, if that is your hope, like he's doing right now, he's like, for the sake of brevity, I'll just have her surrender. Just say that. Like, when Percy does the intimidation, just say that they both look freaked out and ultimately, like, accept their fate and just hold up their hands. And they start pleading. They start pleading. The grandma starts pleading with Percy. Please, sir. We were just doing what the broker said. We're low-level goons. And the masked one stays silent, puts its hand behind its head, and bends down, accepting its fate. It won't beg. And you can have this like really dramatic, tense role play that is all just kind of gone now after that moment. It's missed opportunity. I think he wanted an answer to the question, what would they do with the fleeing enemy? What would they do with the surrendering enemy? I mean, I feel like it's an almost identical question. Or if you want to say after the intimidation, 1 surrenders, 1 flees, just take us out of combat. Because they're gonna figure it out. Like, we can answer that question. We don't have to do it in combat. Because combat is long and boring and loses all of the dramatic tension. Anyways, I'm out of timer. Fuck.
Dead.
No. Let him live. Let this one live.
What, we're letting people live now?
Which point the head goes, no, kill me. Give me honor.
Okay.
I have fallen.
Oh, all right. I'm sorry. I retract that.
Throw a blade in the neck. Wait.
Wait. Ow, you just fucking elbowed me right.
He lives funny bone.
Yes, right, the funny bone.
Funny. Grog, will you kill this guy so we can...
If honor is what he wants, do not give it to him. Let him live.
Ooh, I like it. I walk up and I take his mask off.
Okay, you pull the mask off. It's a human.
I know what to do. Scanlan. Oh wait, this is your moment. Shit on his face.
Disgusting.
Listen, it's not just something I can do whenever.
Oh, you're kidding.
I have to be in
Face has the
the mood.
grossest thing
I
I've
need some
heard.
music, some nice lighting. I need to be wined and dined.
He's been bitten, all right.
My sister's right. Do it on his chest.
At which point, next you pop the mask off, and from immediately beneath, reaches up and kind of covers the face.
Is the broker? Oh,
No, this is the mask guy.
The mask, you can see the face beneath. It's humanoid, but right as you get past like the nose and the mouth area, it's all melted like a horrible acid burn. Like there's just severe damage to the face. It's gonna go, kill me. It's all I have.
Sorry, darling. You live.
It's like flexing, reaching out at you, but just can't quite get the range. It's gonna attempt to try and just cannot break free of that. As you're still concentrating on the spell, slowly the broker steps up. The eye is gonna roll back in white. The giant wound in the chest kind of hobbles towards you.
It was almost my turn. Can I throw daggers at him?
No, she just reanimated him.
You reanimated
Yes.
him?
Oh,
then I
talk
don't-
to the broker.
Never mind. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
As you fully blade out, you see she kind of commands and gives a hand motion. The broker kind of hobbles towards her.
Phantom of the Opera.
My sisters, they sent you. They are still hunting me?
You look down at this point. There's the mark that was left in the chest has vanished. Upon the point of the broker's death, whatever enchantment was placed upon you that was keeping you under his gaze was abolished.
Return to Palaglasterka and present yourself to my sisters. Let them see what good it will do them to hunt me.
Turns around and starts to
Oh,
shake.
wait a minute, hold on. And as you walk away, I'm gonna loot that dude. Get shit off him, man.
There is a mostly ruined set of studded leather armor that is enchanted, +1, it's basic, but it's needed in serious repair as it currently has a large gaping hole in the chest area, and a vicious short sword. +1 vicious short sword. As Tiberius is like pulling everything off of the corpses, trying to shamble away into the distance, eventually this kind of half-naked ruined body of this tiefling begins stepping off into the night in
What about the old lady? Can we loot off her?
the old lady.
Yeah. We keep forgetting about it.
The old lady has mostly a basic wand. It's a +1 wand.
Here's a wand. I toss it back.
Scanlan, Tibbs.
So you can mark it down.
Take it.
Take
it.
+1 wand of the war mage.
One wand of the war mage.
A simple ring of protection.
That's a ring. I take it. Put it on. For the time being.
And about roughly 320 gold.
Sweet.
Amongst the two of them. At this point in time, the other guy's like kind of exhausted himself now, just still in place.
Oh my god, Laura rushing through looting? What is going on? I'm about it.
You see the broker just vanish in the shadow, heading southward.
Shall we throw
But also, oh my god, again. Like, I'm fine. But again, we had nice, big climax, bang, great world playing, and then we let it go to, I don't know, punch some meat bags for a second, like, you know, do a little bit of boxing, I guess, and then we get back into the role play. Give me death, don't give him death. You know, this is so cool. And go back to your master. Yeah. And then, role playing, and he has this, and it's a wand of the war mage, and you know, it's like studded leather armor, but it would have to be repaired, and you know, just losing all of it, just losing it. And it hurts even more because it's good. If it was boring roleplay, I wouldn't be so upset that it's gone and being interrupted. And I appreciate Laura for being like, let's fucking go. Like, to be fair, the players asked for it. Yeah, you gotta... it sounds bad. You gotta protect the players from themselves. You gotta protect the players from doing boring shit and, like, ruining the night. Like, a player you can plop them in a town and you can say, hey, here's your quest. The quest is in a tower north of the town. And they're like, we want to head south. And you're like, hey, you're like, okay, all right, you go south, and there's a turned over cart in the middle of the road. Yeah, like it looks fresh, like, freshly dug out grooves. It looks like maybe it just recently crashed. And then you can be like, ooh, that sounds scary. We actually want to go back to town and go east. And it's like, bro, like, players can actively avoid the fun parts of the night, or they can unactively avoid it. They can accidentally go into the fun parts of the night. Like, as a DM, it is part of your role and your job to keep things going, keep things interesting. Well, Tibbs did. Yeah, Tibbs did. I think Vex was waiting for the RP to be done first. I mean, the RP is certainly not done. We've barely closed, like, we haven't, like, resolved things with Kit. No one's talked to Percy yet. I'm more saying, like, and Matt set such a precedent that every fucking thing in the world has stuff that is worth looting, so we have to loot everybody. But again, if he knows at this point that they're going to ask for it, that they're going to do it, you just give it to, just give like a note card. Give a note card to Laura and be like, this is what's on their bodies. Hey, Kit, like, what do you think? Just right past. Hey, Tibbs, this is what's on his body. Laura, this is what's on her body. So, Keyleth, you were saying, Kit, you were saying, like, get it going right in. Don't lose anything. Because then, if you're doing that, again, I wouldn't have even established that every random Joe Schmo has valuable shit on them. But if you have, make it faster so that you don't lose all the progress that you make, because he makes such great fucking progress. And this is the frustrating part for me. He makes better progress than I could ever make. It's so much more dramatic, so much more interesting. Like, he's got great timing, and then he just lets it plop onto the floor. I don't know.
The pen with the other guy?
Hold on a second. Why would we keep this one around? Tell us now. There's no point. I would kill this man. And this will give me a good reason not to.
I look at him and I ask...
See you, Terrace.
This. My sisters, they are responsible for this?
Kind of gives you a look for a second. Okay.
I've been this my whole life. They gave me purpose. I follow them. And you've hurt the mistresses.
That is true. I did do something rather similar to Belenor's face. But they will not give you purpose. You are better out of their shadow, trust me, I know. You should find better purpose for yourself. Go, be free. I doubt that they will trouble you anymore.
Persuasion roll.
Plus.
That's good.
Plus 0. Still have my
Yeah, you have
inspiration.
inspiration.
from-
Oh, inspiration!
Scan them, make you feel good.
Make you feel real good.
15?
Yes.
The tension of the muscles eventually relaxes, and the head hangs.
I know not. For what reason I live.
You seem a capable fighter, yes? My cousin recently became member of the Slayer's Take in Vesselheim. Perhaps you would care to go find purpose in testing your skills there.
And if not there, you can always fight in the Crucible.
They look for nothing but strength and honor.
At which point there's a large cracking sound as the hardened foam breaks from one leg, breaks the other leg free, and stands there now before you.
Your purpose in life is only what you know.
You can do anything. You could be president of the United States.
While this is going on, I'm writing on a piece of scroll right now. Take it.
I will walk and I will think. Perhaps I will drown.
And he turns and starts just walking towards the shoreline on the other side to the west of
Yes. Gillis, does this mean you're free from those who are hunting you?
I am very much afraid not. This is but one of the attempts that my sisters have made to find me. However, I have no intention of returning to my home.
And what was the name of your homeland again? It sounded very exotic.
Halek Lasterka is the seat of my family. We go back a very long way. But I would not recommend that you visit there. It's not the most cheerful place.
Not for us friendly, eh?
Not particularly welcome, no.
I've heard some terrible things about, what is it, your father, is it? Or is it your uncle? Your uncle?
My family in general have interesting attitudes towards affection, shall we say. My sisters, well, you see, I'm not particularly cut out for making good first impression. However, my sisters did always tell me that what was inside was most important. They did tell me this as they were removing intestines to divine with them, so perhaps maybe not usual meaning of this phrase, but Well, Zara is perhaps the member of my family that I like best.
Understandably. We all have those.
All we care about is deeds. Prove yourself.
Because you're not.
Great depth today.
I believe in this circumstance I pale to my present company. I've heard many wonderful things about you from Zara, and I am honored to not only have met you, but also to have had your aid in this matter. I am profoundly grateful. If there is ever any opportunity at which I can return the favor, I am not useful for much, but perhaps a little smoke and mirrors I can do.
I would actually like to know how you keep your homes so shiny and clean.
The cold wind picks up as the night.
Oh my god, the difference between 0.5 and 0.75 is crazy. I just realized like how we like blew the pace out of the water. To be fair, I had a lot less to talk about during the second combat, so I think we just got through that one a lot quicker.
There begins to become a distant storm blowing over the horizon to the northeast. The time draws late and cold.
Lilith, would you like to stay the night before you move on?
If I would not put you at...
Not even a little. Please, have dinner with us.
Then it would be my pleasure.
They have a
And we head back
giant
to the
castle.
And I go in the back into the garden, and I take the glysphoil out of my pocket that I was given, and I kind of revive it from its dried state that it was given to me and plant it in the ground.
All right.
And as the twins are walking, I say, I guess, clearly I'm eating shit here today. I guess I'm gonna make a promise not to stray from the side.
Remember that promise.
Promise.
I lick Tiberius.
And that will be our freeze frame credit high five for the evening.
Yay!
All right, so
Nice job, kid!
thank you so much, Kit, for guesting with us this evening and for coming out and visiting us here.
Thank you so much for having me.
Kit was delightful. Kit was great. That was a great guest player. I mean, I think she got less of less of an introduction. You know, it was a little bit more, felt like a little bit more hodgepodge, a little bit less structured than the other ones. So I was honestly not like paying less attention, but I hadn't prepared to care about a guest player. But Kit was great. Kit was really good.
I had an absolutely amazing week, and
let's see. No more post-session cooldown.
oh, it's really
Till
nice to speak my
37.
accent again.
Your accent good. We enjoy it.
Yes, oh, thank you. No, it's been absolutely amazing. It really has been an honor, and you will definitely be probably seeing me again in LA because this was wonderful. So thank you so much.
Yeah.
And everybody check her out on Twitter.
You know, it's so funny that she's like related to Zara or whatever. She reminded me the most of Mary Elizabeth. Just like the role playing and you know what she was like with like the minor illusion was like a really cool use case. I think one of the tests for reference, I'm terrible with minor illusion. Hate it. It's an amazing spell. I struggle to use it creatively. I like prestidigitation. Good with mage hand. I love the elementals. Gust, mold earth, whatever, shape water. But minor illusion, I just can't. I don't know what it is about it. I can't figure out how to use it cool. That's just your fantasy racism. I mean, to be fair, my wife is always a tiefling in every single thing we play that she can be. So maybe I'm just biased. Her guesting was interesting. Jumped in during a big bad combat and then quick backstory combat that Tal Percy used to show us his mindset after the Briarwoods got away. Yeah. And I think she did, I don't know, she just did a really good job at fitting in well. Like, she felt, even though half of the session was fucking about her, she had a really nice ratio of like, spotlighting. She's just a really solid, really good, really creative player. And I guess there's a little bit less, it's a bit more structured, isn't it? Like, you have your backstory, you know that you're going to deliver it because, you're only around for this one episode. So there's a little bit of pressure off in that sense. You know that like the DM is ready for it and they're going to be, responsive in all the best ways. So she had a little bit of that working for her, but she still could have easily not done well with it. And she did very, very well with it. So, yeah, Yeah, very,
What's
very
your
good.
Twitter?
My Twitter is anemone.t. Not even .com, just anemone.t. It's that simple. It is.
I know Travis and Laura have to run to
Yes, we
catch
do.
a
We're on
plane
our way
flight.
to
You
the
guys go, rock it out. Safe
Make sure
flight.
our stuff is put away?
Yeah.
All right.
Safe flight. Enjoy. You guys are off to
A wedding.
to wedding.
Wedding.
Oh, and our anniversary is tomorrow.
Oh, snap!
Happy anniversary!
Hey!
Oh, we gotta go.
All right,
All right, go. Travel safe. Bye, guys.
I love you guys.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye. Can I hold your mug? I want to see what it feels like. Wow. Look at the size.
Still got some booze in there if you want to take a slurp.
Yes.
Oh god.
All right. So as a note, just so you guys are aware, we had a contest yesterday at about 5:30 in the afternoon during one of the streams. We had everyone who is currently present in the chat room be part of this random drawing, and the winner was a David Kingsbury.
David
Kingsbury won the opportunity
Alright.
to provide the name and essence of an NPC in our campaign.
Oh!
Broker is actually their construction.
Oh!
Broker was designed by one of our viewers. One of our
Thank you
fans.
for the target practice.
Yeah.
Thank
Oh.
you so much. That is so
Very
cool.
cool.
That's amazing.
We're hoping to
Motherfucker,
do
it's Dave.
Good work.
we're hoping to do stuff like that every now and then in the future to bring in some critters to throw a little
That's awesome.
creative mind in here, and we can
Oh,
incorporate
yeah.
a character into
Oh
our
my
world.
God, I'm
so,
exhausted.
So thank you. My heart's been going a mile a minute that entire game because no DM wants to have to kill a
I
player.
was like on the verge of bawling my eyes out.
Yeah,
Like,
I mean,
half of that.
We're fine.
The
I
what
have so
I
much
thought would
stress on my
happen
shoulders.
if I ever died, I thought, and I still think I'll probably be the first. But if I ever died, I thought it would be more like a bus accident. Like I just go, and that'd be it. I didn't think the doctor would look at me and say, "I'm sorry, you have 1 week to live." And the whole week I've been,
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
sweating.
pretty harsh.
Sweating.
That's amazing.
The internet has been very vocal about their.
Yeah, thanks guys for keeping the pressure on.
Oh man. Well, that was awesome.
Oh,
Hello, welcome.
Ryan.
Oh my god, Taliesin looks white.
Christian's been going on some mad adventures this week.
Oh.
Donations. Donations.
Oh my god.
Hold on, let's get to-
44.
Oh.
44 is the next time code. Let's see.
Itself at that
I
point.
guess
4456.
Live.
Still alive.
Still alive.
Doubters.
I've been so scared, man.
Hashtag
I was so
save
scared
X,
this
not
whole
needed.
week.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like I knew I was ready for it. I mentally prepared myself because
Yeah.
honestly, jumping out of that room was probably the best thing you could have done at that point. If you had managed to stay, even one more round.
They're
it would've been
dicks.
really
They're
bad.
dicks. They're
Yeah.
terrible.
Yeah.
Those are terrible people.
Even still, it was, I mean that guy could have kept Scorsese kicking me in the ribs, and I'd have been in trouble. So.
I've had them sitting in my head for 3 years and they weren't that awful.
You do owe a little bit to Seeker Asum next time you see him because he was the one that kind of peeled him away from you at the very beginning.
I'm sure he had a great plan that would have made.
Did he? Like he did. But then they could have kept Scorsese kicking him. Like I'm gonna hold my tongue until we know more about the Briarwoods, but that I came to the, overall conclusion of like how I can make sense of it in my head. I've got a Watsonian reason for how it went. But it just feels like the Watsonian reason I have to stretch a lot for, and the Doylist reason I don't have to stretch for shit. He didn't want to kill Vax, and then they needed to get away, and that was it. But he wanted to have a little bit longer of a combat, and this is so. I actually want to circle back to something that John put in about how like and it actually has a lot of overlap with the second combat of like, is it not? Can the entire reason not just be to have like a fun combat? And I've said this a couple of times that I think that D&D combats are puzzles, and a puzzle is only good when you haven't solved it. Do you know what I'm saying? Like the fun part of a puzzle is the process of solving it when you don't know if you're gonna like get there or not. And I think the thing that was really messing with me that combat was that I didn't know what the puzzle was. Like, the combat itself transitioned through a lot of different types of puzzles. One of them is like a survival rescue puzzle where then they should bounce, and that's what he was narrating it as the entire first half of, like, oh, we're so powerful. Like, you know, they might as well have been fighting a force of nature, it felt like. Which is a type of puzzle. Let's get in, let's get the rescue, and let's get out. We're not, you know, we can't defeat a volcano. But then they stayed. And if you're fighting a volcano, that's when the volcano should hit you with a lava run, or, you know, or there's a big rumbling, there's a power up, whatever. But that's not what happened with the vampires. Instead, once they stayed and continued to fight, the volcano got scared. Volcanoes can't get scared, so this clearly isn't a volcano. The metaphor has changed. The puzzle is now different. The puzzle is now a trapping puzzle. Which like you guys said, like, situations can change. You can go into something thinking that it is something other than what it is. However, if it was a trapping puzzle the whole time, like if they had the capability to trap and to kill the Briarwoods during that encounter, then I don't know, then I would have run it differently. I would have narrated it a lot differently. But I also know Matt only had a week to plan this on top of a full-time job. Like, there's another meta layer to this of, like, okay, yeah, maybe it felt a little bit wonky and weird, and, like, I have to stretch a little bit because Vex, you know, Liam really put him out, really, like, put Matt way out of what he expected for this. So I can also see that aspect of, like, okay, these people need to stay alive. If I know that they need to stay alive, I know I don't want to kill Vex. The moment Vax, god damn it. The Cuddles play, no, you're fine. Mom is right in the back room. What are you doing? For some reason, she can sense when I'm about to get off, and she's like, get off faster. But if you know, if the point is to rescue Vax, and if the point of the Briarwoods is to, you know, toy with their food or whatever, I would have just condensed it, you know, made it a little bit less of this meandering middle part. And it felt like, you know, we kind of made the joke about, like, you know, HP are just, you know, the numbers are just suggestions, right? It very much felt like Matt on the back end had locked himself into a number of, like, oh, when they hit this HP value, that is when they retreat, you know? And I think I would have just condensed it a little bit, much like the last fight. Like, I understand why we kept fighting, but I also don't. Because, like, all of the important points have been hit, and extending this combat makes it feel like the combat matters. And I don't think it did. If they have the capability to teleport, and you could say, you know, maybe Tibbs could have counterspelled the teleport, but with how high level, I mean, maybe there are genuine reasons that all of that needed to happen. I don't know, though. I don't know. It just felt a little wonky. So what did you think of Percy's interrogation of the horse carriage driver by him shooting their hand and the your souls is forfeit moment? I love this character arc from Taliesin. I think, I mean, I've obviously talked about how, like, I didn't really feel like I knew Percy all that well, but I feel like I'm getting a lot of really immediate and quick and nice characterization. Like, a lot of times when you get a lot of characterization very, very fast, it can feel ham-fisted, it can feel forced, but not one of these moments have felt forced. I've never, like, in everything that Percy has done the last 2 episodes, at no point was I like, Like, every single thing he's done, every choice he's making, I'm like, oh, yeah, Yeah, fuck it. Oh, we're doing that. Oh shit, we're doing okay. Like I'm loving every second of it. It's and I've had like those moments with just about every other character. I had the big moment with the entire party when they weren't just hauling Kima's ass out of the Underdark. Like, I thought that all of them were being a little silly. Like, I had it with everyone. But this has just been just perfect. Your Soul is Forfeit is one of the most iconic moments of the whole campaign. It was huge. It was huge. And honestly, like I said, like, you can't manufacture those moments as a DM. You just can't. So I think that's why I was harping so much on continuing the combat after that. Because, like, I think maybe this is, like, kind of the takeaway to solidify. Combat is slow, and it fundamentally disconnects the characters. Like, just by its own principles. You cannot have overlapping conversation and discussion where, you know, character A speaks, character B speaks, and then character A speaks directly back, right? That's literally not possible within the context of combat, unless you're getting really weird and wily with it. So it fundamentally disconnects conversation from the way that normal conversation flows, and it is very slow. Everyone has to do something. Right? Like, during normal RP, during these types of conversations, not everyone is doing something. Grog and Scanlan did very little during those RP moments, but they didn't need to. Like, it was good for them to take, like, a back seat, a step back, and, like, let other people, you know, go back and forth. It would have been weird if they were doing, like, a round-robin discussion about this. So when you stay within combat, and it's the same thing for the Briarwood fight, when you stay in combat, when you stay in the turn-based, it limits the natural flow of RP and of climax and of conversation and of plot. Now, you want that disconnection, you want that when there's chaos, right? When chaos is ensuing and everyone will want to do something. If you're pretty confident that the majority of players at your table will want to do something, and something important, something impactful, then you should probably go to some sort of turn-based, some sort of, you know, initiative, combat, whatever, what have you. But when we transition out of that into, okay, this is now narrative, this is RP, this is more fluid, and we're in that, and we're really living in it, like with that Percy moment, like that how do you want to do this was intense. And I would want one person to approach him about it, and Keyleth tried. And Matt literally says out loud, oh, we're going for roleplay instead of damage. And it's like, fuck yeah, we are, dude. Did you not just hear what Taliesin did? Yeah, I'm going for roleplay. That was insane. And it's like, and Marisha wanted to do it so much that she just bucked the convention and just said, yeah, I'm wasting my turn in combat. So I think that's sort of where I'm going with a lot of this, is when you have those moments that you can play on and that you can escalate and you can stay inside of. I would try to. And I wouldn't be so passionate about it. I wouldn't feel so strongly if it wasn't as fucking good as it was. Holy shit. That was great. And it felt great specifically because it wasn't out of nowhere. It wasn't random violence from Grog. It wasn't, masochism coming out of the dark from Scanlan or Pike or whatever. Like, not to say that they've done that before. Like, this was a culmination of everything that's been happening the past 2 episodes. Fuck, I mean, really the last 10 episodes since he found out about the Briarwoods. It's been under the surface. There's been that tension, and the last 2 episodes has been nothing but building that tension. And this is exactly what I talked about last session with the Keenan, The butcher's son, the person that Vax knocked out, and then he tried to find him, and then he wasn't there, right? I was talking about that tension within the characters, between the character and the player, of like what the player thinks, what the character thinks, and building that tension. There is everything about this. Like the Briarwoods are staring him in the face and he can't reach them. The Briarwoods are there and he can't kill them. The Briarwoods almost kill Vax and he can do nothing. This anger, this boiling tension. And then he has someone where you have a random guest player and they're morally just because they're a guest player. Says, hey, these people are bad. You can take out your fury on them. That's why it felt so right, is because we know that he's been building this fear and anger and frustration for the past 2 episodes. And so him releasing it on this random person, it's not going to heal anything. It's only going to make it worse. Because he's leaning into the tension now, into the anger and the vengeance. And it takes the question that he asked. Oh, see you later, this dude. I know I'm going off on a really long rant. It takes the question of what he asked, of what Vax asked. Like, do you want them dead? Do you want us to kill them? And he said, I don't know. And then he was presented with the chance and he couldn't. And he's so angry. Not that he couldn't pull the trigger. He totally could have. But that they escaped again. He's helpless before them. Even with all of his strength, all of his friends, all of his allies. Not only is he still helpless, but he's putting more people in danger. Vax almost fucking died. So, yeah. I love it. I love it because it was such a good usage of all of that building tension. I think it was it is iconic. I already can tell. It's and I think the fact that he shot off the henchman's fingers, but he still had to hold back because the henchman might be useful. He couldn't just unload into the henchman's body. He had to actively hold back his rage. But then someone pointed him at a bad guy. They said that person needs to die and he could let it all fucking out. Ooh, feels fucking good. So where do you think they go from here? What do you think next episode is about? I'm still pretty confident in my arc prediction. I think they're going to go vampire hunting. I think I'm not sure if they went back to Whitestone or not. I have a feeling to sort of refine my arc theory. I think they're definitely going to set out for Brightstone or Whitestone, not Brightstone, Whitestone. They're going to set out for Whitestone. And I think that there's kind of 2 options. Either Matt can go radio silent on the Briarwoods until they get to Whitestone. They can do maybe a mini arc here, a mini quest there. He can just let the tension build. But personally, I think maybe you introduce things that look like other quest hooks along the way. Like, here, let me pull back up the map. Because they have to go through, they either have to go as the crow flies, which we've already established last episode is not viable, like, long term, right? It's not really viable for them to continually... Wait, what? Oh, I need to just download this image so that I can zoom in and out better. It's not really viable for them to consistently travel by air. Like, that's just not really something that they can feasibly do. So to get from Iman to Whitestone, they are probably going to have to go over the Silvercut Roadway, Silvercut Crossroads, Silvercut Roadway, into Westrune. Now, they also might just teleport from Amon to Westrune because they have, the Gilmore's Glorious Inn. So maybe that's a teleport. But then there's this Terst Fields, which is a dot, which implies that it's a settlement, like Drinya. So interesting that that's a dot. That makes me feel like it's plot sensitive. But either way, I think that they're either in Westrune, in Terst Fields, maybe even before then, somewhere, in the Parchwood Timberlands, like along this highway, along the Alabaster Trail. Oh, Alabaster Trail? We're talking about a trail, not like a road? Oh, I mean, you could have log cabins, you could have isolated communities up here. I mean, I think that there are a lot of opportunities for quest drops along the way to Whitestone. And I think if I were Matt, and I think that Matt might do this, is I would present the characters with several mini plots, mini arcs, 1 episode, 2 episode arcs that all center back to the Briarwoods at the end of it. And the closer they get to Whitestone, the more obvious the connection becomes. Maybe there's something in Westrune that, seems to be just a local dispute. They're settling it, they're investigating, they're doing combat, and they happen to see a guard that they recognize as being the Briarwoods, or they see some Briarwood livery sticking out of a chest, or they find a letter from the Briarwoods that are secretly funding the mini-villain of this arc, right? You slip in the Briarwoods, not specifically related to the Briarwood versus Vox Machina conflict. You sprinkle in things that they've been doing. You show that they've been impacting politics and conflict on the continent for days, weeks, months, years, and that their fingers, their tendrils are in everything. And again, the closer you get, the more obvious it becomes. Maybe they start to encounter people that are clearly thralled, and maybe once they down them and get them back up with healing, the thrall breaks, the charm breaks, and they get to talk to them, and they don't know where they are. They haven't been sentient or conscious in years. I don't know if that's how a vampire thrall works. I would need to reread it, but I don't think so, actually. But, they thank Vox Machina profusely, whatever. You start sprinkling in more and more Briarwood connection. Maybe introduce a lieutenant, maybe the doctor. You introduce one of the people on the list. Here, let's see if I can get down to the episode, right? So 24th was the start of the arc, and 41 is the end. So 24 to 41, that's 16 episodes. I would bet that we get the introduction of a lieutenant, one of the people on the list. His gun. I think we're gonna get them in episode 4, so that would be in the Path to Whitestone. I think the Path to Whitestone, we are going to meet maybe the doctor, maybe the general, the person that betrayed them. I think we're gonna meet them, take them down episode 4, big combat, hoopla. And then episode 8, we get to Whitestone, we do all that shit there, and then the next 8 episodes are a Wildmount arc that have to do with whoever was behind the Briarwoods. See how deep the hole goes. Every time they think they've uncovered the layer, there's just one more behind it. That's my guess for this arc. Oh, man. So where do they go from here? What is the next episode? The next episode is Westrun. Oh wait, was that what I was just answering? Yeah. So with all of that in mind, next episode is Westrune, I think. They're gonna take a teleportation circle, something like that, to Westrune or the Terst Fields. And then from there, we're gonna go to Whitestone. And on the way, somewhere on the way to Whitestone in the Alabaster Trail, I'm going to get specific. I'm going to say, remember my crashed cart thing from earlier? My crashed cart thing? I think that we see a crashed cart on the Alabaster Trail, blood on the snow, leading into the wilderness. They think at first it might just be a wolf, but then on some of the corpses left at the cart, there are prick marks. Uh-oh, vampires. We lead off into the wilderness to a single log cabin with smoke lazily circling out of the top, and you smell on the air the faintest hint of iron. And it's not, you don't think there's a mine nearby, if you know what I'm saying. And that's where they encounter one of the people on the list. But the person on the list says, no, Percival, my darling, my heart, you're alive. And it's the person that betrayed them, but they say they've turned a new leaf. Yes, the Briarwoods thralled them, they enchanted them, but then when they made them into this, and they are a vampire, the thrall broke somehow. They became immune to the touch, and they slowly, inexorably managed to escape. The Briarwoods found them, though, and they said, okay, you can leave, but you have to stay in this cabin. Dang it, I was in the narration, but I'm losing it. Basically, the person on the list says, I'm reformed. I'll tell you about the Briarwoods. I can't come and help you, though. It's part of, I don't know, maybe some magic. Maybe they just don't want to. Maybe they're just fucking afraid of the Briarwoods, whatever. And it'll be a moral dilemma, moral quandary for Percy. Do I cross this person off the list or not? They were under the Briarwoods' thrall. It wasn't their fault. It wasn't even that they were just following orders. Their mind was meddled with. And I think he's going to cross them off the list. I do not think he gives them mercy. This is the no mercy Percy, all right? They find this person, they beg for, and there's not even a fight in the cabin. There's not even a fight. They lay down, they take it, and he puts one straight in their forehead. Ooh, ha. and then we go off to Brightstone from there. So that's episode 4. I don't know past that. Look, I'm predicting 2 full episodes ahead. You gotta cut me some slack. How does he do it? I gotta say, this is a really fun way to relive C1. Hearing your thoughts on the campaign is really neat. Fuck yeah. I'm so happy. I'm glad that we're getting more into the predictive element again. I think that was one of the things that I personally liked so much about the Underdark, even though the Underdark was, blah, kind of whatever. It was really fun to try and predict the Kima stuff. I think, that's what one of the things I liked so much about it. One of the things that a lot of people liked, I think. And so I think we kind of lost that a little bit during the trial of the take because there were so many meta situations. So now we can kind of, clench back into it of that predictive stuff. So I'm really excited for this arc. I'm super psyched. Might as well just predict the rest of the campaign while you're at it. Look, man, what can I say? What can you do? I will say, despite the map not really being, we hope that the map isn't, too many spoilers or whatever. It gives me enough information to be able to much more wildly speculate. Like if I didn't have all of these, names and places and paths to look at, I would find the speculation much more difficult. So I really love having the map. It gives me a lot of room to wiggle with. Just a reminder, heads up, Mega, we have EP 26 followed by Critical Trolls for Extra Life, followed by EP 27. Ooh, okay. We will see after EP 26. I'm not gonna leak, even though I love leaking. I'm not gonna leak. But, people are always like, Megaphone, like, you should have people on. It would be super dope to see, like, two of you talk over the episode or whatever. There's a specific episode, and it's soon, but I don't want to, I don't want to say it. And I just know the episode number, so it's one of those things where I don't want to slow it down too much, because I think if I slow it down too much, we might actually miss a scheduling thing. So like watching, the Critical Trolls or whatever. But we're actually already really on a tight timeline to be able to do that collab before December. So we might just lean into it. We might just say, that's going to happen in December. It'll be what it'll be. And, just keep going at our normal pace, do the Critical Trolls, do whatever. I'll have to think about it a little bit more. There really aren't spoilers in the map. The only thing that is correct that the lack of details in 2 continents says what you already suspect. Yeah. I mean, it's definitely, very, very clear, which ones get played in. And it is interesting. I can't tell if this is underdeveloped or if it is just supposed to be very barren. Very barren. Could be either one. I was expecting more of Wildmount to look like that, honestly. Yeah, you will want to react to that, and it has to be there. I can't explain why now. Interesting. Tell me in the spoilers. I don't know what you're talking about. I haven't watched Trolls, so I'm not sure what you're talking about. Let me know in the spoilers. Interesting. I mean, I tend to believe you. I tend to believe. So we'll confirm next step, but yeah, interesting. But keep in mind that something beyond the map doesn't necessarily mean they go there, as it's a fully realized campaign setting with 2 campaign books and 2 campaigns at the time of the map being made. Yeah, for sure. I totally agree, especially with Explorer's Guide to Wildmount, being like a fucking whole thing on, D&D Beyond and such. Like, it's like a whole actual source book. So yeah, I totally get what you're saying. Is a lot of this just may not be visited at all. And we have, 70 to 80 more episodes to explore Taldore. So yeah, I have the time codes ready. Total session time is 2:48. Okay, gotcha. Okay, good to know. Well, I will, I'll probably end there unless anyone has any other questions. Oh my goodness, the dog is impatient. Oh, you know what? I'll do that as the comments question. Let me know if there's anything I didn't talk about that you want me to elaborate more on. Give the old think about, and ask it down in the comments. Besides that, I will definitely see you guys on Monday. Probably not live before then, but you'll see some videos come out before then. Some shorts and maybe a long that you should look out for. That's not just highlights. That I might have bought a teleprompter specifically to film. Fuck it. It's at the end of how long is this? It's at the end of a 5.5 hour video. If people watch that in 2 days, they deserve the leak. Everyone gets excited. I am announcing book club. I believe I'm going to post the video on Thursday, maybe Friday. It's going to be The Way of Kings by Brandon Sanderson. We're going to do like a part every 2 weeks, and I'm going to do a live stream, doing the breakdowns, whatever. So if you're interested, more details will be in the video that I post later this week. But the first iteration of book club, the first actual live stream, will be either on like the 25th or 26th, probably the 26th. So if you want to get a jump start on Way of Kings, start reading now. And with that, I will leave you. Peace out. Thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you next time.